Valued participants. On behalf of IIM Mumbai, I am Pragati Pandey, your host for today. In collaboration with National Safety Council India and BESAFE, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to the 9th Annual BBS Conference. This gathering is a testament to our shared commitment to fostering a culture of safety, innovation, and leadership in workforce industries. Today, we will engage in insightful discussions, knowledge sharing sessions, and celebrate excellence in safety practices. To commence this momentous occasion, I invite all of the honorable dignitaries to join us on stage for the ceremonial lamp lighting, a symbol of wisdom and enlightenment. So, could you please join us for the lamp lighting? Thank you, dignitaries. With this, we formally begin today's proceedings. I would like to invite our guests on stage. May I please request Mr. Avinash Hade to present the bouquet to Professor Shankar Murthy. May I request Mr. M.K. Rao to present the bouquet to Dr. Harbans Kela. And I would like to request Dr. S.K. Singh to present the bouquet to our guest of honor, Dr. Lalit Gabane. May I please request Professor Murthy, Dr. Gavane, and Dr. Kaila to come on the stage. To officially inaugurate the conference, I'm honored to invite Professor Shankar Murthy, a distinguished leader, professor in sustainability, and chairperson CSR activities at IIM Mumbai, to deliver a welcome address. Please, sir.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we have one lady, we have many here. Yeah, at the outset, I welcome you all to this green and what do you say, very, very precious campus we have. And like to begin with, Professor Tiwari, M.K. Tiwari, who is our director, and Dr. Lalit Gawane, who is DG, National Safety Council of India, and Dr. Kaila, the BBS guru, or Dr. BBS, whatever we say with love, and all the BBS BESAFE directors and advisors, invited guests, delegates, officers, and my dear student friends. First of all, I'd like to welcome you all for this one-day conference, 9th annual conference of BBS, which is organized jointly by IIM Mumbai, National Safety Council, and BSAFE. And we have been hosting this conference for last 2-3 years. And then we were NITI, and we became IIM in on August 16, 2023. Government of India and Ministry of Education upgraded NITI, which was 63 years old institute, to IIM status, and we became 21st IIM, one of the youngest with about 60 years of experience. So, 60 years of experience. Yeah. So our first batch of MBA students, earlier NITI was offering postgraduate diploma in industrial engineering, industrial management, and sustainability management. And ours was the only institute in India where we were offering postgraduate programs. But since all the IIMs were also offering postgraduate programs, but since 2017, when there was amendment, they started offering MBA programs, and we were the only institute left behind. So we tried, and it's all credit goes to our director, Professor Manoj Kumar Tiwari, with his mammoth efforts and the blessings of so many people. I can name hundreds of them, including Government of India, Ministry of Education, Piyush Goyal especially, and our chairman, National Stock Exchange. So many people who pushed and then recommended NITI to be upgraded to IIM status. So we became 21st IIM in India. And the first batch 24-26 started. And as I said, we were only admitting engineering graduates before. And with this 24-26, now we are admitting everybody with some basic degree. And now all our programs are called General MBA, MBA in Operations and Management, Operations and Supply Chain Management, and MBA in Sustainability Management. Now we can grant MBA degree. That's one of the greatest advantage what we had after becoming IIM. And second is we also we were earlier offering fellow of NITI. Now we can directly give them PhD degrees. We are giving them PhD degrees. And then we have 3 MBA programs, like as I said, General MBA, and we have MBA in Operations and Supply Chain, which is exclusively, again still, it's offered only to the engineers. And of course, Sustainability Management and General MBA is anybody with basic degree can apply and get admission. And like NITI, as well as now Mumbai, IIM Mumbai, is famous for its placement, 100% placement. And legacy right from its inception till today, till last year, we have been like 100% place, achieving 100% placement, and hope to also continue the legacy in future. And our the packages, whatever the students they're getting, it has now gone up at least by 15 to 30% and the minimum package is around 32 lakhs per annum. And we are also progressing in terms of national framework of ranking for the MBA institutes. Like we have traveled right from 14, 12, 9, and then today, 2023, 24, we are 6th rank in India, according to national frame of ranking for management institutes. And of course, we have been associated BESAFE, and we have signed an MOU with the National Safety Council of India, and they would be with us for many such programs we would be organizing here. And I'm very happy to be happy to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Lalit Gabane, we are going to have a good long association in coming years in terms of academics or training programs, etc. And also, as you have seen, our campus is one of the greenest patch in Mumbai. You will not believe that, I don't know, some of you, if you're coming for the first time, you will not realize that you are in Mumbai. This is flanked by 2 lakes. On to your right, we have Bihar Lake, which is one of the lakes that supplies water to the Mumbai city. And on the other side, we have Powai Lake. And we have our own lake inside. It's very calm and quiet and quite picturesque campus. When our Niti Aayog chairman Amitabh Kant visited our institute, he really liked it. And he gave a tagline. What is the tagline? God's own campus. Okay. It is God's own campus. And our students are still cherishing it. And we are very proud to say that it's a very beautiful campus. And we have very rare, uninvited guests are also visiting, like leopards. And of course, you will not be lucky to see them. If you stay here, probably early mornings or late nights, you can have a look. They're all friendly leopards, nothing to worry. So that's our, in a cosmopolitan city, one of the biggest cosmopolitan cities, we have such an ecosystem which I think so nobody can, not anywhere in the world we have such a system or such an ecosystem. So it's beautiful. I'm very happy on behalf of IIM Mumbai, and on my own behalf, I once again welcome you all. And I hope this one day conference, you will definitely cherish and enjoy this and take back sweet memories. Thank you so much. Once again, welcome.
Thank you, Professor Murthy, for your warm welcome and inspiring words. We are privileged to have Dr. Harbans Lal Kaila, founder and director of BESAFE, a visionary in workplace safety, behavior-based safety programs, and occupational psychology. His dedication has been instrumental in shaping safety culture practices in India. I invite Dr. Kaila to set the context for today's conference. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Pragati. सबसे पहले तो बहुत जोर से ताली बजाइए. Let's give a big applause to the people who have come from all over India, and you have made time to come here and contribute to the mission of BBS, which is in different forms, Bharat Bane Surakshit, or Bhai Behan Suraksha. Welcome, sir.
Please.
Welcome, Mr. Raghav Trivedi, sir. He's our CEO, SAIL Energy India Private Limited. So, welcome you all once again. And this conference is very important in the sense that we are into 9th conference, which means we had series of conferences right from 2015, the inception of Forum of Behavioural Safety, and the first conference, and now we are into the 9th conference. We must know whether these series of conferences have made any difference or not. So you know, nobody knows better than you. Has it made any difference? Yes or no? Yes. Yes. What is the difference? We need to understand, whether the safety culture has improved. What is the involvement of the people? What is the leadership involvement? There were many challenges, The first time the safety culture term was coined in 1984, right? When at the time of Bhopal gas or Chernobyl incident. And still people are struggling with the safety culture definition, perspectives, methodology, implementation, and sustaining safety culture. We have many challenges in sustaining safety culture, truly. We have done so much in terms of systems, process, behavioral safety, human factors, human error, cultural safety, spiritual safety, but psychological safety. Many aspects are still left. इसलिए हम कहते हैं फिजिकल शारीरिक चोट कभी कभी लगता है, लेकिन मानसिक चोट तो रोज ही मिलती है हम लोगों को. Yes or no? So whether people are feeling safe psychologically, mentally at the workplace, we need to understand that. If they are not feeling psychologically safe, how they speak up, how they communicate the risk. Last week I was in Assam, and they say that the person who talks much about safety is isolated. उसको अलग कर दिया जाता है, ये ज़्यादा बोलता है. Power culture is there. So, but many companies don't experience that. Those who have implemented truly, still in many places, safety is in utopia. On paper we are 100%, but on reality, on grassroots, it is 75%, maybe less than that. Is it true or not? Yes. So, why the gap is there? This conference must attempt such questions. This conference must attempt the business economics of safety culture. This conference must attempt, is the risk being communicated truly? Many companies have taken up, safety culture for employees, but still they have to go far, covering contract people, covering all stakeholders. Many companies have gone further, including a community. They have also included schools, villages, industrial associations, nearby, road safety. In this conference, we have beginners, and we have also organizations who have reached, maybe 7 years, 8 years, 10 years into safety culture. Still they have challenges. Still there. That is why, so far, till today, till yesterday, I was saying, zero harm is possible. But I have revised myself. We can reach near zero harm objective. But reaching zero harm is very, very difficult, because for different reasons, for different reasons, whether manpower is changing, technology is changing, new manpower is coming, or we are still innovating, we are still struggling. It depends upon how you define safety culture for you. How you define safety culture for you. Is safety culture only behavioral safety? No. There are many chapters, isn't it? So this conference, which has, we have people from GADA Chemicals, we have people from Seal Energy, we have people from Thyssen Group, DCM Shriram, we have people from Vardhaman, Managing Director, our Padma Bhushan SP Oswal sir said. What he said? He said, if we want more production, why we need to harm people? Having more production is not an issue, but why do you need to harm people? So we have people from Thermex, we have people from IDEX, we have people from GE Power, Afcons, ONGC Kraikal, Rameshwaram. We have people from Hindalco, Renukut, and other locations, people from IOCL. So we have, good debate, discussion we can have today. Especially we have Mr. Raghav Trivedi, as I said. So he's going to give us the insight. We have Kirti Raj from Thermex. We have Anil Kumar from Thyssen Group. We have Arpit from DCM Shriram. So we have good, we have Dr. Shetty, Harish Shetty, who is going to talk to us about the mental health policy industries can adopt. So there are many aspects we can, go on. Okay, so, but finally, and there is award ceremony. We have Dr. Lalit Gabane sir. Let's give a big applause to for his presence today. So, awardee, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Over to IIM team. Thank you.
Choose your champions. Defeat bosses. Win PvP battles. Raid Shadow Legends.
It's a good music. No issues. Go on. No problem.
Sorry for the interruption. Thank you, Dr. Kaila, for the insightful perspective and setting the tone for today's discussions. We also are deeply honored to have with us Dr. Lalit Gabane, Director General of National Safety India. He has been a stalwart in promoting industrial safety, risk management, and sustainable safety frameworks. His leadership has strengthened safety regulations and compliances across industry. May I now invite Dr. Gabane, our guest of honor, to deliver the presidential address.
Dr. Kaila, Dr. Shankamurthy, and all dignitaries and the delegates for this conference on ninth National Conference on BBS, and of course the students of IIM who have been very passionate about the subject of safety and sustainability under the able mentorship and guidance of Dr. Shankamurthy here. A very good morning to all of you. I would, at the outset, I would like to express my thanks to Dr. Kailaji for inviting me for this today's event is National Conference on Behavioral Safety. What is behavioral safety and whose behavior ultimately? This is what we need to first find out. The theme for the conference is, I think, safety as a core value and CEO's role to transform the safety culture in the organization. First, we need to transform the mindsets of CEOs. Then only they will be able to transform the mindsets of others. Henry Ford says, the businesses which talk of only making money are no good businesses. I would say the businesses which talk of making profits and valuing the human life and valuing the ecology and environment are good businesses in today's parlance. The profit is not just a money. The profit is triple bottom line. Safety of your people, your economic progress for the society where you operate, and the value you add to the environment, the value you create for your stakeholders and shareholders, and the value the value of life you care for the people who work for you, they are the good businesses. You must have heard a story of Alcoa Corporation of Pittsburgh, USA. Their failure, which was rescued by one CEO called Paul O'Neill. When the company was getting into trouble, financial trouble, business trouble, Paul O'Neill was appointed as CEO. And when he attended his first meeting with his team and the board, he said, my priority is only safety. Somebody asked him, but profits, company is getting into loss. He said, no profits, it's only safety. Because he did the study of that company, what is that factor which is responsible for the downfall of the company? And then he found that the previous management didn't show any concern for the people who were working and who were actually contributing to the profits. But their own life, their own safety was not taken care. The human connect between the management and the workers was missing. So for successful CEO, if you want to transform the company, you need to first establish a human connect between you and your people. Put your feet in their shoes, how they feel if they are asked to carry out certain activities in an unsafe manner and if their safety is not taken care. For you, your life is important, your family is important, and so is for others. So once the CEO establishes that human connect, automatically the company improves. And Paul O'Neill proved in a very short in 1 or 2 years, and the accidents and injuries reduced drastically, and the company's profits have gone up. So that is the human connect, and one has to establish. It's not just the CEO, it's not the leadership. When we talk of safety, means the leadership commitment. So whose commitment? Not just the CEO's commitment, but everybody working in the shop floor, in the company, has to demonstrate that leadership qualities, that yes, I have come to this workplace or this office or factory today. I have to carry out the activities which I am supposed to do in a safe manner and go home safe, because my wife, my mother, my father, and my children, and my brothers, sisters, they are waiting for me at the home, and they want to see me coming back in the same condition in which I came to work in the morning. So that kind of human connect, if you establish, the company will definitely improve. So it's not just making money, it's making profits, a triple P, profits, planets, and your people. That is what is the good company today. SEBI has mandated sustainability report, or BRSR report, business responsibility and sustainability reporting, for top 100 companies by market capitalization. What that BRSR says? The BRSR, what is the purpose? BRSR is the reporting, is that how you are taking care of your stakeholders, not just your shareholders. Okay, what do you do for society? What do you do for people? And the companies have, and what do you do for the environment? So the companies have a lot of responsibilities today, and those companies which are really doing what they write in the report, they prosper. Not that all companies producing the report will prosper. Producing report and doing as what is stated in the report are different things. So I wish you all the best. Happy to see there are lots of senior people sitting here, spending their time, sparing their time, and they have come here. I wish all the best for this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kavane, for your inspiring words and your invaluable contributions to the field of safety. Before we move on, I would like to call Professor Murthy on stage.
Yes, I'll take one. Like as I said, we started in 1963 as a training institute. NITI stands for National Institute for Training in Industrial Engineering. And this was along with IIM Ahmedabad and I think so Calcutta. And there are so many technical institutes like IITs. So to bridge the gap between the management and the technical institutes, NITI was established by the ILO and MHRD that time, now Ministry of Education. And training has been a part of our curriculum, and we have been designing and training several programs. One of the programs which I am involved or I am coordinating is the one, I think so you all have this with you. I'll just take 1 minute to say about this. This is a three months online program. It's designed in such a way that the employees can attend this, staying at their respective workplace, and then also do the observation at their workplace. And then this is very unique program which combines both the theoretical or technical as well as the practical or the observations. Okay, we have about 36 hours of technical sessions which are conducted every beginning of the month, three months. And then on every Saturday, we have mentoring session. These mentoring sessions are conducted by the industry experts who have implemented BBS in their organization and they have reaped the fruits of it. Okay, and of course, we have a small assessment examination at the end of the course, and then those who score more than 60% will be awarded certificates. So I request all of you to please encourage your employees to register for this. This is the fifth BBS program, and then we have last four programs. I think so. We have trained more than 600 people across almost all the sectors, be it oil, construction, road, and manufacturing, FMCG, etc., etc. Okay. So I once again humbly request you the representatives from various industries to please nominate your employees. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Murthy. Now we'll end this inaugural session with the national anthem. I request all of the guests to, and we will start the next session after that.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Sit down.
We will start in another 2 minutes. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes. Guests बाहर गए हैं. Should we wait for them? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We will be starting with the award ceremony. So it's time to celebrate the excellence in the field of safety and recognize those who have made significant contributions to safety culture and transformation. To lead us through with this prestigious award ceremony, I invite Mr. Pavan Rao and Dr. S.K. Singh on the stage.
Good morning, everybody. नहीं है क्या? Hello. Good morning, everybody. Now time has come for the job we have done, the excellence we have done during the workplace. So we like to, we are trying to recognize you for the excellence job in the field. इससे पहले मैं थोड़ी सी एक लाइन बोलूँगा कि आप BBS जब इम्प्लीमेंट करते हो अपने फील्ड में, तो आप क्या करते हो, एक ऑब्जर्वर दूसरे ऑब्जर्वर को जनरेट करता है. सो यू आर ऑब्जर्विंग द सीरीज ऑफ, इट इज अ चेन सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग. एक चीज़ मेरा आज आपसे गुजारिश है कि आप प्रोफेशनल हो, BBS प्रोफेशनल हो, तो क्यों नहीं अपने कलीग जो दूसरे इंडस्ट्री में काम कर रहे हो उनको भी आप इन्फ्लुएंस करो, ताकि ये जो अच्छी बीमारी है, अच्छी आदतें हैं, वो तेज़ी से फैले. दूसरी बात कि आप अपने कंपनी को, जब दूसरे कंपनियों को भी बोलो आप कि आप भी करो, हमारा ये एग्जाम्पल है. क्योंकि ऐसा है कि यदि हमारी कम्पिटिटिव जो हमारे क्षेत्र में जो कंपनियां काम कर रही है वो भी अच्छा करे इस फील्ड में भी, तो और मज़ा आएगा. और हम इस फील्ड में BBS में भी एक कम्पिटिटिव की भावना रहेगी, कंपटीशन की भावना रहेगी. ये मेरी आपसे गुजारिश है. मैं बैठे बैठे सोच रहा था क्यों नहीं इसको और आगे बढ़ाया जाए. और BESAFE इस बार 2025-26 से एक नए आयाम की शुरुआत करेंगे जिसका कम्युनिकेशन आपको मिल जाएगा. तो अब बिना समय लिए हुए अब आगे का कार्यक्रम शुरू करें. मैं ललित गवाने साहब से आग्रह करूंगा, प्लीज स्टेज पर आए. नाम बोलता हूँ, सेकंड नंबर. सबसे पहले बिजनेस अवार्ड, बिजनेस लीडरशिप अवार्ड. I would like to invite Mr. B.M. Patel of DCM Srinam. यदि नहीं आएंगे तो Mr. Arpit. Yeah, please. Sir. Okay.
I now have the privilege of inviting Honorable CEO Mr. Raghav Trivedi from SEL Energy India Limited.
Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Uday Paswan from ONGC. ONGC? Anybody from ONGC? Next, Mr. Kirtiraj Jilkar. From Thermex.
Now, I have a pleasure to announce the highest award for this conference. I have the pleasure to announce the highest award for this conference, the Platinum Benchmarking Award. And this award goes to SEL Energy India Limited. I request Raghu sir, Murthy, Niji and Venkat to please come on stage.
Now next is long-term platinum award, the DCM Sriram Loni. Next announce करो. Next award is Long-Term Planned Intervention Safety Culture Transformation Award, Corporate Award, G Power India Limited. G Power. Anybody from G Power? No. ठीक. Next is Long-Term Planned Intervention Safety Culture Transformation Award for Construction Sector. That is FCONS Infra Limited, Agra Metro Rail Project. Mr. A.K. Rai and team.
Next is Long-Term Corporate Award. I invite Thyssen Group India. The CEO and Indranil. Next, long-term corporate award goes to Thermex Limited, Pune.
I would request my larger team to be here.
Yeah.
छठा हो गया corporate award Bardhaman. BBS Ambassador Award 9.
Thank you very much.
Next, for the corporate award goes to Vardhaman Textiles.
Okay, this side, yes.
Thank you, Lalit sir. Next award is Study Implementation of BBS Culture. This award goes to DCM Sriram. There are 4 sites. Ajbapur, Haridwar, Hariwad, Beirut, and Beirut.
First Ajbabu.
Second, Haryavan. Next, DCM Sriram, Beirut. This is a site award. Yeah, Gadak. Next award goes to Garda Chemicals, Lote, Rajasthan. Oh, sorry. Parsa.
This completed. Your last BBS Ambassador Award. Do.
Next category of award, BBS Ambassador Award, and we are very pleased to give this award to Hiranandani Hospital. May I request Dr. Harish Shetty to please come on stage. I now request Mr. Puneet Bhatia to please come on stage. Bhatla. He's not here? Okay, fine. Now we move to next category of award, that is Best BBS Observer. Now I invite Mr. Hasmukh Goyani from IDEX India. Next. Mr. Nishant Shah from IDEX. Mr. Amit Patwardhan. I invite Anand Mali. Next, Mr. Niji James from SEIL Energy. Ajo. Venkat Ramji from SEIL Energy. Mr. Viraj Thakur. Anyone can accept his award from IDEX. With that, we come to end of the award ceremony. Thank you, Lalit sir. Thank you very much, sir.
One of the traits for a leader is to reward and recognize his people for good safety behaviors. Just do not recognize people for producing the production numbers. Making the production numbers without accident is regarded as a much better performance than just a production number, higher production number, exceeding the target and killing 3 people on the shop floor. That performance is no good performance. So I think these rewards for good safety behaviors or implementing the BBS programs, the best, the BBS champion or all, they are the, motivators for improving your safety performance, the improving the safety culture and or overall culture in the organization. So I congratulate Dr. Kaila for very successfully organizing this award function, which would, I know, year on year, it will definitely have more and more participation from the industries and from the industry leaders. So I wish all the best for the future successes. And thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rao and Mr. Singh, and congratulations to all the deserving winners. Your unwavering dedication to safety is truly commendable. So, hello everyone. My name is Anushka Prasad, and I'll be taking this forward. So, we now move to our first knowledge sharing session where esteemed industry experts will share their insights on various aspects of safety culture and best practices. So, before this session, I was given a task to check upon the speakers, and something that we all MBA students generally do is check their LinkedIn accounts and profiles. And the amount of experience each one of the speakers have is tremendous, and it cannot be justified by any kind of introduction given here. So I'll just start. So the list of distinguished speakers for this session include first Mr. Raghav Trivedi, CEO SAIL Energy India Limited. Started his career with BHEL, having rich experience of 40 plus years, and I request him to grace the stage with his presence. So, yeah. Sir, give him the mic. Sorry, 1 minute.
Do you want mic now? Okay. Okay. ये टेबल रख देंगे यहाँ पर सेंटर में, है ना?
Sir said after all the seated.
Sabko. Sir, you may sit, sir. Okay. So second, we have Mr. Kirtiraj Jilkar, Executive VP, Thermax Limited. He is a distinguished leader with 30 plus experience in the field, and he has completed Senior Executive Leadership Program from Harvard Business School. Third, we have Mr. E.S. Anil Kumar, COO and ED, Thyssen Group, USA India Limited. Started his career with L&T in 1995 and is having 25 plus experience in this field. Fourth, we have
What
Mr.
we will do,
Arpit Nanavati,
वो ले
VP HSE DCM Shriram Limited. He is leading the EHS and sustainability function for chemical business, and he has significantly contributed in various roles with hardcore plant operations and central business functions.
It's okay, I think so.
Next, we have Dr. Harish Shetty, Head of Psychiatry, Hiranandani Hospital. For him, no introduction is required. He is a renowned psychiatrist associated with Hiranandani Hospital in Mumbai.
Both of us.
He is widely known for his expertise in mental health, counseling, and community psychiatry. So let's welcome all of them. Thank you.
We'll keep here. मैं बॉटल बाद में रख देना माइक बॉटल पर रख देना चार जाकर बाटे
So we can start. Please. So, I invite Mr. Raghav Trivedi to please start the session.
Well, should I use one of the mic and?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Hello.
So, Dr. Gavani, Dr. Kaza, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. It's about, I would say, more than 4 decades that I'm in the industry, and of that period, about 2/3 in the project. Started my career as a commissioning engineer in BHU, and then EPC and Reliance, and so that time which I spent mostly with the associates at ground, I find it very, in fact, uncomfortable sitting in the office or that kind of job. That commissioning and the project is in my blood. And when I look back, and when I think about the safety part of the whole thing and discussion on the safety, it reminds me the days when I am working with a fitter or electrician, gone to do a job and never came back. These are the impressions I carry with me. When I look back at my career, very honestly, I am saying that I do not get any memories or sense of achievement by, say, we commissioned this, we commissioned this. What comes to my mind, that how we lost the people. And since I have worked at ground level, I know that many of those accidents, partial, could have been avoided. Well, in all accidents, we say like this. Even the car accident, we say if you drive carefully, slow, could have been avoided. But in industry, the way we started our journey, safety was nearly missing, I would say. Wearing a helmet was like, किसी पे एहसान कर दिया हमने. We started our journey like this. I remember that in a construction site, a boiler is being constructed, welding is going on, and what we learned, people will have the helmets on the site, just look up, not much welding happening. Well, I can stand here and talk. It gives a creep to all of you who are the young people, the way we talk about the safety, but this is how the safety was started. And the result is, we have seen so many people losing their life. I've also, what reminds me of also, that because of the negligence of someone, somebody lost the job, life. That the seniors in a closed room will say, well, you have to be careful, but outside, the organization has a different story to tell. So, having said that, that is what motivates me to work for safety. The fact is, those faces I still remember, whether they were workers or they were engineers. Unfortunately, this was my life. The fact is, when I see around and I can think about my relatives and my friends, I feel envy. I sometimes think at this age, why should I have chosen a job like that? A person working in administration, a person working in bank, if he gets a phone call late in the evening, his beat doesn't escape. Mine does. First thing from the plant, I say, everything's safe. Don't bother about the machine. But this is what it is. So sometimes I feel envy that what kind of profession I'm in. But then this is also inspiration for me to work. Thanks to Dr. Kaila when he came here to our plant, and he has a very simple way of putting the things. That is his quality. He simplifies a very complicated subject. I thank him a lot, and all the awards we have seen, actually the whole credit goes to him. So a very simple concept that let everybody do daily basis whatever they can do. That's the simplified way of BBS. Go around, see good things, bad things, fix it there, or have a plan to fix. What can be better than that? So thanks, Dr. Kaila, and I am a big supporter of it. And I would say that, I mean, earlier it was talked whether the CEOs are responsible for profits and loss and all that. Well, that's the system you worked in. That's a prerequisite. You have to do that. But somewhere, and why these lines are being set? Because somewhere you have a choice here to lead the safety or not, or leave to somebody else. I feel the biggest thing that you can do, not as a CEO or engineer or whosoever, as a human being, to do everything to save the life of someone. That's the topmost priority. When I talk to my engineers, I say, look, this worker, how much faith he has on you. You say, open the wall, he opens the wall. He never asks you whether the media inside that has a acid or superheated steam or cold water. If flange leakages, there's a flange leakage, what happens to him? He never asks you. That is the faith he has on you. Then are you doing sufficient for him back? That's the question. Well, that is the story, so that all motivates that I spend a lot of time on whatever I can do as a person. Two things at the end I would like to say. Very often, the data of safety drives the behavior of senior management. How many safe hours, how many BBS observations, near-miss analysis. Sometimes I feel, to be very blunt, that they are the trap. You don't think beyond it. They are good to have, think beyond it. I see senior management discussing a lot about near risk. So if you think too much about it, then sometimes you even do not get things back. Well, and one last point which I'm trying to do, bring the new technology into the safety. Take help of AI, take help of robotics. We are working on areas which are inherently unsafe and trying to discuss with IITs and the other innovative things, because there the robotics, you can do operations with robotics. We can't do that operation there, which has a history of workers getting injured partially or whatever. So I'm trying to do that. I invite all of you to think from that point of view. Well, safety is something, it is a non-ending thing, but I believe that an honest approach is what's required as a human being. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen, for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable input. So next we have Mr. Kirtiraj Chilkar, Executive VP, Thermax Limited. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. And first of all, Mr. Gopani, Mr. Kaila, Professor Shankar, and my other colleagues on the dignitary and my friends in the hall. It's quite ironic that the professor started the safety discussion with the leopard mention, which was quite unnerving when we are talking about safety. You know, it was quite, I said, yes, we're in the most safe campus, but I think nevertheless it's good to always be careful. That was on a lighter note. The second
said
thing,
it's a friendly
yeah, I know, I'm just on a.
But there are snakes also.
human friendly.
So, just to cut back to the core topic, safety at Thermax has been like any other company's journey. It started with figures, like Mr. Trivedi mentioned, and I also started my journey 30 years ago. And the only test that I had to perform as a trainee engineer was, there was like, can you climb up the boiler straight away? And then we will decide whether you qualify. And I never asked for a helmet, I never asked for any safety shoes, and I climbed up. So that was the way we were inducted. And cut back to today, when I was in the site, we don't enter the site without PPEs. And there's a big change. We've come a long way. But I would say, thanks to Professor Kella, and the key change that I think that has happened and which is helping us move safely forward is to understand that unless we change behavior on the ground and the way we respond to the environment, we cannot change safety. Looking at safety through metrics and KPIs is one part of the story, which leadership is compelled to do. But I think changing behavior at the ground is more important. And I had an opportunity to understand what is behavior at my school training. Actually, very importantly, culture is a piece which is extremely important in the goal or purpose of an organization and the strategy of an organization. What you are able to achieve in an organization cannot be achieved without culture. Culture is the backbone. You can have the best strategy, best purpose, but you can't achieve it without culture. And one part of culture that we all need to be non-negotiable about should be safety. And safety starts with civic sense, respect for human life. And why human life? It should be for every life. And I think at Thermax we implemented the behavior-based safety in the last, I think, 2 years. We experimented and we are seeing good results about it. I'm happy to share that I think we achieved a peak worker participation in behavior about 50-60%. We peaked sometimes at 80, but it could never go beyond 50-60. Primarily because of the big labor challenge that we have today. People come, people leave. We don't have migrant laborers working, and people keep changing. And there are many things we keep doing in order to identify who are the new workers, because the new workers don't come with the culture. The culture of the site changes. And in many ways, we mark the new worker with a different helmet, with a different set of uniforms, or things like that, so that the people within the whole site understand that this is a new guy, we need to keep a watch on him. And I'm happy to share that all this, when we have been pushing forward, we've been able to achieve a lot more. I mean, the metrics may be an outcome, but what we've been able to achieve is the participation of the workers. And one example I'll give is workers have started to stop work at site. I think somebody mentioned that safety managers are, the people who are excluded because they stop work, they become an impediment in the work. But my own observation has been that if a worker stopped work because he will not carry out the activity if he's not given the right PPEs or if he feels the right kind of scaffolding is not available, I think we've moved forward and we've not achieved much, but we've moved forward. And I like to describe safety, an achievement in safety as a quiet year or a quiet month or a quiet week. Because the moment you say you've been there and you achieve safety, you know there's the next event that is going to happen. So it's best to describe safety as a no event activity. So if a worker is able to stop work and push the management back and say that I will not undertake this activity, I think there's a lot that the management is doing in empowering the workers at site. The other thing I will say is, it is important that safety has to become convenient for people. Many times I see safety engineers and site in charges and discipline heads filling up reports and statistics after statistics and sending it to head office. आज इतना LTI, इतना near miss report करना है, आज इतना observations report करना है. And in that whole statistical mirage, we lose the real intention of what is to be done. I think we implemented Thermax Live, which is a digital software which is completely changing the way we do work on safety. Nobody has to fill up any report. Everything is digitally controlled. Everything that is done at site, whether it is observations, any activity that is done at site is captured through that app. And we get a live pulse of the site. We are able to see exactly how the behavior or the culture of a site is either moving up, how many at-risk behaviors are coming. It's all automatic. We don't need to do anything. And that much more time has been freed up for safety engineers to work and to actually observe and come back to us. So I would say our digital journey and what Mr. Trivedi said is that we should bring in robotics and AI. We are trying to do that. We are trying to bring in AI to analyze. We have about thousands of observations, 5,000, 6,000, 8,000 observations coming in, and trying to analyze all of that by a single person is not possible. So we are taking the help of AI and we are bringing that in. We are also looking at drones doing a lot of work, like painting the chimney, the heights, etc. One important thing which we are doing in order to improve safety is, we are trying to modularize all the equipment we are sending to site. So that reduces the work that the worker actually does. The moment you reduce the worker, you reduce risk, you reduce the challenge of anybody working at a height or even handling some tools. I think modularization, in my opinion, is going to be the next thing that is going to come in handy, especially given the kind of migration problems we have, the labor problems we have. So that's another step we are taking. I would say, in closing, my own view is, I think as an organization or as an individual, I would like to describe myself as a safety officer first. Then I would like to describe myself as an executive or as a manager. And I would say that, we should all come together, and I'm happy and I would thank each one of you to spend time on a very, I would say, non-interesting topic to many like safety. But perhaps the most important in the country, and like Mr. Modi has launched many gasification missions, he has launched a mission on national hydrogen. I think there is a time that somebody should launch a national safety mission. And that mission should continue to give and guide people and organizations to create the right way forward on safety. That's the way we should look at safety. That's the purpose we should have it. So with that, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me, and I'm honored to be on the stage to share stage with people who have equal thoughts about safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have Mr. Arpit Nanavati next, because meanwhile we are loading Anil Kumar sir's PPT. So yeah.
No worries, no worries. Take your time. Is it on now? You have that changer? Slide changer? Okay. So good morning, everyone. No problem. Let me connect, because I think the team is sitting over for some time, and I think this technical glitch is also helping us to stretch our legs so we can stand up for a minute and just stretch ourselves, so that becomes easier. See, all these technical glitches are always a welcome for us to utilize it. You can just stretch a little bit. We have some doctor and others, so we can just stretch ourselves a little bit, be comfortable, whatever you want to do. So it will be easier for us to, I like certain things like this, that helps. So basically this is all about, when we are all safety professionals, it's all about engaging, and we always connect with people. So thank you very much. So you can take your positions now, whenever, as you feel comfortable.
Or you can come this side, maybe. You can sit down. This side.
Okay, so for a change, I'm coming with few slides just to, share the thoughts that we have. So the topic, so let me just start once everyone feels comfortable and settled. Can we start? Yes. Okay, thank you. So the topic is about, excellence through safety culture. I just want to take, a couple of seconds for you to think over. We are not talking about safety culture excellence. I think we are talking about excellence through safety culture. And the topic that was given was about how do we really make, our CEO, basically I'm using the word CXOs because they are the people who do the business, and they are the one who are actually driving it for us. So in fact, to connect, make sure that we have always something which, brings everybody on the same platform. We have started doing this one rhyming word is be safe, then people respond by choice. Many times we see, oops, just got saved, right? Does it happen or not? Yes or no? Every day, guys, we are all safety guys and we are all human beings. Even we are not in the plant and driving the car, we have these challenges, right? Not for ourselves, but for somebody else's reason. So it's many times we are saved by chance. So how do we become, saved by choice is the journey. And whatever I'm saying, let me put a disclaimer. We are not there, but we are on the journey. So that's what we are going to talk about. So how do? We have taken a project called BLAST. BLAST is about being a lighthouse, BL, being a lighthouse through exemplary safety systems, ESS, and excellence in digitalization. So that's the project that as an organization, as the top leadership has, picked it up, and we are working around it. Okay, so BLAST is being a lighthouse through exemplary safety systems and excellence in digitalization. See, ultimately, we are all in business. We want to make sure that we remain in business. Next, please. And that's what we are in for last 130 years, which itself shows that there has been a lot of, sustainable element into it, because very few companies have lasted more than a century. And we have the leadership, next please, who is making this happen. And the core is having always the EHS and sustainability into it. And that's how we are, continuing to do the business. Next, please. So now we are talking about the, no, hold on. Yeah. So I am showing a, guy who is always having the number, and he is the one who is driving the business, bringing the top line, bottom line, everything. So that is supposed to be only not CEO, but CXOs, because nowadays CFOs, CIOs, CTOs, all of those guys have equal role to play in the business. And if we talk about safety only with the operations, I'm sure that organization will fail. There is an equal amount of participation and ownership required by the marketing team, by the supply chain team, and their leaders. And that's what something which is prompting me to use the word CXO. So we all know the culture is all about common beliefs, the collective behavior of an organization. I don't want to go into the definitions of that. Next, please. But actually, it is what is important for us is to understand what are the key indicators. And I'm saying receptive communication. It's not just the open or this thing, because it's important for us if we are able to measure that I am getting something, am I able to accept it? And that is also connecting to the last dot is learn and unlearn. Lot of things which drives our behavior is because of our perceived notions and other things, which is actually a key indicator. Are we doing good on this or not? If we are really doing good, then probably we are on the right track. If not, that's an opportunity for us to improve. So how CXOs can use this? And again, I will remind you, we are talking for the roles who are having the business responsibility. They are the people who have to turn around. We heard about Elko and others. So it's an important strategic pillar for the business delivery. And how business delivery is getting benefited by the safety culture. That's what we are talking. Okay. Next. So it always improves a lot of things. So now when we talk about this, what are the challenges? So it's all about, the most important thing I'm sure people will have, agreement is that how do we overcome the resistance or a mindset, or how do we bring that change? Because we always, as a human being, have a challenge to accept something which is coming to us. So that challenge is always there. As the people go up in the hierarchy, these challenges become much bigger because they have to take care of everyone. And how do we balance in safety without diluting, balancing business without diluting the safety expectations, and putting up the right level of priorities, because there are always conflicting priorities. So these are the challenges which any of the CXOs will have when they have the responsibility to deliver for the business. Next, please. So what can help, the strategy, because we are talking about the senior most people who are, having the highest level of influence. The guys on the floor, we do whatever, 100, observations. But if things don't get driven from the top, it's not easy to sustain, and that's where the change has to come. So first of all, we are seeing that those leaders who are having the responsibility to deliver for the business, they must have a very clear vision. They need to set the values and the behaviors expectation for safety, and how this helps that in turn for the larger business benefit. We'll talk about that. And then ultimately, a lot of other things which is anyway requirement of a business is policy, allocation of resource, and making sure that right accountability framework. How do we make sure that everybody does their bit in their role? And if it is a safety guy who is going to say, guys, you need to do this, do you believe it is going to happen easily? Yes or no? No, right? So who has to tell? The leaders. The L+1, I always say. Even when we talk about the contractor, you become a senior manager or a GM, but that contractor guy is more important. He's having that Mukadam is more important for him because he's paying him. So we need this to come from top. And now, next please. So now we are connecting exactly to the topic which we are saying is any unsafe or undesirable, safety outcome is having some breach of the productivity or a quality systems. Just take a pause and understand and evaluate. Any of the recent incident at site, I don't need you to share it with me, but think about it. Wherever you will see something which has an undesirable safety outcome, it has passed through one or two stage of either, there's an impact in the productivity, some shortcut, some, loss of material, or, so that's the productivity loss, or maybe some compromise on the quality requirement of the product, and then all those things have failed. Outcome is undesirable safety event. So now let's put it slightly in a reverse manner. If we want to really be excellent in the business, ultimately we are talking about the bottom line, top line, triple bottom line. What is going to make these guys more happy is that, please. The expectation is always very simple. Everyone does everything right every time. So easy, na? Is it easy? The leaders are here and we have heard sir for more than 4 decades he has worked, but he expressed his feeling. So it's not easy. So how do we do this? How do we break this? Because this is all gyan unless we try to do something which is really. And let me tell you, each organization will have their own way of, finding the challenge and the solution. There cannot be any control C, control V in this for sure, right? So that's what I'm saying. Easier said than done. Now, I'll take a couple of minutes just to talk about how we try to do at DCM Sriram. Next, please. So how we begin at DCM Sriram, we wanted to have this vision and values and behaviors. So being a safety professional, I am sharing this with this team also. I did it almost 2 years back where I started working 2.5 years back. And we created some idea around what we should be, how we should be looking, maybe in next 3 years, 5 years, where we should be. And my CEO told me, Arpit, this won't work. I was saying, what are you saying? I have done so much of work. We did it internal exercise with my team, VHS team and all this. No, it's your vision. It's not our vision. So then that clicked, and it took almost a year for us to get to a level where we are today. That is, this we did certain workshop in a very curated sessions, what exactly we want to be. And this was done along with the senior most leadership. If we try to do it, it's a small initiative. If we want to make up impact, this has to start with the senior most people. And this exercise helped us to, bring out the outcome in form of what really we care about, how do we really going to get to, and then we created our vision. People, it's not now one guy's thought that we should be like this. It's collective idea that where we want to be. The moment we know the milestone or the penultimate stage that we want to be, which is always going to be journey, it's not going to be, a milestone that you be there and then you say, okay, everything is fine. The next day we are going to fall flat. But we know this is the journey that we want to be. Then we did the exercise of, okay, so how do we get to the values? And next, please. So values are important when we talk because this is non-negotiable. It's not my priority. The moment I say safety is my topmost priority, I am giving a signal that it can be a second priority tomorrow if there is a business demand. We go to temple in whatever hurry that we are. I don't go with chappals or shoes. I'll always keep it out. That's the value. So we are saying that if it is value, then it will be more easier for us to connect. Please tell me if I'm taking long. Okay, fine. So these are the values I act on, which is again very, very uniquely crafted, almost 7-8 years back. So there was a discussion, should we have a separate safety value? Then, in fact, we said that why don't we connect this and then make sure that we have a correlation to this so that it helps. It's because all these points, when we talk about integrity, agility, customer centricity, it can very well connect to what we have been doing or what we are trying to achieve in terms of safety and health. Next, please. So then we could come out with our values. Now I don't want to go into the details of everything, but we can be very, very, it connects because then it helps people to act in this direction. And this is what we are going back to that role of the senior most leaders. How do they bring, the organization into this alignment? Say when I'm saying, sorry, I need to glasses, but I want. So just one or two is about integrity, is all about honesty. Honesty in at all times when it talks about safety, right? And agility is we always want people to act swiftly. Are we? Again, we are all here. There is a job which is coming from, from the plant. One is connecting to the stoppage of the production. Another is correcting the unsafe situation or a condition. Which one takes longer? I don't want you to answer, but it varies in the different level of maturity of the organization. There are organizations where those things will be addressed first. So how do we bring that? I'm not saying that we are there in the beginning itself. But now this will help people to think that I need to make sure that there is a swift action on. So it's connecting back on agility part for us. Similarly, when we talk about the openness, there is a point to speak up. Speak up on health and safety issues, incidents, report it. no taboo. But it will not happen on its own. Leaders will have to tell. This has to be communicated to a larger group that this is what we are now up to. So based on these values, we have tried to create the, next please. We have tried to create the behaviors which will help to achieve the actionable and tangible, individual contributions that. And then when we were discussing this with the larger group, including the senior leadership, there was a point discussed that should we do it only for the people, everyone, or there has to be something for leaders, even more than what others do. And there was a view that no, we should have two different expectations. So this is a clear expectations that we are setting up. That how do we, work and achieve integrity? How do we work and achieve the agility? When I'm saying agility is, I will act on concerns about the health and safety as soon as they arise. And what is leader's role is, I'll act swiftly and also involve my team. This is all about giving more and more clarity on how do we bring the focus on health and safety and ultimately achieve the excellence. The bottom line is, in my today's, thank you. So bottom line of my, perspective today was that if we really do this well, everybody is on the journey, but if we can really do this well, this is really going to give us the business benefits, because the moment we see people feeling safe, they definitely, contribute, the productivity goes up, the quality and other requirements are also fulfilled, and business gets the benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for an enlightening session. Next, we have Mr. Anil Kumar, CEO and ED, Thyssen Group India Limited. Give me a minute. Open your PPT.
You got the slides?
Just a minute.
So good morning to the dignitaries, delegates, organizers, and the young budding leaders from IIM Mumbai. So more than delighted to be here for this 9th annual BBS conference, and also and as a person from God's own country, I feel that I'm very, very happy to be here in the God's own campus. So God's own country means that is a tourism tagline of Kerala.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm from Kerala.
Same thing.
Yeah.
God's own country.
Yeah, that would be great. Kerala, the tourism tagline is God's own country. Yeah, so I first time I heard that this is a God's own campus. Yeah, absolutely.
So it's given by him only. Both the tagline given by him.
Him only. Okay, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, energy is there. So, I work in a company that is Thyssen Group India Private Limited. We are a EPC company, just because presenting I just did the context. So we have presently around 22 sites all over India, employing around 15,000 workers and around 600 plus staff at various sites, in addition to our head office. So our industry, as I said, it is industrial construction. So our perspective is in that fashion. You have to observe it. Yeah, click. So have you seen this anytime? Yes. Next one. How about this?
Very dangerous.
But this is observed, right?
Here also. Orthopedics are very happy with it.
Yes. one. This also, I think this is an industrial warehouse. So this also is quite common. So what does it say? Is this intentional negligence or lack of necessary awareness? This is a question to ourselves. So let us start. So let me start with a theory. This is quite, I heard all of you, I think most of you are hardcore safety professionals. So you know this theory very well. This is a safety triangle, I think started by Mr. Hendricks sometime in 1930s and expanded by Mr. Bird in late 90s. So this is a good tool to analyze. This says that the pyramid is the pyramid, and the bottom of the pyramid has acts and conditions. And as it moves up, near this minor injury, severe injury, and fatality. The numbers what they are thrown there in this theory is around 300,000 unsafe acts and conditions. They migrate to 50,000 near misses, and 300 minor injuries, 30 severe injury, and 1 fatality. There are controversies, there are some controversies on these numbers. So forget about the numbers, but the principles are correct if you observe. The first thing for before becoming a fatality is unsafe acts and conditions. That starts there. And once somebody is successful in preventing unsafe acts and conditions, there is a high chance that it doesn't move up. This is what the theory says, or we can infer that. Another inference of this is from the unsafe acts and conditions, more than 88%, around 88% is unsafe acts, which is nothing but behavior, unsafe behaviors. And around 10% is from unsafe conditions. That means we are not making the workplace conducive for a safe work. That's only 10%, and the remaining 2% is natural calamities. So this gives us a message that the importance of behavior in safety, achieving safety parameters. So here also we have to question ourselves or introspect ourselves whether it's lack of awareness, lack of supervision, or lack of judgment. This we need to introspect ourselves. So safe conditions we can provide, but that doesn't guarantee, that is a message. Safe conditions as a corporate we can provide, but that doesn't guarantee safety behaviors as such. So we analyze what could be the potential causes to this development, these unsafe acts. Presently, we have a skill shortage in the country. Even though we are a 1.4 billion populated country and most populated country, we surpass China. But the real fact is, in construction sites, we have a dearth of skills. We have done some study in the recent past, observing around 20 plus projects, not only our projects, of our peer industries also. What we found is if you need 100 people inside, if you need 100 people inside, you get hardly 70. At best, possibly 70. I'm talking about average. You can even be anything from 50 to 70% is what is available at site. And also, whoever is available, when there is a supply-demand gap, the skill also reduces. Somebody comes as a carpenter to site, and that person is not a full carpenter, that everybody knows, but still getting employed as a carpenter. There is no choice. At least he's a half carpenter. So something will come out. That is what the intention is. So there is inadequate skills in the country and lesser engagement. This is also you must observe. Many people, especially the unskilled workers, they are farm workers. So whenever there is no farming activity, they come to industrial construction. And when the rain starts and monsoon starts and then there's a farming starts, then they go back. That is their prime area of work. And again, when there is a break, they come back to this place. So there's a disengagement. There is no continuity in their engagement. This is also a problem for this behavior. And there is no formal training for safety tradesmen. There are trainings for supervisors and others above, but I don't think there are real solid formal training in the country. Before we employ the worker, we don't demand that. We only employ the people. We don't demand for a certification. When you compare to Western countries, there are proper certifications for skill training with respect to safety and working. And also, we can also see some daredevil exercise. Yeah. They feel that they can do superhuman beings. They feel that they can do anything. This very casual approach, that is also there. So in my thinking, these are the four major reasons. If I summarize, there are plenty more, but four major reasons I could say these are the three. And other than the last one, all other three are macroeconomic in nature. The macroeconomic scenario of the country. And any macroeconomic intervention, the professors are here, they know very well, it takes time. It takes time. It is not possible overnight. If you really start driving something today, you may see results after 5-6 years. Minimum. Macroeconomic scenario change takes time. So these are the issues. So now we have seen the theory aspect of preventable nature of accident. There more than 88% is human behavior. And also there are some macroeconomic scenarios which is actually also contributing to the thing. So then we thought that we have to implement behavior-based safety because that is the most important contributor to achieve safety, SI. So we started this journey in our company. So we started this behavior-based safety initiative in 2021. We had all other safety initiatives in the past, but we started BBS in 2021. Started with BBS steering committee. At present, I am chairing the committee, and there are others like head of safety, engineer is here, and head of construction, and other many colleagues. And then we also conducted, as an initiation stage, various training programs for our senior management and also to the site leadership. And many of these dignitaries here were part of our training programs also. They have important training to our people. Having done that initiation, next phase was implementation. Implementation is that the real work happens at site, not in the office. So we conceptualize these aspects in the office and site, and we have all the sites have got the BBS committees, chaired by the resident construction manager and his own team. And also we train many BBS observers. On an average, I would say 20 to 25 observers in each site. We have presented BBS observers who are observing the exact site and then taking the actions, doing the analysis and finding some trends, and then take the corrective actions. And we also implemented BBS scorecard at site. BBS scorecard with the help of dignitaries here, we got ideas from here, and we developed BBS scorecard, which can quantitatively say, even though there was some mention that people go with the figures, which is not the correct thing, but we get a feel how much percentage save the site is. Just get a feel. And how much percentage sport correction happens. So this sort of thing is a quantitative way which can immediately give a feel to you. Relatively, some sites are not doing well, some sites are not doing that great. Then we can intervene ourselves also from the management side. And then we move to the last segment, that is sustainability on this implementation. This is the most difficult thing, and this is what we are in today. And for this, we have a spot hazard program. That means the BBS observers, they walk around the site and they spot the hazard, and then identify who is causing that hazard and talk to that person, not to harass the person in front of the group. We have to talk to the person and understand why that person is doing so. Possibly lack of awareness, or some other real genuine issue which we have to solve as a manager at site. And if needed, we have specific one-to-one counseling session. We have counseling rooms in almost all the sites today. One-to-one counseling, not in front of his own other group members. And see that that person comes back to safe working behavior. And also, a bit faster than me. So regarding BBS observations also, these observers are also doing a good job. So BBS observers also needs a lot of encouragement. So we have award schemes for BBS observers on a monthly basis. And also we have implemented BBS cards for the treatment, which I will come back a little more in the detail later. Yes. Yeah. So this continues. So we have a program called Gemba Work. Gemba means a place which is a happening place. This is a Japanese term. So our executive board, we are doing this Gemba work regularly. It's a mandate to all our executive board members. They have to visit site and understand what really is happening there. You can see some photos of our executive board members visiting site and interact with the people, not only with the staff, the workers, and understand what is the real problem there. Do we need any corrective action and so forth. Second thing, what we did, we empowered the people to take actions. If something is unsafe, all our staff are empowered to stop the work. We have given this stop card to all our staff members. If the person sees that something is unsafe, they can flash the card and all are obliged to stop the work then and there and correct it and then restart. This empowerment we are going to all our staff members. And at the site level, once these observations are collected by BBS observers, we analyze it in detail and then understand the requirement of counseling and also the trend analysis. If something is really a trend, following something from the height is a trend, then there is something really wrong. We have to address that. Or somebody is not using a proper PPE, most likely I can see that goggle. That is the one which is missing today. People generally use safety shoes, helmet, etc. But the goggle is the problem. So some trends we get, what exactly is the problem? Then we start addressing those things. And also we recognize the best and consistent safety behavior of the workmen also. Even give them award monthly basis, who is the best worker at each site, and also on-spot awards. When we visit site, we find somebody is doing great on safety aspect, then and there we give some gift to that person to encourage them and in front of his group members and take photos and all those things along with the worker. So that gives a moral boost and enhance the photos at sites so that they themselves can see they are getting recognized by senior management of the company. And also we implemented virtual reality at site. There was a mention about technology being to be used in safety. This is a fantastic tool to get realization themselves that what is the consequence of a unsafe accident. Let us say we have so many modules like this, one module will fall from height. The person will realize that he himself is falling once you put the module. So it gives an impact to that person to act safely at site. Yeah, madam. So this is a BBS card. What I was telling in the previous slide. We have implemented BBS card. BBS card is nothing but we have to make a person. The person should be aware that what he or she is supposed to do at site, based on his trade, the trade. So in a management talk, we all know that we have to tell what is the expectation to our employees. Then only they will be able to make that expectation fulfilled. This is the first step. So we made small BBS cards in various languages. English is not that good for workers that we know. So we have local languages also. So if for example, like a carpenter, and that person knows what he's supposed to do at site, and on what parameters he or she is getting evaluated with respect to safety. So this is a ready reckoner also. If that person forgets something, he can immediately pick from the pocket. It should be there in everybody's pocket at site. And then that person can refer it and put it back. So that he is always reminded of what is expected behavior of that person. So we have done this sort of work. I just picked up some of the important things. There are many other things. But there is is there any result? This is what is important. Yeah, having done this much of thing and last 4 years plus we are doing. Yes, what we found, we have reduced the incidents plus near miss by 50%. In 2021, in 2021, our near miss was 42 numbers, and last year it was 12 near miss throughout India, I say, all our sites. And incident plus near miss is what I said, it is less by 50% today. So it gives result. And also, as we know, safety function, the safety experts at site, they are the facilitators for safety. The responsible person for safety is line manager. They are getting the work done. And safety is their prime responsibility, not the safety officer's responsibility. So with these programs, we could get more engagement from the line management of the site. that is actually giving result to us. And also better engagement from workforce, because all these things, they are also part of this journey. So we found and we are seeing better engagement from the workforce who is down the line really performing the work as well. And also industry started recognizing us also in this. So I just picked up some photos. The first one on left side is we have been awarded the Best in the Country award by British Safety Council for safety aspect. And this bottom figure on the left side is 2023 in ICC, Indian Chamber of Commerce award for some of our sites. Again repeated in 24. Couple of sites more by ICC, and this is American Society of Safety Professionals giving us award. So these are some of the photos I picked, so it gives result. But is this enough? And having known high attrition of our workforce, migrant type of labor aside, and also the dearth of skill, what I explained, is definitely not enough. It's only a starting of the journey, I would say. So what is more important is how we can engage in a better way with workforce and more innovative stuff. Once you do something novel, then there will be some impact to the workers. For example, BBS card, there was an impact, but it may last maybe for a couple of years. Then you need to have some other engagement model. So we have to keep people engaged to our vision and vision of safety. And also preventive mindset has to be cultivated. So let me sum up. To err is human. Early intervention is wise. Thank you.
Hello. May I request Dr. Kela to please come on stage, sir? We want to recognize Shri Anil Kumar ji. Raghav sir, please. आप सब आ जाइए सर. डॉक्टर सर.
आप बीच में
Sir, a special award for Dr. Anil. Yeah, for a business leader. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your session. So, next we have Dr. Harish Shetty, Head of Psychiatry, Hiranandani Hospital.
नमस्कार सभी. राघव जी से ये मैं सीखा कि data drives the thinking of all senior management. Did it also beautifully said. Kirtiraj from my state of Maharashtra, Abhimani Manu Santukumara. I think what he spoke about is national safety management, also that anybody, vice president or whoever, the safety officer first, and that was so beautiful. Anil Kumar ji extensively spoke, and integrity acronym जो है वो जबरदस्त है, and I really liked it. Not Anil Kumar, Arpit. Anil Kumar, like a true Malayali, South Indian, moved away from the stage with a lot of enthusiasm and jazba. I think he gave a very scientific, erudite presentation of both science as well as human values in that view. So in that panel, I've learned really so much. Respected chief guest, Shankar Murthy is the Sarva Krishna, Lord Krishna of this conference. My dear friend Dr. Kaila, father of safety on this side. Godfather of safety, my God, Mario Puzo's godfather, and each one of you. I really thank each one of you to make mental health important because, as said, to err is human, to prevent is wise. And I use that sentence that to prevent future because mental health epidemic is on our heads. 1 out of 7 Indians are mentally ill. 1 out of, That is divine. Divine, yeah. Thank you for helping me. 1 out of 3 people who end their life by suicide because of family problems. 1 out of 4 people who die of suicide is basically the daily wage earners. Twice the number of suicides in India in women as compared to others, corrected for population. 42% had more increase in suicides among the youth in India, so it's really a difficult thing. You can put your pens down. I take a leaf from one of the speakers. Put your right hand up. Bend a little. Pat yourself. Right hand up, sir. No, sir. Right hand up. I say to protest mode में बैठा. Right hand up. Right hand up. आगे आइए. I'm talking to you. Yeah. आगे. नहीं बैठिए ना sir. ऐसे bend कीजिए अपना. ऐसे bend कीजिए. Indians don't appreciate each other, so start appreciating. No, it's not over. Right hand on the side. बाजू वाले को pat कीजिए. So in the longest study on happiness by Harvard, it's a 75-year-old study, each one should read it. They said at the age of 50 plus ही होंगे सब, तुम ही नहीं, 35 बात करते हो, 50 है. Somebody speaking Marathi, speaking the local language. It is healthy connections which make you happy. Longitudinal study of Harvard across 3 generations. The second important aspect of the study is for all the 50s who have children. It is household chores helps children to become emotionally complete, healthy, and self-confident. So you have to join BJP. Bhandi, Jhadu, and Pota. Okay, so that is very, very important. Shankarji, can I start? Yes, sir. So let me say, mental health investment, paisa bhi banaoge, as Human Connect, as the chief guest spoke about. But there are a lot of stages, a lot of chapters. It's an onion peel. It's not easy. It also improves employee relationship. It has been found that complaints of employee relationships are increasing in corporates different than yours. Identify high risk. Spot. What is that? Spot hazard. Spot hazard. Spot hazard. What he said. Identify high risk early and promotion of inclusion. Now, this does not mean mental pursuit. Would not mean that we have to be nice to everybody. No. सबको खुश करेंगे. सबको प्यार नहीं, not at all. It does not mean that we have to wear our emotions on our sleeve. No, I mean these are the myths which actually. This is an excerpt of a policy. So how do we do it? In a subject where myths are prominent. नहीं कुछ नहीं हुआ नाटक कर रहे हो. पैसे दे देना काम करो नहीं तो निकल जाओगे. 3 things are increasing in injustice. One is, I will save my backside. नहीं कुछ नहीं 50-50. And second is, I am obnoxious. I don't care. And the third most important is that I am for myself. So these are 3 things we see in international corporates in India, though they have a lot of vision, mission, and a lot of very, very intelligent words. So we need to really bust myths on mental health. If I ask you, a person who speaks about suicide, this is a statement, is more prone to commit suicide, yes or no?
Yes. No.
Huh? How many said no? No. Sir is right.
Yes.
Person who talks about suicide is more prone to end. Here, barking dogs bite. Okay? let me share one more myth and then we'll go ahead. People who are intelligent and toppers, they are less prone to suicide. It's a myth. Okay. Housewives are less prone to suicide because they have husbands. Numbers are very huge. Numbers are very family health. So it's so tough to break myths of CEOs because they're above 50. So it's tough, but the point is it's a very toughest activity if you want to start talking about mental health. Education awareness of all stakeholders, CHROs, HODs, and others. Because ultimately they will drive the program. And it's so important to build this part of exercise inside the group. HR and HOD training, which is again the second level, just below the CHRO, Senior Vice President, and HODs. The wars in the corporates on increment, promotion, and salary hike is huge. Conference में सब अच्छा दिखता है, बस everything is nice. Yalla sugam. Yalla sugam. No, that's huge because every employee brings a lot of energy, negative energy from outside the industry. Other day, in one industry, very international company, one man asked a lady, "How are you?" "What do you mean, how are you? I have a little child, husband is not helping, maid has not come. What do you mean, how are you?" In a place where HR is doing a lot of activities. That guy got scared and he went to the CHR. Kya karu? And we never talked. The point is, there was helplessness in that woman and a very top performer. So a lot of agony comes from different areas, which is what we need to know. Multi-dimensional approach. Americans have embraced yoga. Indians are still slow. Still slow. Enough evidence to say that alternate practices improves wellness of the industry. It does. It does. I mean, there's enough evidence. Patanjali did not show the evidence. Anubhuti se kiya. It took it all from the cosmos. But Americans, enough evidence. Mindfulness and alternate approaches are extremely useful in creating an environment of wellness. And wellness is a part of mental health policy. Now, integrating healthy practices. So I would say that what each one of you said so beautifully. You are institutions by yourself. You should sit down in Lonavala for 15 days and each one should write a book. Honestly. Because Indians oral culture में सब निकल जाता है बाद में. Actually, sir, इनको केला साहब, डॉक्टर केला, इनको किडनैप करो, 2 हफ्ता कहीं रखो. And you should all actually write a book or a booklet. So integrating healthy practice. There are certainly agencies, companies in India who have a mental health policy. I need to really pick up some, learn from them. And I love each one of you when you said, culture नसेल तक काई नहीं. Sorry, Maharashtra में थोड़ा एक लाइन मराठी बोलेगा. Without culture, there's nothing. I mean, it's so important that unless the philosophy aligns with your safety, there is no safety. Unless the philosophy aligns with your mental policy, there is no mental, they're useless. All on paper. Somebody said beautifully, reports this, that, forget it. Statistical mirage. काय तुम्ही इंग्लिश शब्द एकदम उत्तीर्ण बोलता काय लावलं look like Shakespeare क्या बोला था यार. Beautiful phrase, yeah, statistical mirage. And I completely agree that so many people show us a lot of reports, but actually work doesn't get done. So it's extremely important defining philosophy, building convergence. There are mental health activities happening informally all the time. Birthday celebrate करता है, अच्छा काम किया तो अच्छा farewell देता है. यदि उसको भेजना है जल्दी भेजना है तो सीवियरेंस देके अच्छा फेयरवेल देता है ताकि एस्केलेट ना करे. So building convergence is so important, and research and continuous evaluation, as Anil Kumar also said that his BBS survey and 50%, all of you, how even Arpit sir said how it actually brought it down. So any finger fast है क्या ये? कोई बात नहीं, कोनो बात. Staying on the sidelines, you students will grow much faster than the others. It's important. It's so important, being on the sidelines. So, building research, unless you build in internal research, it becomes experience. And I don't think now, without data, nobody listens to you, and that's important. Next. Mental health screening is a must. Other day, one senior employee of a multinational was found dead in his house. He ended his life. I mean, so sad. As somebody said, we need to save every life. And what was missing there was he had given all the hints throughout the week. मैं इनसे आने वाला नहीं हूँ, vague answers. All hints which should be ideally captured by psychological autopsy. Suicides are made fun of by politicians and everybody. You play football with somebody died. Oh, that's not the way. Atul Kumar died in Bangalore. Don't blame the wife. Or if a woman commits suicide, don't blame the man. Do a psychological autopsy to find out what are the factors. And when they came back, they were all guilty. The team friend guilty, HR friend guilty. The number 2 senior vice president said what to do. I said, you need to do screening. No, GDPR against that. You can do it without compromising the confidentiality of the employee. It's not easy. Mental science is not rocket science. It's not philosophy. Anybody who's the youngest in the group, I want, but you should say which thing you have put here. Godrej is the youngest. Who's the youngest? आप लगते हो brother. ये brother आपकी उम्र कितनी है? हाँ, तुमसे बच्चे वाला It's important that if you screen, you might pick up something very early. That's so important. Encouraging VD, encouraging voluntary disclosure. People do not disclose voluntarily because they're scared. Promotion ना होना, CHO बोला कि ये mental है, performance है, पर performance ऊपर धब्बा गया. You see, now in America, pilots come and say that they have depression and they take care of them. Performance versus disability. I still remember this case I just shared. There was HOD meeting and the team, but the one person was missing. And she said, I have panic disorder. But she was found hanging around the mall. No, she may be having panic disorder. She may be scared to come to the meeting. So when do you look at performance versus disability? How do you balance that is also very important. People with Disabilities Act is something we need to look at. It is enforced in government agencies. PSUs, of course, yes, PSUs also, but it will come slowly ahead. Boyfriend ka girlfriend ka yaad. Roadblocks. Some, after listening to my inspiring lecture, करेंगे बोलते हैं. Diversity and inclusion. क्या बात है? And one company employed a personal secretary to an HOD patient who has been under treatment for schizophrenia. Nothing wrong. Nothing kind. It's many of them. And she was good. But one day she stopped medicines. And she started writing love letters to the HOD. The HOD got scared. Posh! Posh! And he removed, and she was removed. But the point is, he will never appoint anybody new with mental illness. So what are the rules which you need to engage? I mean, if you employ somebody, are you aware that he or she is taking medication? Is there something where there's an informal understanding to see whether that person is doing well or not? And the phobic reaction of the HOD said, "Abhi band karo ye. अपन फ्रैक्चर को लेगा, पोलियो लेगा, फिजिकल लेगा, इधर का उधर से ऊपर छोड़ दो." So that's also hindrance. Now, misuse of MHP. Suddenly, performance कम है, पोस्ट का कंप्लेंट डालता है आजकल. वो संभल के काम करना पड़ता है. Workplace harassment का कंप्लेंट डालता है. The other day, a man was so possessive of his boss that he would not allow somebody to speak to the boss. And then it came to me unofficially. I said, "कुछ है problem है, उसको जरा छुट्टी देके बोलो कुछ है." And the person did not do anything. He started creating a ruckus in that. I knew it was an episode of a mental illness. But the point is, he was asked to leave. He resigned, but that's not the answer. And he sent a long mail which says, "My father was traumatized in the war, and that is the trauma I'm suffering." So sometimes a mental illness can be used as a defense. So we need to look at that. And defining the rules of the mental health policy. You can't only have a policy, we need to have rules. We need to have a round table chat about what is the best way we can implement. It may not be true for all agencies, may not have the same rules. Many agencies may have different rules. Now, if somebody says, I have had an episode of psychosis, I was in a rehab, I want to come back. And I call the HR and say, I want to sit down with you because, Shankar, अच्छा बोल रहा हूँ, बोलना नहीं चाहिए. And I want to say, I want to help the HR integrate the employee back, because unless the HR and the company and the person with mental illness who's recovered joins hands, you can't. HR said, we don't encourage all this. फिर मैंने बोला कि इसका escalate किया. अपना फोन करना अपना आदत है सर. And it's a top multinational bank. They will be doing all that abroad. India में नहीं. Well, that's not a policy. And पहला तो accent समझाने, फिर मैं दोबारा बोलने लगा समझने. And because of that, she was good in the finance, that the entire lack of integration, and she broke down. She left, forced to leave, of course, and then she has now joined some other company. So these are the things which we need to really look at, and I would say that we have a lot of time, so I requested that both of them would see that we all would sit down and would ask all questions. Tali abhi nahi, time. हाँ, नहीं ले सकता है. नहीं अभी देखो सही समय पर करोगे ना तो एंजॉयमेंट आता है. So my dear friends, as I share Anil Kumar's sentence, where is human to prevent this? Divine, wise. So Americans, Westerners are at the prevention stage of other illnesses. They've gone through the treatment. We are still in the handling of different issues. So I think when a developing society or a society which thinks 100 years ahead, 50 years ahead, the way they think, we need to start early so that this group, this forum, which is very erudite, and people who are opinion makers and influencers in their own way, if you start, you actually would be able to change the scenario in the country. So I would thank my dearest friend, Dr. Kaila. We know each other for the last 25 years. हम कभी-कभी पानी भी पीते थे, कभी-कभी दूध भी पीते थे, और बड़ा स्नेह, बड़ा प्यार है. हम आपस में चर्चा भी बहुत करते हैं. I acknowledge the presence of one more psychologist, Jyoti Saxena here, and thank you all for your listening. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please, sir. Question answers. Okay. Arpit ji, Anil ji, Anikirti Raj.
All the speakers, panelists, please join.
time and this opportunity to. Kailash sir, you can moderate. Ask question. Yeah.
Godfather के सामने कोई moderate नहीं.
Yes, questions please. Questions please.
Yes, sir.
Will खोल के questions
One
पूछो.
from Shifty sir. Shifty sir, concept-wise, I mean, it's fantastic the way you have taken. Just a help from you. Any sample mental, this policy for a carpet, can that be presented or shared? Yes, sir. Many there are drafts which are available and a few companies who are implementing it, and I will send it across. Thank you.
And also the difficulties they face, because any new policy can be it takes time, issues which come up, getting issues, then it improves as time passes. Thank you, sir. Your term max. Term max.
Yes, sir.
Again, I have a question to you only. Okay. So we are talking about the mental health, and I think we have talked about subject nowadays. So there are guidelines of UN about the mental health.
Yeah, human rights included.
Yeah, exactly. And they have talked about specifically about the mental health risk and in the workplaces and the mitigation measures. So in India, do we have any policy or on that?
So there's a broad policy by the Indian government which came up in 2014, revised in 2017, and that's accessible on the net. Then 1.5 to 2 years ago, they have come up with suicide prevention policies also of the state. Associations of psychiatrists have come up with certain policies. But let me tell you, a policy which works in a factory, as Sir said and he said, and also, and a policy which will work in corporates which are human, say media companies, would be totally different. So there are policies. I will float it and give it to Kaya. I will send it to you. Thank you for the interest both of you showed. So I would like to ask each one of you, sir. Can I interrupt you?
Yes.
Yeah. You have a lot of experience and informal experience of mental health also, how you have actually dealt with. So I would like your reflections on the same in individual. Anybody can start.
Should I? Well, a couple of things when he was talking, and it's an interest for all of us. I will add small things. One that recently I had a charge of this business in UK, and I found that one guy, we were having a meeting and said that next 2 days I am not coming. So then I talked to his boss that why. He said that he's allowed to have stress leave. First time I heard in my life, he felt in the meeting I am stressed, like casual leave, like on leave, he has stress leave. It makes sense. We cannot think about it, but it makes sense. And I will tell you, mental health is something we have to be extremely sympathetic about. As he was saying, that people talk about suicide, will they do? Because the mind says, yes, this is one of the answers. To take them very seriously, who says कि ये करोगे तो हम मर जाएंगे, या हम कूद जाएंगे. Mind tells every time that this is also one of the alternatives. And in our workplace, as a senior, I can say, we do not call people, we do not ask them to work at the cost of their mental health. Be very, very sympathetic with it. I walk with them. I follow in that case what is written in Bible कि जो भीड़ भड़क गई है हम उसके लिए सब हेल्दी भीड़ को छोड़ देंगे, हम उसके साथ चलेंगे. Christ has said that. So the people who need help, first of all, we always start ridiculing them. So I do not want to say cases. I had cases where virtually somebody then really jumped from the bridge. He was working with safety. For years together, I've been talking to him as a friend, but then when I left that place, I heard our teacher. So be extremely sympathetic with the people, and just think about it, whose mind is not supporting. He needs a different kind of help, whosoever, whether it's worker, colleague, or it's a relationship. And what I do personally, because every job is a stress job, as you grow in Indian way of working, stress will come. I daily do meditation. It helps me a lot. And so I understand that the work is something. मैं हिंदी में कहता हूँ जैसे ये दरिया है, जितना पानी बह चुका है उतने ही पीछे से आने वाला है. तो काम कभी कम नहीं होगा. Isolate your own personal life with the work. That's all I can add. But experts can add more. That's my personal experience. Thank you.
Dr. Kaila wants to say
something. Under the mental health perspective in industry, I think most of the industries, they have the part-time psychiatrists or full-time psychiatrists visiting, and also OSC, occupational health centers, in every organization. They have physicians, they have nurses, they have, and some of them, they have the mental health programs, stress management programs, counseling programs for families, and meditation programs, and for executives, and under mental health umbrella, activities are there, informal or formal actions are there, but it is not been taken up as intervention, as a long-term strategy, structured. You know how we have taken BBS safety culture as a long-term planned program. So, but there are, that's why we say it is under the, today we are talking only safety. We are not talking about health. Occupational health is ignored. Occupational health of executives, of workers, of managers is much ignored. So, and there is about 8 to 10% cases of anxiety, and
1 out of 7.
Yes.
It was 1 out of 10.
Yes.
3 years ago.
Yes.
Now 1 out of 7.
Yes.
And the world average is 1 out of 8.
Yeah. So I think this program, mental health program, or initially we used to have under EAP program. I remember employee assistance program at MTNL. हम उसको बोलते थे मेरा टेलीफोन लगता नहीं MTNL लेकिन अभी तो लगता है
नहीं MTNL को मार डाला बॉस
मार डाला हाँ अभी क्या बन गया वो BSN
नहीं सर अभी बन गया
अभी रिलायंस बन गया तो वहाँ भी तो EAP under many banners this program has been on. See here I remember counseling was a full-fledged activity at Mahindra & Mahindra, L&T, and many years ago.
Welfare agencies.
I was working for the Central Labor Institute. That time I remember, I'm talking, about 35 years back. So these activities are still on, but it's not a sustained activity. It is given to the consultant. So these are not consultant-driven programs. These are to be taken like safety culture. I remember, shockingly, one of the PSU is saying we have spent 25 CR for safety culture, but we did not get the result what we expected. So these are not the consultant-driven program. That is what we say, not a dependent safety culture or dependent programs. This has to be taken as an independent, interdependent safety culture. So, but the health and environment, these are the much ignored areas. So that is where how it can be taken up. The response is invited from your side.
Anybody, sir? Yes, sir. After sir.
So I just narrate one incident which happened 3-4 months ago. Suddenly I got a mail from one of our project directors. He was forwarding the mail to me. And he was in fact asking one of the project controls manager to do some presentation, etc. for the client. So project control manager replied to the project director that I am feeling stressed, so I need to relax today. From home. We have work from home also possible nowadays. We are in a hybrid mode, so people can work from some days in office, etc. So this mail has come and he has forwarded to me for my information to my peer CHRO. So I told project director, don't trouble him today, let him take rest. And next day morning I told my secretary that I would like, if he has come to office, I would like to meet him personally as early as possible. So then the secretary immediately arranged a meeting and directly I called that person who sent the mail to the director without the project director. Then I had a chat with him and he told me that he's highly overloaded, so much of work with him, and he's spending late hours most of the days. At home also, after office he's going home and still working. Then I asked him, what will make you comfortable better? So he said, I need some assistance. I need some legwork has to be done by somebody. The brain work I can do. I need some assistance to do data entry and this, so on and so forth. So immediately we got it done. I called his concerned HOD and got it done. This is one thing. That means this is burnout. Burnout is a common phenomenon nowadays in corporates. The work pressure is huge.
Spot hazard.
Yes. So what we are doing now, and this gentleman was dare enough to tell that he is in stress. There are many people who don't divulge that they are under stress, thinking about the same issues, whether the appraisal will be affected, etc. So we have a program now where anonymously we have a psychological help from the company. On anonymous level, employees can approach them 24/7 and take help. We don't even come to know who is approaching them. We only come to know the number. 86 people have approached in this period, etc. We don't have the name. So that much facilities we have now given to people. Just an example I thought of sharing.
Fantastic. Yes, you were saying something? Sir, people are talking about mental health and all, but there are, nowadays we find that some CEOs advocate 70 hours weekly. 90 hours. So what is your... I think a lot of memes have come, will not enter that zone unless sir wants to say something. But I'll tell you what, the CEOs who have had depression, they are very sensitive to mental health of the company. I mean, that's one thing. Very, very sensitive. I would not comment on that, but I don't know. I don't agree with the 70 hours or 90 hours. There are some people who want to stay in the office for long because they have a lot of problems at home. They hang around, I'm more honest than everybody. But then if they don't address the problem, then they also fall after some time. So I don't agree with that. I think that statement has to be seen in the context. I don't know what's wrong with the 70-hour man, because when he started, he was a Marxist and a leftist, and he believed in 9 to 5 and staying in a 2-bedroom hall. But then I don't know what is happening. But I think we should look at it with a different perspective. Is that because people are saying this, there is a lot of mental health work to be done. I would not want to. I would reframe it and say it, but I'm against both the sentences. Sir, anybody would want to say anything else about mental health?
See, there's one theory which I like very much, that please identify your boss and never work with a workaholic boss. He is workaholic for his own reasons. Let's not go into that. Nobody has the right to spoil your own mental health. So they say, look at your boss, immediate boss. And that's one of the theories. The debate is Well, of course, a lot of people have reacted to it, the top people have reacted to it. And the whole world knows that you should have an effective way of working. And you know, the many IT companies have this kind of model. Young boys work 18 hours, 16 hours a day. They have, doctor will know better.
Yes, yes.
In an early age, blood pressure, sugar, and posture-related issues. It's a criminal.
They will die at the age of 40.
It's a criminal. So identify that. And even I tell the children, I mean the young people that no, life is not meant for that. And Europe understands it very well. I was giving you example of UK. Another example I will give. This is a plant. So the plant had some problem on Saturday. So I was there. I said, why don't we call the maintenance engineer? Give him a call. So the director of O&M told me, sir, company gives them iPhone, and Friday they log in their table itself. The phone is in the office itself locked. Whether we agree or don't agree, that's the extreme example. But then they are careful about their life.
Yes.
That is important. If we are not careful, we cannot blame anybody.
Absolutely. Kirtiraj, you're saying something. Please. Can I address you by first name, no?
Okay, so I just quickly say, first of all, Mr. Shetty, thank you for a very invigorating and extremely exciting lecture. Probably a good healthy connection with you will increase my life. And I really mean what I say.
Yes.
So I just remember when this mental health topic came up, I remember that movie Three Idiots.
Yes.
And I remember the scene in that movie where they're all at the crematorium, I think the burial ground, where I think Amir Khan tells the professor that you can measure every disease, but mental pressure measure karne ka machine nikla nahi abhi tak. I think that's the call of the hour, that perhaps we don't know how to measure the pressure that individuals get. And to the point that Mr. Harish made was, unfortunately you can't choose your parents and your boss. Unfortunately, in India you can leave your boss, but you can't choose that I would work with the boss.
You can choose a spouse.
You can choose a spouse. So in many ways you have to decide that what works with you well. And the whole society, if I may tell you, is designed on comparatives. Children go to school, they are under pressure because of peer comparisons. Even the way we are trained as salespeople, I trained my life, early part of my life, training for sales. And in sales, you're taught to be shrewd. Okay, shrewdness rubs onto you, and when you are actually negotiating with your employer and your reportees, you tend to be extremely shrewd. But what works with a reportee is actually sitting down and spending some time and letting the hair down and allowing him to speak his mind. If that relationship is able to find space that he can speak to you freely for some time and not probably see you in the same light as a reviewer. Many times the difference between reviewing and managing and being a friend, these are extremely difficult roles that a boss has to play. And a good leader has to start. And I think if you want to appreciate mental health, I think the leaders have to appreciate that they themselves have some mental health. I mean, I can tell you that when I used to make a pitch, or if I attend a review with a customer, he will probably understand it that typically projects get delayed. There is no project which is on time, and the customer is very kind to you when you go for a review meeting. Your ability to keep your energy levels super high comes with that meeting, and I have to address maybe another set of 50, 60 people on an all hands meet in the company. That requires huge amount of mental ability to move from zero energy to high energy. Because I am supposed to motivate people, but I am getting completely demotivated. So my ability, as a leader, I think the most underestimated or the most underplayed ability is emotional quotient. How can I be extremely battered down and beaten down and then rise myself up again as a positive leader? That's something that you should probably put it in some interviews and find out. I once told one of my safety managers that can I have a psychological test of my station in charge to find out when is he going to buckle under the pressure of the customer. एक time आता है बोलते हैं plant चालू रखो and we know that the boiler is going to go under a problem. But I don't know, this guy is very good in all times. But there's a point when he buckles under pressure. That small blip in his behavior is what you intend to find out.
Spot hazard.
Spot hazard. The spot behavior changes. What causes that change? If you can come out with a scientific explanation as to how to measure somebody's mind, in such behaviors, what changes probably will work. That's all. Thank you.
Before FPG says, somebody wants to ask a question. आपके आगे वाले, हाँ, yes sir, हाँ, yes. Jacket वाले, grey jacket.
So I just want to make a simile between physical health and mental health. Yes. And, since you are there, that's we are talking about mental health policy for the I'm considering organization. So physically, if I'm not having illness, doesn't mean that I'm physically good, physically fit. I have I can have some problems which I am managing. So same way, mental health, I can see from three angles. One which typically come to our mind, which are considered as mental disorders.
Illnesses.
Yeah. Then there are in between things which all of us face, like a student facing examination or pressure from the parents, like that. So in the organization also we may have some people, like in one chemical company, I had an operator and he was taking medicines from psychiatrist. That other operators came and told me, sir, dhyan rakhna aisa hai, which was like their illness.
Informal love. There was informal love.
Yeah. So that was the illness. Then otherwise we all have some kind of pressures, stresses, in the job. So, and in organization, we want to ensure that we want people to have some kind of policy. So, what is our policy when it comes to safety? That nobody gets hurt, injured in the organization. And how that can happen? The person himself has to be physically fit. At the same time, how we manage our work, so same way, how we manage our relations, teamwork, communication, all this is affecting the mental health. And I have a right to be fit, to be that is the first level of the mental health needs. So there are three levels: mental health needs, then the in-between scenario where there are pressures and stresses and like that, and there is real problem.
I agree with you, sir. Fantastic. I mean, we say it's sprain of the mind and fracture of the mind.
Yeah.
So sprain needs very different interventions, fracture needs medication. At the same time, I would like to request you all before RPG comes, please read the Mental Health Care Act 17. MH, Mental Health Care Act 17. There are certain human rights issues which will come up. And also, sir, Kirtiraj, we are doing community screenings for mental illness and mental health. Now, Marwadi community, not Agarwal, which is the other community now, Agarwal and Maheshwari. The Maheshwari Association doing community screening on the 23rd. The Goregaon Sports Club did. The Bangur Nagar in Goregaon will do it. So what happens? Stigma post. This is me, I will come. So in industry also, that's something we can do. After that, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. इस तरफ से कोई क्वेश्चन ही नहीं ओ सरदार जी नमस्ते
First is an observation and then some efforts what I've done, but literally I am leading towards a reflection which I want from you all what better. So I work in an MNC and they have a good, I would say, practices on general health or mental health. Policy per se, I will not put this word policy. But now coming to the challenge statement, lot of things we have done, maybe later we can talk around that as well. India as a country and me being a country head of HSC, when it comes to occupational health, I am particularly using, later I will use the other one. The numbers what we report was 0 case in a month, in a year, in 5 years, in 10 years. Whereas Netherlands, very specific for a country, and other countries have. Monthly health issues, 60, 70, 90. That's the number which comes on a board, and we were always compared, country-wise countries. And I was literally challenged between you people are not reporting. Very, it's a problematic statement. What to do now? Now the question is coming and the problem statements are coming. I started thinking whether, and that is what the reflection I got, whether it is something to do with the framework or the structure we had, because we only have a definition as occupational health, and that too in a factory act, occupational disease, that too in a factory act, and we need to report, and nothing in between. As in accident, it's LTI or something that gets reported. But later in safety now we graduated to near-miss and certain things which is not reported and we are working. So we started in India also a term called occupational illness, not disease. Disease is something which need to be reported. With Netherlands experience, what I learned is people used to report that thing as well. Today I got stressed because my manager fired me. That got reported. So it is possibly very out of context when I see and read it from India, but now I was compared, they report, you don't report, you are not capturing. So that's one problem statement. I got this definition inserted so that we can start improving on this area. We need not to report to authorities. Illness is something in between word here. Limited success, 1-2 mahina traction, and then it has its own death. That's my problem statement. What to do and why Netherlands is like this and what we can do better.
हम बहुत चीज छुपाते हैं जिसमें शर्म है. So incidentally, in a lighter way, UP and Bihar has the lowest suicide rates. I'm not ready to believe that they are underreported, because UP has the highest rate of violence against women. Somebody has to go and sit down a PhD student and do some ethnographic study to find out what are the coping skills. The myth that Indian family is ultimate, we are family, all that is breaking because of the adverse effects of globalization. Though still something is preserved. So it is important. Kill, shame and seek help is one slogan we use in mental health. Kill, shame and seek help to save lives. Spotting hazards and spotting correction. So I think the culture that Eastern societies are better off than the Western society is now breaking, sir. We need to look at our people. There's a lot of helplessness across the country. Though I still believe that people say India is a melting pot, I still believe India is a magic pot. There's something happening good which is not seen in the front page of the Times of India or in papers. So I think through transactions and discussions, we would not be wanting to give big numbers just to be on par with Amsterdam, just because they would love it also, that we are honest. But we need to look at it very earnestly, very honestly, of exactly what is happening and say what is the truth. So the kill, shame, seek help, voluntary disclosure of mental illness concern. By the way, illness and disease are the same. Anyway, that was a very nuanced understanding, which will help us to build a good mental health policy and a mental guide. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, of course. Sir. Yes, sir.
Please. Please.
मैं नॉर्मली एज ए प्रोफेशनल यंग जनरेशन से काफी इंटरेक्ट करता हूँ. हर कोई यही बोलता है कि सर मेरे पास समय नहीं है, 8 बजे आते हैं और 9 बजे रात में जाते हैं, मेरे पास समय नहीं है. तो मैं ये फील करता हूँ कि ये फ्रंट लाइन ऑफिसर जो है, फ्रंट लाइन जो एग्जीक्यूटिव्स है, दे आर नॉट ऑर्गेनाइज्ड. Organization of mind, organization of work, that is lacking. Or perhaps that may be the later on, after 4, 5 years, 10 years, that may be the region of the mental health. So, as a CEO of the company, as a top people of the company, how you are addressing these people to the front line officer?
Fantastic, sir. आपका एक टर्न बाकी है. आपसे कुछ बताया
not for me. Let him, because senior person will be able to answer much better.
Well, difficult questions and nobody will have answer to it. Honestly speaking, I feel that young people are far more smarter. They know about their life much better than we knew. And it happens in your behavior and your guiding. You can always touch very delicately what you feel, like balance and all that. And I have a huge faith in them. I spend a lot of time, energy, and resources on that. So that's the very positive part, that whenever the new young generation people come, they contribute a lot, but they come with a fresh idea. They have a boldness to say, no, what we are hearing here. They are the people say, no sir, जी हो गया, बहुत हो गया, आज मैं इतना ही कर सकता हूँ बस. उन्होंने भी काम दिया, वही आपने भी दिया, अब आप लोग डिसाइड करो करना किसका है. ये बोल्डनेस हमारे अंदर नहीं थी. हम दोनों का काम ढोते थे या दोनों नहीं कर पाते थे ढंग से. सीधी सी बात है. लेकिन this generation is bold. I think somewhere this a new late working and all that, and they are also aware of it. They also, one good thing which I see in the Indian youth, which if I compare elsewhere in the world, we give examples of America and other places. Still, I feel that the young people are still very much grounded and connected with the rules, which I do not see elsewhere in the world.
Fantastic, fantastic.
And our children is still deriving their strength from the parents. They go back to them, talk to them, sometimes as your friend, sometimes as an advisor to the parents also. But I think this is the big difference, and that will be, I mean, this is a transition phase, too much of things coming faster, money coming faster, big cars coming a little early. But I think this will stabilize, and we will have, because of our cultural roots, our generations will do better than anywhere else.
Kailash sir wants to say something quickly.
Sir, just for
Yes, sir,
information,
yes.
sir. Sir, whenever he comes to
Nellore, sir will have coffee with all youngsters. That is his 1.5 to 2 hours session that he will take. Nobody else, only youngsters and sir. Mr. Bakshi in ICICI is also doing the same now. And ICS has changed its stress culture and whatever they've initiated. I don't know how long it lasts, but they don't want to stress their employees. There's some other banks, MD would want to cross ICS and become the second, and they're harassing everybody in the bank. Yes, Kailash sir.
issue इतना hot है कि mic पे बंद पड़ गया.
I think coming back to what Vipin was saying, under ISO 45001, there is a clear, psychosocial issues and occupational mental health has been emphasized all across countries, even ILO. And what is needed from this session is that what industry, what the organizations can, can start off is the to stop the stigma. People start talking, accepting that I have a problem. Yeah, it's normal to have a problem. And mental health awareness sessions to begin with, so that people learn to be open. Because anxiety, stress, suicide, depressions, these are the issues which is there among employees or in the society. We need to talk about it. We need to, and that is why we said that this positive safety culture, BBS, positive safety culture can stay only in positive organizations. So, positive organizations means you have to, also look at the, see that people feel psychologically safe. So that is why you see under the behavior safety BBS checklist, we have the 12th item, emotional health, emotional support. You also check whether a person has a mental health condition, वो तनाव में लग रहा है, वो चिंता में लग रहा है,
उससे बात करो, उसकी केयर करो, उसको अकेला मत छोड़ो, उसका सपोर्ट, उसे पूछो क्या चाहिए. So I think what is needed from this session is that let us begin mental health sessions at our workplaces, and then take it as a long-term program, and then see that how we can integrate. Integration is important,
Absolutely.
with our EHS policy.
Fantastic, fantastic. Yeah. Sir, I have
No, sir, we have missed this.
No, I think, yeah, please go ahead.
सर पहला सवाल था आपसे कि जैसा हमारा BBS ऑब्जर्वेशन का एक चेकलिस्ट है, वेरियस पॉइंट.
Mental
Now
health
the
का
time
भी
has come to add mental health also is one of the
checklist.
हमारा जो BBS का चेकलिस्ट है उसमें, और उसके लिए हमको जो BBS ऑब्जर्वर है उनको भी ट्रेन करना पड़ेगा, एक सेपरेट सेशन रख के कि how to observe, because why I am telling this is the problem I am also facing in my career or various things. Many people, when we are doing the BBS, we just see the unsafe behavior, but many managers tell me, under my supervision many people are there, but it's very difficult for us to identify that behavior. So some training, and really people like you only can teach BBS observers. There are many BBS observers, and this problem they are facing, how to identify. We can identify visible behavior, which we say, but we cannot identify this mental behavior. So something we have to tell our team also.
I'll answer this quickly. Quickly, I'll answer this, sir. In schools and colleges, we build the army of mental health soldiers. हमारे खबरी, so that kids, when they speak and then they go. And so in the industry also, building again in TCS they have safety managers, who talk about champions, which also talk about mental. But we need to train those who are inclined to, and everybody for that matter, how to identify spot hazard, high risk behavior. Number one. Number two, what are the skills which we can use, which I can use, anybody can use in the industry to check whether there's somebody who's on the edge who can really go. So these are very good exercises. Just to go back to what he said about the youth, it's a mixed bag, sir. Yeah. It's a mixed bag. 18 के नीचे महिला ज़्यादा आत्महत्या करते हैं as compared to boys, because suicide is a man's activity. But 18 के नीचे more girls are dying of suicide than NCRP figures. Talking about standard NCRP figures of the country. The second aspect of it is, if you have to be smart with Gen Z, you need to know all the slangs. I've accumulated 189 slangs in the use. Yeah. उनसे लिया मैंने, उनको बोला इकट्ठा करके. Sir, you will not know what they are talking if you don't know their slangs. वो benching भेजो. तो थोड़ा we have उनके सोच के दायरे में घुसना आवश्यक है. Number 3, sir, they are mentally more unhealthy than what we were at our times. Let us be honest. Age of onset of depression has gone down. Age of suicide has gone down. Age of the first sexual intercourse has gone down. Age of the first act of violence has gone down. Age of the first intake of alcohol has gone down. Age of the first intake of drugs has gone down. They are very difficult. They are facing issues in relationships. आपने तो best available को किया अपनी शादी, upgrade नहीं किया ना बाद में. इनको upgrade करते हैं. ये अंतर है. तो धर्म में से आपने काम किया ना, ये धर्म, ये ड्यूटी है. इन लोग ऐसा नहीं, ये नहीं अच्छा लगता है. मुझको अभी 5 साल के बाद ये मिला है, ये किधर था ये तो इतना दिन से. तो ये सब issues है सर. Apart from सर, वो आपने जो कहा ना, वो जमाना गया जब हम झुक के, अभी तभी भी हमको 47 के पहले का युग. अब हमारे बच्चे छाती खोलते हैं, चीन ऊपर, और सहवाग का जो बिहेवियर है सामने कोई भी वो बोले उड़ा मार सकते हैं. That confidence this youth has, which we never had, but they have problems, and that is something we need to really address. Sorry.
Akash wants to say something. He wants to say. Jyotika wants to say something.
Akash.
Yeah, he also.
अब आकाश आपका फेवरेट है.
हाँ, my favorite.
ठीक है, बोलो. Have you played cricket? Have you played cricket?
No, no, I'll manage it like this. So I think, thank you so much. So, I think since beginning, the session started with, that HR fraternity should also be participating in such kind of events. Because I understand, I come from HR side. So I understand that, safety is everybody's business. But then there are some people in the organization who are really driving a lot of interventions. For example, we can talk about employee engagement activity. In employee engagement activity, there are a lot of things happening, trainings happening, awareness sessions happening. Now we talk about what we did recently was productivity-led engagement activities and those activities which are enabling the productivity in the organization. So mental health and then well-being is one of those interventions which are actually enabling the productivity in the organization. So driving our programs which are doing this is very, very important, and HR being the facilitator of driving mental well-being in the organization is very, very important, and they have to really think or change the way the world is changing, and then maybe the attention span of people is reducing because of the utilization of social media, reels, and all that. That's where the anxiety is also coming. They want to see things faster. They want things to get sorted in those 30 seconds, but that's not happening in that way. On the other side, where I feel where we can add a lot of impact as organizations, it is by going around the societies, going into the institutions, and then driving these interventions there also. Some society-related, programs where such programs like behavior-based safety, they can really help us drive the culture all across. I also feel that the government, where they are doing this BRSR reportings, they are helping all of the departments, including HR, to drive these safety interventions even much deeper. There is a lot of stuff happening in social side, and then some of the activities which normally were not possible because of the mandates, they are getting, they are happening in the organizations now. So overall, I think I'm a very firm believer that I know that you cannot change everybody around you, but yes, you can change everybody around you. That's what I will conclude with.
Thank you. Excellent. Somebody?
From here also?
Yes, sir. Sir was there. Sir was there. Sir was there. Yes, sir. उनके बाद ये उनके बाद
मल्लिकार्जुन आडनाव काय? हा, चांगलं आहे. आम्हाला वाटलं काहीतरी आणि
In fact, while investigating various industrial incidents, we came across that all these personal factors, behavioral issues, superficial, but at the same time, in a system-related issues, etc. We discuss.
Ask the question again because it's recorded.
Yeah. Whenever we investigate industrial incidents, especially, so we come across with that is personal factors and some system-related issues are there, whether standard operating procedures and etc. But definitely, that is missing link is this that is mental health well-being. So that particular aspects we missed to touch upon, and in fact, the injured person he is also giving some reasons casually. So that is why that particular accident happens. So here, personal health that is. So my question to Shetty sir. So is there any special that is mental health scanning process is there for the workers? Number one. Number two, by virtue of various stipulations like Factories Act, Insecticide Act, because I am from this one pesticide and industrial insecticide manufacturing setup. In fact, my earlier background was from pharmaceuticals and petrochemical also. But looking to this one, such requirement in this one stipulations. So all the aspects that is all these checks are getting carried out from this one certifying surgeons and all these things. But this scanning process, is it available?
Absolutely, in the sense, as I've shared with everybody, we're doing this scanning in communities. Yeah. We have scanning processes which are validated in India. For example, PHQ9, please write down. PHQ9, Patient Health Questionnaire 9. Free of cost, available, no copyright, validated in more than 12 languages in India. Second is HAM, Hamilton's Anxiety Scale. Again, but this is not valid in India, but it's good to catch anxiety. The third is SRQ21, Self-Report Questionnaire 21 by the World Health Organization, used in India. It is translated and validated in some language, or one of them in Marathi. And Kerala, you have a robust mental activity there. Community mental activity is phenomenal. So there are. And slowly, researchers like him and other academicians should come up with scales for the industry which are applicable to certain industries. Which is very good question, sir. Mallikarjun, खूप चांगला आनंद झाला ऐकून. Thank you, sir. Thank you. My second question to Mr. Gupta. So in fact, we are also facing for this one, that is to control this one behavioral issues for the workers, and we are also at the 50%. So is there any, any special efforts you are looking for so that it can be, that is made replicable for our industries?
So that's the challenge actually. The way we've been handling the proliferation of workers has been to be able to educate them and make them more aware of their own rights. So typically, there are you will find there are organizations who will go to the workers and talk to them about their provident fund rights, their ESI rights. But there's nobody who actually goes and tells the worker that there is a right for safe work. Yeah? So somebody has to make him aware that you have the right to demand this from your employer, like a legal right, almost like a legal right. And making that awareness come forward is helping greater proliferation of workers. That's one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is actually, like some of my colleagues over here said, that you reward people. You put up their pictures and you make them aware that, look, this is what you do and we will reward you. The third experiment that we are trying, and I haven't got the results from my team as yet, is typically workers work with a hand-to-mouth situation. For him, thinking anything beyond the daily bread, the food that he gets home in the night, perhaps a small drink, he's not able to think beyond that. So if you're able to connect your entire program to his basic needs, that means what we do is, let's say you have a person who's done a lot of good safety work, or he's given good observations, or he's done, let's say, good corrections, spot corrections. We give him a coupon which will allow him to go and pick up his daily ration from one of the nearby shops. The moment he gets that, he is able to realize that, look, this is connected to my daily work. My daily work becomes better, my food becomes better, my family becomes better. And that, yeah. So these are the things we are trying. But see, again, I'm saying it's a very complex problem. And the deeper problem is we haven't even gone okay, why a person behaves the way he behaves at site. And that I think is an extremely important takeaway for me from what discussions I'm hearing. So that's my input.
Yeah. So, hi everyone, this is Jagan from IDEX. So, my question is regarding BBS per se. So, I believe bad behavior or unsafe behavior is also encouraged by unsafe conditions and poor infrastructure. For example, people walking on the road in a city like Mumbai and Bangalore, you can see is very unsafe. Okay, because the footpaths are not good. They're occupied by various food stalls and stuff. So, my question is, at CXO level, how important is for you to take care of this during budgeting, in your maintenance programs, in upgrading the skill of people so that these behaviors are not encouraged. And also when you are finalizing such big projects and stuff, how do you take care of not to be influenced by the L1, thinking of that, okay, we should go for the L1 and not go for L2, which might be with premium but with more safety features like AI and what we're saying and real-time operating, and because these are the things that really help put the safety culture to the next level, right? Not going at the same cost level or budgeting. Right? Yeah. That's my question.
Great question. The ball is in your court.
Yeah, I just wanted you to rephrase your question. Are you saying that we don't select the L1 supplier? Is that what you're saying? You select L1 supplier.
Yeah, I mean, there's a tendency or overwhelming majority that people generally go for L1. If they go for L2, they have to give very high justification why they are going for it. So most people avoid going for L2 or a premium with more safety feature or more advanced feature that are ingrained in the why they are premium, right? So that is one. Second is in budgeting or in skill upgradation, because unsafe behavior is also because of these conditions why it is like that.
Okay, so I'll answer that in. So what happens is, see, economic compulsions cannot be done away with, right? Business purpose is to add economic value, social value, and also drive safety, right? So at least for the organization that I work, I can tell you what we do. We definitely have started keeping a budget for safety, number one. So when a buyer or a subcontracting buyer is coming forward and saying that this is a contractor of A grade or B grade, is not willing to commit to safety in his cost, then we call upon that safety budget to ensure that he is not adversely evaluated. Number one. Number two, we have a contractor rating mechanism where we actually build contractor capability, we train him, and we fix 2 or 3 contractors who we invest in. And then not necessarily an L1 an L1 evaluation comes into the picture, where we have 3 contractors who we've invested in, we've told them about our safety, we brought them to a certain level, and we know that even if we select the lowest of these 3, they will meet the basic criteria. And then there's a benchmark of prices. The third thing is, that is the leadership himself, the leadership and the management themselves have to rise above the economic, thinking that, profit is not at the end of it all. You can choose the lowest subcontractor, but we all know that forget safety, he's not even able to complete his work. I mean, we all know contractors run away. We have to keep on getting new contractors. This is the reality. So L1, I think there's a realization in the industry that L1 doesn't work always. And I think there's enough now, I think work being done at least at our organization level, and I'm seeing it happen in L&T and other organizations also, that the value is given to people who do follow compliance and safety. That's becoming an important aspect. So I think it will change probably in times to come.
Excellent. Both of them are left. Both of them are left.
So I just want to add, your question was on the infrastructure driving the unsafe behaviors. I think that's what you are trying to point out. So there are 2 ways to look at it. If you really look at the individual behavior, because ultimately when we talk about safety, first we talk about ourselves. And it's a basic human instinct that everybody wants to keep us themselves safe. So human being will try to find out, even if there are other constraints, because all around, even in the chaos, we don't stop driving, right? Somebody don't say that you would still drive, but you would be more careful. So one specific answer is, if there are any infrastructure constraint, should I leave it to others to take care of my safety, or I need to be a little bit more careful, more skilled, more upgraded? That is one thing. The second thing is all about the infrastructure requirement. In any mature or at least well thought leaders in the organization will not look at the money if the right pitch is made. So that's where we all are responsible. Somebody who is investing money and we are all taking paycheck at the end of the month, but he's putting his money, right? So he wants the return on that. So how do we make a pitch and then make sure that it's getting rightly appreciated, and then once that makes sense, I don't think that's the challenge. Infrastructure or money is, I think, a secondary thing whenever we talk about it, because a lot of things connects back to the thinking first of all. So that's my take on this.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
Sir, I have 2 topics where I want you to address. One is that how grievance redressal helps in mental health. That's number one. Number two, I would like you to speak on what are the effects of mobile addiction on people.
But after sir wants to say something, after that.
So I was trying to respond to his query. If unsafe conditions, of course, I won't be able to comment on the public infrastructure because I don't have any control on that. Directly, indirectly, yes. But if some unsafe condition prevails at our sites, then we consider it as our manager's failure. That is our company's principle. If unsafe condition is not there, there is not that problem with that worker or not the problem with the site itself, it's manager failure. So, but at the same time, I echo with what he was saying. Everything comes with a price. Yeah, you can make all the, but then you have to estimate. So in our system, what we have implemented of late, when we bid for a project, the estimation process is huge because the high value projects, 2,000 crores plus, etc. So the estimation requirement comes to HSE also. So our HSE head also gives input. Well, I need this much budget for ensuring safety at site. And end of the day, the accountability or the facilitating role of safety lies with that person. So he also gives his put this much amount I want to ensure the safety of this project, of this magnitude. So that we don't touch that figure, we as it is plug in that figure. No negotiation on that. That is what we do.
Sir's two questions, one question.
Yeah. See, and also we have three ladies here. Some response.
I want to end when you finish. I will start.
Okay.
No, there are two ladies.
And then we have Mr. Yeah. So he will also say something. Yeah, reverse handling and see what's happening that and mental health. They are connected. They are very much connected, especially when issues are kept under the carpet and they are not resolved. They are not honestly taken up. And but if they are addressed in a healthy way, and definitely it will convert the person to more productive and more. So definitely there are it has to be taken up in a more holistic manner. Not because there is also a rule. It is to be done. It will be taken up as per the rules and regulation. But there is also a human side of it. Okay. And what I wanted to say something.
Lastly, sir, grievance redressal has to be under sensitive people. They have to be sensitive and they have to be fair. To be fair is very difficult, extremely difficult because we all have biases and values. But the most important thing in mental health is justice also heals. That is something we need to take into account. The second question is about addiction. So I would like to share a couple of things. Entry point for mental health. The best entry point for mental health in companies is talk about hypertension and diabetes. Everybody comes. And you ask, second is diet. Kya khana chahiye, lamba zindagi ke liye. Everybody is interested. Third is, how can your children score good marks in schools? That's also an entry point. Beautiful entry point. A very, very good entry point. And the fourth is sleep hygiene. Less sleep will kill people early. Sleep is not about arithmetic, it's about architecture. So these are the entry points. As far as candidates are concerned, 3 documents I would like to share quickly. UNESCO document on technology and education, everybody should read, all the leaders should read. 1 out of 3 countries across the world have brought down gadget use by advice or by law. That's one document. Second is more than 35-40 states in the United States of America have filed federal court cases against Mark Zuckerberg. Now it's so open because Instagram causes suicide and depression. Evidence, Americans find evidence. And Mark Zuckerberg was brought to the Senate and he was told, your blood in your hands. And what have you to say? He said, I've done a lot of checks and balances. Then again, he was supposed to say, push me out there. Then he said, I'm sorry, but there's no change. So that is something very big happening. We need to start something, some movement, or some PIL, something to do with the law also. The third thing is to read about social media and youth. A document by ex-Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, we had data, only data. What has it done to young in America? Well, as compared to that, we have parental movements in India. Moite Vadgaon only Langgaon hai. Sataraki Sangli, I don't remember. Parents got together and said, let's curtail when the stakeholders take charge, there is a movement. They said, there's a siren which starts all the kids have to put their phones down and study. My dear friend, Mr. Rao, I apologize for things which I have not done, but प्रायश्चित हमने बोला प्रायश्चित करेंगे ना. अभी क्या apologize किया मत पूछना, ये हमारे बीच में. सुनो sir, gadget will destroy children if you do not do something. I'm not saying it's bad. So in schools where I go, as far as the youth is concerned, every week I'm in a school with 18-year-olds. So we talk about slogans like never die for a guy. It's easy to get a boyfriend or girlfriend, but very difficult to get friends, invest in friendship. We have started stakeholder movements in schools. Kids coming together and saying, कैसे इसको हम निपटाएंगे? क्या करेंगे? And that is how it will change. That is how it will change. And that is something we need to actually, but you know what happens? Online people are worse off than those who come to office. Online guys are available 24/7. Now मुझे मिल जाता है इसका क्या हुआ? So we need to have multiple points of interventions where this is a big issue all over the world. But we can't afford to lose the race as compared to the country. We do something very good. At the same time, we have hackers in India who are brilliant. They are working with raw and IT. And with a few of them. They are brilliant at other sides. So these guys also have to be preserved. China's best infrastructure is an interesting software. And there's a lot of cyber wars across the border and both the borders. But we have to, it has to start right from school. When you give a phone, when he stands outside and doctors get in, will you give the phone or will you give a phone? So these are the issues we need to tackle, but I don't know how to do it in the industry or the test. I'm through.
We are seeing toddlers, parents will give a phone. The toddler will eat only if he is seeing this. So I think this thing is becoming, so first and foremost, if we talk about mental health, we are ourselves our competitor. The competitor or somebody who is starting the destruction is within us, but probably we are finding outside. The challenge is always the outside. But are we really able to find? I mean, sometimes we really need to see when do we seek the consultation is that we are already damaged. Are we able to pick up the signs, early warnings? I mean, we can get some more guidance that how do we pick our own early warnings and we pick those things before it really damages.
Yes, we'll stop here because we are.
Yes, one thing I just want to ask one, how many of you are taking treatment for any form of psychological problem? To the answer, I'm not asking more. Okay. How many of you have members of kind of society? How many of you of your family members have mental illness or so that's how it is. And sir says something on this. I do 5 pranayams, 5 hours, and then I go into the exercise which gives my but sleep by trance, by level. That is something which is and the best is the push. Not take पीछे बोलने का पूरी पड़ी GST का रेट आने वाला है.
The budget is there to get it. The budget is going to
He raised a very important question. What is it that we should do? I would be very happy to conduct a small focus group chat with 20 CEOs. कोई बात नहीं सर, मेरे बॉस जो है प्रोफेसर पी साइकियाट्रिस्ट who passed away from Chandigarh PGI, who started psychiatric. I used to also say this to him. He said, very sure. Indian revolution का slow थी, unlike the French guillotine. So इतना करेंगे उसको.
Sir, what you say? I saw the closing, sir. Yeah. Close. Yeah. We'll continue later also. Yeah. Go for side. Thank you. Thank you.
So can I please request it? 2 minutes. So first of all, I'll start with saying a big thank you to all the panelists for this insightful and enthusiastic discussion, and the audience for their enthusiastic participation. It was a truly amazing session because of the participation on both the sides. Before leaving, I would request all of the guests, whosoever has not registered, to please register by scanning the code which is present over here, the QR. It is important for the certificates, so I please request you all, whosoever has not registered, to register with the code. I request all of the guests to please move ahead for the lunch session and be here. We'll convene back sharp at 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
जैसा आप आपका आज्ञा का पालन करना हमारा
Thank you very much. Sir ji, what time it will start now? 2 p.m. Arjun ji, आपका स्टॉप करो.
God bless me, auntie. Highlights.
मैं सबको पॉलिटिकल जिनफाई में डाल देती हूँ आज इवनिंग तक
सर पूछिए आप सर वी कैन स्टार्ट ना
सर अच्छा काम करते हैं क्योंकि क्या होगा ना वही क्या हो गया सेशन तो अभी तक शुरू ही नहीं हो गया
So I request everyone to take seats, please.
The way that BBS is done, that's not working.
They are saying there is a session on mental health and policy. So they are saying because let us connect this session and then there will be a gap. If you want to continue that and change this session.
Sir, on कर लीजिए. Long press.
So both may let this continue and then let's follow the
That's perfectly okay. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, how was the lunch break?
Very good. Feeling.
Feeling? How are you feeling now? Feeling, Shiva, how are you feeling? More Gajar Kalwa. Anushka said, we give you 2 minutes. 2 minutes, क्या हो सकता है? What can you make in 2 minutes? Maggi noodles, well done. Maggi and more. So now, I think a lot of very exciting moments. What some of you have missed is the projects. Nirupa has given a lot of heartbreaking news.
Please give them a warm welcome.
अरे वाह, क्या बात है दोनों? Boss, this is the bigger boss. Entire plant के conveners.
So the theme is BBS and its perceptions of safety among corporates. So your views on please.
How much time you providing each one?
25 minutes each.
No.
If you're late now, maximum 25 minutes, not 30, no? 25 minutes.
Yeah.
So please
So I will take not more than 7 minutes. I have a short presentation.
Okay. 7 is okay.
7 minutes.
So please let me know when to change the slide.
Yeah, I will come. So we are hardcore people, so we do it by your hand.
Hands on.
So once again, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to hear the voices. So I think we heard a lot from the industry leaders, CEOs and CEOs. They give some different perspectives, and I think thanks to Dr. Kela and then the B team IIM Mumbai for organizing such a wonderful session. It's an annual session, but believe me, every time we come here, I think there are some value additions. I feel in that. Okay, at least if each one of us can carry one value, I think that will enrich all of us, including the industry. So with that note, I'm just starting. I think there's no, though I told it's a presentation, but it's about my experience and how the industry feel or the corporates feel about this, all about this HSE safety, EHS, BBS, whatever you feel. We talk about a culture, and if you try to see from their perspective, the industry leaders, they have shared their views, and now heading the organizational HSE aspects. Definitely, I would like to link with that one. At the end of the day, what the corporates wants, what the business wants, what the industry wants. At the end of the day, and I think the leaders told very correctly. Definitely, we have to remember that economy must be there. That means profit to chahiye. Without that, nobody can sustain. Nobody can sustain. Even if you talk about the defense, there is a budget for the defense. Okay, so without money, we cannot do anything. We are such a huge country, largest populated country globally, and we have a lot of challenges. I'm not going through that. When you talk about the culture of BBS, probably the time has come. I've been requesting Kailash Saab, now the time has come to frame a national policy on probably on behavioral-based safety. And Kailash Saab is the person who can take it up to that level. Okay, and pushing the things, because probably our society, our economy, all those things have major role to play in building up a safety culture of the country as well. Like some of my friends told in the morning session, see, if you don't have a proper pathway to work, see, then you are blaming the person to have unsafe behavior. It's not about that person. Okay, we have to think in that way also.
I must come, we are maturing. But I think while I start, I always remember a perspective when I started my career 28 years back. Okay, I'm not going through all those debates. I think I started my career from Lasem Tubro as a graduate engineer trainee, and I think the first interaction I had at that time with our that time of chairman, Mr. A.M. Naik. He told in one of our orientation programs, and we are the first batch of engineering trainees, safety engineering trainees in Lasem Tubro. So he told, I followed that word, I think the proverb. So as a responsible organization, as a responsible person, as a leader, it's my responsibility that if somebody comes to your premises, to your place, without a first aid, without a band-aid, it's my responsibility to send him back home without a band-aid. I think that's the motto of all the companies. Whatever you say, big, small, nobody wants anybody to get injured. Okay. There are perceptions, there are challenging mindsets, that's why there are problems. So with that context, we start, and that's a whole concept about zero harm. People talk about zero harm. Yes. I think when you talk about zero harm, really probably there is no such place in the world which is risk-free. There is no such place. I agree with that. And Koila has brought us the concept of interdependent culture. I think since we are a global company, we have taken it up, and I think we put it in probably the word is different, but it's same only about the generative which is culture. Okay, where I think ideally HSC says how we do the business around here. Okay, so we are looking for that. In fact, we are looking for the top of the ladder. Our task is what the top of the ladder. Probably very honest, we were at the reactive level. Then we started the journey, and then we are probably to increase this proactive and generative, trying to be generative. But we are probably at the proactive level. And some of the driving force and see the leadership commitment. Why we are saying leadership commitment when you talk about the specific function of the organizations. How the leaders look into safety. We have interaction with the CEOs. What they want at the end of the day, they want that they should no harm to the people. I think we all know about 3 Ps. But very important is that they do not want anybody to get injured. Why? It's not only about the social factors where we should take care of people. Also, it spoils your reputation, and most importantly, it definitely push back your productivity. It's very important. And when you talk about the driving factors, we believe that probably as a multinational company, we might have a best system. We have the best of the things in best of the documentation. We have now apps. The BBS are now apps. But at the end of the day, there are very important things which come place about the mindset of people. And that mindset probably there are many ways to do that. We follow the ways issued by Dr. KK definitely, and we try to definitely improvise on that we when you talk about that sustainability of that culture. Okay, we are trying many things on such that the behavioral safety card, I think, which was talking about. So there are Indian behaviors. I am here now. I have some Indian behaviors when I am speaking here. When I am at that level, I have some Indian behaviors. Similarly, for each trade, there are Indian behaviors. We are supposed to do this. So those are very important, and those when you are in the industry, people need to discuss about that, make them understand about that. Many times people do not understand reasons are there because not have the so-called infrastructure of having the formal training, especially when it comes to infrastructure and construction. See, it starts from the organization starts from the set of the golden rules. They have a golden rules. We have also the golden rules, and those golden rules are non-negotiable. And we have suppose when it comes to the safety observations, we have already 10 categories. Now it has been brought 12 categories. So the categories are there, and based on the observations are captured. And when it falls into these 8 golden rules, Definitely, I think we try to interact with the people, try to understand what are the challenges, and then take it forward. Okay. There are real challenges, and the workers, I think, if you talk about the supervisors, nobody wants that they should get into. Nobody wants that. And it's because the situation, surroundings, or mainly due to the underlying of the hazards, mainly. The risk is for the judge or underlying that because they are able to understand. So we have some set of core values, and I'll definitely elaborate on the core values because when we say zero tolerance, I think morning Mr. was talking about the gap, and I think many of the organizations why the top management try to involve in the place of happens to understand what is going on. And in that process, whether it's a of any company, they definitely go to the factories, shop floors, places have happened to really understand what is happening, interact with the employees, and in that process, what we have started doing it, even just think of the scenario where the MD of a company goes to visit the site, interact with the on-site worker as well. Okay, that is a big motivation. You try to understand what make him doing wrong, or what motivates him to do the things in the right. And also, in that process, what happens? This gives a message to the entire fraternity that the top management is so concerned that they can interact the workers as well. There is no boundary in that. And there are, I think, many things. I will not go through all the processes, but definitely we will also like highlight about the engaging the stakeholders. In fact, when we started the journey, there are important customers whom we are working upon, and seeing the implementation of our implementation of behavior safety journey and how it changes the scenario. Then they all were also interested to implement, and always I think we talk about multiplying the observers, and we try to multiply our stakeholders as well. Okay. Those who are the subcontractors, we involved in this journey, and as a process, we all know those who are from the infrastructure, construction projects, they know that there's a huge job, not only the people skill, also about the practice in India. Okay. And there's a real challenge in executing the projects, and when it happens, you have to execute the projects. That means you are running the business with a pool of workforce who are not properly adequately skilled. And when the skill is not there, what will happen? The recognition has to be a challenge. We must understand that one. Yes, we have as an organization, we have a responsibility, and we train them. But believe me, when it comes to education, there is a age, there is a time to learn, and after that, it's become difficult. And whatever we do as a responsible corporate, those so-called training, induction, whatever is there, probably that is not at all enough to enrich the skill. There is a set of skills for a particular job, and probably I think as a country, like Islam, we need to think about that aspect. Manufacturing, get proper attention, probably this sector, where construction, which is the second largest after agriculture, engaging people, where for various trades we need to have proper training, proper skill training enhancement programs. Few of the companies are there, I think they have construction training institutes, but that's not enough. I think that covers 30%. I think that's the area we need to think upon, because in the coming days, we'll be driving upon this culture of BBS, but probably I think this enhancement also has been inherently, I think, is an inherent part of it, of developing this culture. I think, yes, when we talk about the proactive approach of increasing the safe behavior, we'll come down straight to the human element. So there are many reasons we should follow, and then I'm not going to the details. But one thing is very sure, uncomplicated implementation, which I take it from the Taylor. Okay. I think the simplest way you can make the understand, and it's also the requirement somebody was talking about is whether the aspects and the mental health part also. If you go through the particular standards properly, it is very well defined. It is given in the guidelines as well. So I think there are guidelines. Now we need to take it out and take it forward. I will not take your point. I will close the aspect. Okay. Only one thing I like to show you. I think this is BBS safety cards. I think I try to sell this concept of BBS safety BBS cards. We have various categories of what I have told you, and this is carried by everybody. Why they need to carry that? As I told you, they are intended BBS, and forget that. We must understand that they don't have the most of them. 90% of the work they do not have any formal education. And with that background, we expect them to do by their own things. It's not like that. So we must understand that, must support them, and we must find out the ways, innovative ways of enriching them. That's all from my side. It was very short. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, indeed, sir. I'm requesting Mr. Hemant Srivastava and Mr. Sushil Pandey also share their views on the topic.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Hemant Srivastava from Mental Health Safety. Company, the company of process of aluminium from oxide to aluminum. From mining the oxide, any products to our customers. It's a very long process. It's a very complex process where we need to face in our daily day-to-day working, come across many types of hazards, many types of activities, and all the activities related mining, transportation, made chemical refining, made transportation of aluminum product, made expanding process, which Sushil is handling. So, smelter has also got its own safety hazards, and aluminum is handling. It has got its own safety hazards. Now, how do we overcome these hazards? Because the day I entered the industry, way back in 1997, the first thing during our orientation program, I was told by a senior person that you should work like an army captain or another commander. You will have a workforce which you will lead. You will have to deliver certain results. But utmost priority is to be given to the safety. None of your team members get harmed out of your decision. Even not only your team members, any other person working in the vicinity of your area, you should not get harmed by your decisions. Are the decisions only are they sufficient that we care for our decisions? It's the implementation part of the outcomes of our decision. Even today, the same line I tell to every ED or in the workforce team coming to our shop floor. Every year we have few new entrants. They might be unassisted. Mostly they are unassisted. Don't have any type of industrial exposure. And it's the responsibility of we people to engage them, to make them think towards safety, to make them aware that not only their own safety, but the safety of their team, the safety of everybody working with them is their own responsibility. आप सभी घर से निकले होंगे, तो आप जानते हैं आप 50 प्लस भी हो जाते हैं। जब आप घर से निकलते हैं आपकी मदर को बेटा संभाल के जाना। क्यों मदर ऐसा बोलती है आप संभाल के जाना? आप 50 प्लस हो, क्या आप नहीं संभाल सकते? बिल्कुल संभाल सकते। फिर भी मदर बोलती है। क्यों? Because she cares about you. उन्हें failure to commit those mistakes. And they keep on committing those mistakes repeated times. And as you have seen the birds triangle or birds theory, exactly that's what happens. For most of the time, you won't get any type of incident, but at one day, you may face an incident. So that's what the purpose of we, the safety people, to act like no other, to continuously remind our team members that however आप कितने भी skilled हो, कितने भी experienced हो, still you have to take care of your behavior at your job site. At our job site at Hindalco Telugu, we have procured lots of advanced tools to keep people out of line of fire. But still they need proper training to use those tools. Otherwise, those tools would become a hazard for them. And it all depends on the behavior, how they behave at workplace. So how can we do it at our job site? So we have found a very good method. So we have found a very good method, and I think it's very effective also. We call it on-job safety training. So on-job safety training is type of toolbox talk. Every time people are sent to their jobs, we all have toolbox talk. But mostly what happens in our toolbox talk, we talk about certain standard. Okay, you are going to work at that job site. It has such standards, and you will have to see that these standards are applicable. So we have incorporated the behavior part also in those standards, in those toolbox topics. We have one pages. We give them to read out. Every time they read out, they get reminded of those behaviors they have to follow at job site so that they are all safe. हम लोग यहाँ एक छोटा सा बोर्ड लगा था जब पहले नहीं किया हमने शॉप को उस बोर्ड को देखा था लिखा था प्रोडक्शन मस्ट बट सेफ्टी फर्स्ट but it's working. It works at some place in the back of your mind. When you just get reminded by it that it's our motto. Production must safety first. It reminds you of your behavior that you have to follow at your site so that you and your people are safe. None of the organization wants to see any incident at shop floor. Right now, as on date, even our MD is much highly concerned about any even minor incidents. If some incident takes place at shop floor, he inquires it personally. He gets involved in it. And whenever he gets to the shop, recruit of any unit, he interacts with the shop floor workmen. He asks them. I've been in such one interaction, and I've seen him asking workmen, आपको कैसा लगता है यहाँ काम करने? सेफ हो या अनसेफ हो, आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए क्या क्या करते हैं? ये सारी चीजें वो पूछते हैं. And when your topmost leadership is so much concerned about safety, then definitely you can just expect what should be the safety implementation level on those units, those projects where topmost leadership is so much concerned about safety. So I won't take much of your time. So I think as Anil was saying that we need to make a nationwide policy at Dr. Lagan and lead it. So sir, definitely it would be a very good thing that Just like ISO standards, we have behavior-based safety standards, also for nationwide industries for shop floor workers. Thank you.
Yes.
Definitely. Yes, sir.
We will support.
Good afternoon, all. And first of all, I would like thanks to all our organizing team as well as Dr. and Thanks to giving us opportunity. Yes. As told Mr. Hemant, we are from Dalal, and more than 50 companies all over the world, we can say. 20 plants India में हैं, 35 plants abroad में हैं, 10 countries में हमें बहुत बड़ा स्टाफ है. और ये Renuku is the mother, you can say Renuku mother. Renuku यूपी में है, और यूपी में आजकल खबर बहुत तेज टीवी पे आ रही है, महाकुंभ सब लोग देख रहे हैं. तो ये जो प्रोग्राम है ना, ये भी महाकुंभ है, ये BBS का महाकुंभ है. यहाँ पे भी वहाँ पर सलाह के एक्सपर्ट आए हुए हैं, मठाधीश आए हुए हैं, महाबलेश्वर आए हुए हैं. यहाँ भी सेफ्टी के एक्सपर्ट आए हैं, जिन्होंने अपनी राय रखी थी, जिसने अपने बहुत अच्छी लग रही थी. तो अगर यहाँ की ज्ञान की आप लगा लेना, तो आप अपना जो जीवन साकार करेंगे, शांति से करेंगे. अभी वहाँ कुंभ में नहीं जा जाए, मैं ये से ही, क्योंकि पहले अपॉर्चुनिटी मैंने इसको दी. ये अगर कुंभ मेरे साथ 7 साल भाग गया तो बहुत देर से जाएगा, क्योंकि वहाँ 25 तारीख का समय है, यहाँ एक और एक. इसलिए मैंने पहले की यहाँ पे रखी. लास्ट ईयर मैं इस कुंभ में लगा है, यही है. और विश्वास मानिए, डॉक्टर साहब के सानिध्य में हम लोगों ने 3 माइलस्टोन क्रिएट किया अपने रेनू पे. डॉक्टर साहब मैंने बुलाया था वहाँ पे, डॉक्टर सर आए थे, और हम लोग ये अपॉर्चुनिटी सर आप कुछ जो हमारे लिए ऑब्जर्वर हैं ना, इनको थोड़ा खाली से थोड़ा ट्रेनिंग दे दीजिए. कि कुछ क्या आप लोग कुछ लोगों के द्वारा डिस्कस करते हैं, हम लोग बोला यस आपकी स्ट्रेंथ है, यहाँ हर व्यक्ति BBS ऑब्जर्वर होना चाहिए. ये बात घर करके फिर मैंने छोटा सा से रिक्वेस्ट किया, छोटा सा OPL 1 पॉइंट सोल्यूशन एक वीडियो बना के दीजिए. सर ने दिया, इसमें मुझे जीती जाएगा सर, चेयरमैन लोग करते, वो मैंने लोगों के बीच में डाला कि आप अगर कुछ घटनाएं हो रही हैं, सेफ अनसेफ, हम देखते हैं कि कोई गौरव करते हैं, क्या हम होते हैं कभी, क्या हम किसी को रोकते हैं, किसी को कन्विंस करते हैं, नहीं. इस टाइप का वीडियो हमने लोगों ने बहुत एंथुसियास्टिक उसको देखा, अपने मीटिंग में शेयर करना शुरू किया. फिर मैं बोला नहीं ये तो अच्छा ट्रेनिंग और लेट अस एक्सटेंड इट, क्योंकि अभी तक हम सिर्फ सॉल्व हमारे स्टाफ मेंबर्स को एज BBS ऑब्जर्वर मान रहे हैं, क्योंकि हम ये समझते थे ये साइड पे जाते हैं. लेकिन सर से आगे पूरा दिमाग जो माइंडसेट को चेंज किया, नहीं हर BBS ऑब्जर्वर हो सकता है. फिर हम लोगों ने इनिशिएट किया भाई सुरक्षा, और उसके लिए मैंने सर से वीडियो बनाया. उस वीडियो का स्क्रिप्ट ही ऐसा था कि हम सभी के घरों में कोई ना कोई छोटा बच्चा चलता है जरूर, वो छोटा बच्चा जिसको सेफ्टी के बारे में कोई जानकारी नहीं होती, सुरक्षा के बारे में अधिक होता है, और जैसे ही थोड़ा बहुत चलना शुरू करता है वो ऐसी हर चीज करना चाहता है हम सेफ होती है. वो जब चीज को छूना चाहता है, वो इलेक्ट्रिक स्पीड डालना चाहता है, वो बेड पर जंप लेना चाहता है. इतने अनसेफ चीजों को करने के लिए रेडी होने के बावजूद भी क्या वो शाम तक इंजर्ड होता है क्या? नहीं होता. इसलिए नहीं होता क्योंकि घर के सारे मेंबर्स एज ऑब्जर्वर को ऑब्जर्व करते हैं. जैसे बच्चा जब जाता है ना, घर में कॉल आती है कि एक छोटा गिर गया, अब सारे ऑब्जर्वर को ऑब्जर्व करके आके कहां जा रहा है, क्या कर रहा है. आप सोचिए घर में छोटा बच्चा जब अनसेफ करने के लिए लाइफ को इसके बाद भी हम उसको नहीं होने देते, तो प्लांट भी तो अपना एक परिवार है, जहाँ इतने सारे मेंबर्स साथ खड़े हैं, एक आदमी अगर अनकॉन्शियसली कुछ गलत करने भी जा रहा है और इतनी आंखें अगर उसको देख रही है, तो क्या उससे रोक नहीं सकते? इस कॉन्सेप्ट को लेकर उन्होंने भाई मंत्र अच्छा लॉन्च किया। हम लोगों ने जितने भी हमारे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सुपरवाइजर्स हैं उनको भी उनको इन्वॉल्व किया उसमें, उन लोगों से कंसल्टेंसी ली और फिर हम लोगों ने एक चेक शीट बनाया कि बॉस आपको कुछ नहीं करना, एरिया में जाना है, चेक शीट निकालना है और इन पॉइंट्स को जरा बार करना है, सामने वाला कर रहा है और कुछ नहीं, आप थोड़ा सा कम्युनिकेट करना, उनको प्यार से बात करना, कुछ नहीं भाई BBS वो चीज मुझे आता ताकि मैं एनालिसिस कर पाऊं कि हाँ हम आप पे गड़बड़ हो रहे हैं, कैसे उसको सुधारा जा सकता है। तो पहला ही बार कदम सर के आने के बाद लिया, आज हम रिपोर्ट पे पूरे हमारे 100% आदमी BBS के ऑब्जर्वर दूसरी इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है कि पहले जैसे लोग नए बच्चे आ रहे हैं, हमारे लोग भी हैं, एक रेस्पेक्टिव टाइप वीडियो लगा व्हाट इज BBS, व्हाट इज सेफ्टी, दैट चल जनता कर या फिर वही सेफ्टी तो उसको हम लोग बोला चेंज कैसे करें, रोल प्ले द्वारा चेंज का कुछ वीडियो बनाए, वीडियो एक अच्छी BBS ऑब्जर्वेशन का कैसे एक दूसरे से टॉक हो सकते, कैसे जिसको कहते हैं द्विपक्षीय वार्ता, एक दूसरे से कैसे हम BBS डिस्कस करने में क्या क्वेश्चन रेज कर सकते हैं, किस मैनर में कर सकते हैं, उन चीजों का एक वीडियो बनाया, उसको दिखाया और फिर क्लास के अंदर उन चीजों को दिखाने के बाद रोल प्ले कराया कि भाई एज तुम काम करने वाले हो, ऑब्जर्वर हो, ये सिनेरियो जो आपके स्क्रीन पे दिख रही है, आप लोग डायलॉग तो एक प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस और बड़ा मिला लोगों को, चाहे भाई GTs हो, ITs हो, सबसे बड़ा मतलब उसको अच्छे से लेके हाँ ये अच्छा तो वो एक सेकंड पार्ट, तीसरा पार्ट हमने किया, हमें पता था हाँ मेंटल हेल्थ की बात आ रही है कि आदमी स्ट्रेस हो जाता है, तो हम लोगों ने ये चीजों को भी देखा कि यार प्लांट की तो स्ट्रेस है ही, लेकिन जब वो बंदा घर से निकलता है तो किसी स्ट्रेस लेके आता है, उसको कैसे न्यूट्रलाइज किया जा सकता है। तो हम लोगों ने जितनी ड्राई है इसकी उसको बुलाना शुरू किया प्लांट के अंदर, यह बताने के लिए कि ये सिनेरियो कैसे डेवलप होता है, हम प्लांट के अंदर किस टाइप की सेफ्टी के इनिशिएटिव लिए हुए हैं, कहाँ लोग बढ़िया कर रहे हैं ताकि वो सेफ्टी फ्रॉम होम से स्टार्ट, वो जो घर से निकले भाई को क्या ताकि वो स्ट्रेस फ्री होकर आके यहाँ पे काम करने वाले रास्ते में जाए। ये इनिशिएटिव हम लोगों ने लिए जो सर के मार्गदर्शन दिए गए और सक्सेसफुली चल रहे हैं, तो मैंने सोचा कि थोड़ा सा खड़ा करके इन्हें क्या किया बताते हैं। थैंक यू
Thanks so much, sir. So any questions for the panelists on this? Yes, sir.
Whatever the lecture which is given by sir, really appreciable. One doubt coming in my mind that whenever we start the BBS, I mean we are BBS culture form. Whenever we start the BBS in the beginning, everybody becomes a BBS observer, and then everybody will start getting observations and getting correct response for all these things. But I mean, there are every industry, I believe, I could be wrong. I mean, the people, 70% people can be motivated towards the behavior safety areas. But still, there are some people connected to 30 people which need more time, or probably they may not be connected to the behavior structure. So, what we can for this is my personal experience, I just wanted to share with you. So, how that total 100% can be achieved under the BBS umbrella. So that's my question.
yes, in two sense we can say कि BBS की क्वालिटी अगर हम बात करें तो आप सही कह रहे हैं 70-30 का रेशियो में रहता है या मे बी 60-40 का रेशियो रहता है लेकिन इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ पीपल कि हम उनको ये कहते हैं कि आपको BBS करना है और इनफॉर्मल वे में ऐसा नहीं कि हम BBS के नाम से उनको करा रहे हैं हमने उनको चेकलिस्ट प्रोवाइड कर दी कि आप अपने डेली रूटीन वर्क्स में इस तरह के इंटरैक्शन करो जिनको हम BBS कह रहे हैं तो जहाँ पे अगर हम स्टाफ की बात करें यस वहाँ पे भी हमारे सिस्टम में एक सॉफ्टवेयर है एक ऐप है जहाँ पे कोई स्टाफ भी जाते हैं डेटा लॉग करते हैं दैट अलग काम है लेकिन सो फॉर जिनको अभी रिसेंटली कवर किया जिसको वर्क में से आर्किटेक्चर यूटिलाइज कर रहे हैं उनको हमने जस्ट एक फॉर्मेट दिया है आप अपने डेली रूटीन वर्क में जहाँ पे भी आप काम कर रहे हो इस फॉर्मेट का यूज करो और साथ में सबमिट करो तो उस कल्चर से वो काम कर रहे हैं जिनको हम ऑफिशियली BBS करते हैं
मोरओवर एक चीज और भी होती है कि हम लोग क्या करते हैं हर 2 महीने पे एक बार सारे कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल वर्कमैन सारे तो नहीं आते और उनके प्रेजेंटेशन रहता है उनको हम बुलाते हैं उनसे बातचीत करते हैं और उनको भी हर बार ये चीज समझाई जाती है कि आप सिर्फ अपनी सेफ्टी के लिए रिस्पांसिबल नहीं हो आप अपने सभी साथियों की सेफ्टी के लिए रिस्पांसिबल अगर आपके आसपास कोई गलत करता दिख रहा है आप सबसे पहले तो उसको वो गलत करने से रोको और नॉट ओनली कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल स्टाफ हमारे जो ऑनरोल वर्कमैन हैं जो हमेशा शॉप पे रहते हैं उनके साथ सेफ डायलॉग होता है और उनको बुला करके डालना नहीं होता हम लोगों के यहाँ एक अलग सा कल्चर है जिसको हम बोलते हैं चाय पर चर्चा हम जाते हैं उनके साथ उनके शेड में उनके साथ बैठते हैं और उन्हीं के कप चाय पीते हैं उस दौरान ही उनसे सेफ्टी रिलेटेड बहुत सारी बातें होती हैं और हर बार वो ये बात बताते हैं लेकिन जैसा आपने कहा ये एग्जैक्टली 30% नॉट 30% को भी मान लेते चलिए 20% कम से कम ऐसे लोग होते हैं हर जगह जो आप कितना भी समझाओ वो नहीं समझना चाहते ऐसे लोगों को भी उनके ऑब्जर्वेशन से हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं और उनकी अलग से बुला के काउंसलिंग होती है कि भाई देखो जो कुछ जगह सेफ्टी के मुहावरे लिखे हैं या हम लोगों ने लिख रखा है जगह मैसेजेस उससे सिर्फ मैसेज नहीं है पढ़ने के लिए नहीं उससे नुकसान क्या है आप ऐसा नहीं कर रहे हो अगर तो नुकसान क्या है और उनको लाइव एग्जांपल्स देके हम लोग बताते हैं उनकी काउंसलिंग होती है कि इस समय में कभी पुराने समय में ऐसा हुआ है और इससे आपको ये नुकसान होता है अगर इंसिडेंट हुआ किसी से आपको कट लगा उंगली में दर्द किससे होगा आपको होगा और कोई उस दर्द का भागी और कोई नहीं है नोबडी एल्स इज गोइंग टू हियर दैट
दूसरा क्या है कि ये जो एक बार लेने से वो ऑब्जर्वर बन जाते हैं मल्टीपल एक्शंस में हैं तो उनको जो पहली बार नहीं बनना चाहते हैं वो उसको ऑब्जर्वर बनने के लिए रेडी करते हैं जैसे कि रिवार्ड रिकॉग्निशन है HODs को पूछताछ करते हैं और मीटिंग होती रहती है तो इस तरह कई सारे एक्शन हैं रीट्रेनिंग और TPT टूल बॉक्स टॉक रिवर्स टॉक इस तरह कई तरह के एक्शन हैं जो लोगों को एक्टिव ऑब्जर्वर बनाने में रिइंफोर्स करते हैं
एग्जैक्टली डॉक्टर
और विपिन जी बोलेंगे
No. Question है because it touches what we are doing now. Reaching out to spouse is a very good idea. We try in our own limited capacity. एक बैच को आप बुला लेते हो और enthusiastic couples आ भी जाते हैं. आप टीम मीटिंग करते हो to get better attendance on Sundays and all. But is this also because एक side आपका 100% participation? Wow, that's great. इसमें भी क्या outside का ही penetration है और is it as of now sample?
आपकी बात एकदम सही है और जैसा सुशील ने बोला हमारे यहाँ वो भी एक स्ट्रक्चर मेथड है। हम लोग स्पाउस को सिर्फ आगे ही नहीं बुलाते, ठीक है, इस तरह के साल में 3 इवेंट्स हम स्टाफ लेडीज के लिए करते हैं, 3 इवेंट्स वर्कर लेडीज के लिए करते हैं। इसके अलावा हमारे यहाँ एक अलग और छोटा ग्रुप्स हैं जिसको हम लोग महिला समिति जो हमारे बहुत छोटे ग्रुप्स हैं और वो मतलब कॉलोनी में रहने वाली लेडीज का ही ग्रुप है, उन्हीं का ग्रुप बनाया हुआ है और उनके बीच जाकर हम लोग बातों को करते हैं, उनकी मीटिंग्स में जाकर बातों को करते हैं और इवन हर बार हमारे सीईओ इस बात को उनके साथ रिपीट करते हैं कि आप ही एक वो एक्चुअल वर्कफोर्स जिसकी वजह से ये लोग सेफली और कामली अपने जॉब को कर पाते हैं। तो जो हमारी मोहल्ला कमेटीज हैं उनकी भी अपनी मीटिंग्स होती हैं, उनमें भी हमारे कुछ वुमेन एम्प्लॉइज वो भी इस चीज को पुश करती हैं कि घर की टेंशन प्लांट में ना आने पाए, प्लांट से अगर टेंशन में जा रहा है घर की टेंशन पूरी उतरती है।
There is a number of forums, जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि वो दो के प्रबंधन के नाम पे हम प्लांट के अंदर बुलाते हैं, बैच के बैच आते हैं, 25-30 मेंबर्स आते हैं, उनको हम लोग स्ट्रिक्ट मीटिंग में क्या किस तरह के इंसिडेंट या रिसर्च हो रहे हैं, कहाँ के लोग वही कर रहे हैं, क्या स्ट्रेस लेवल रहता है, वो सारी चीजें दिखाते हैं, काम दिखाते हैं, एरिया दिखाते हैं कि इस तरह का एरिया है जहाँ पे स्ट्रेस आना, क्योंकि हमारे 60-year-old कंपनी पुरानी ग्लोबल कंपनी एफर्ट्स ज्यादा है वहाँ पे, तो वो चीजें उनको रियलाइज कराते हैं आपके जो हस्बैंड आपके यहाँ काम करके जा रहे हैं किस सिनेरियो में काम करके जा रहे हैं, और फिर फर्दर उनसे एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि आपको किस तरह का रोल प्ले करना चाहिए ताकि आपका घर और अच्छा रहे। इसके वजह से आपने बताया कि जो सेकंड फोरम है मोहल्ला कमेटी हमारे जितने भी एसोसिएशन है उनका एक ग्रुप बना हुआ है छोटा छोटा, वहां पे हम जाके चीजों को डिस्कस करते हैं। इस तरह से लोग इन्वॉल्व करते हैं। या
एनीवे जैसे हम लोग हर में सेफ्टी मंथ होता है, उसका सेलिब्रेशन प्लान वाला होता है, जो भी हम लोग सेलिब्रेट करते हैं।
Thank you, sir. Actually, there are more sessions. After that, we will call everybody and then we will take that question. Maybe the other question we answered during the next session. So I request you to. Thank you. बिल्कुल।
Thank you.
Panel for sharing valuable insights on behavioral safety and corporate safe processes. It's evident that the culture of proactive safety measures and responsible behavior is essential for creating safer workplaces. Let us carry forward today's learnings and strive to make safety a shared responsibility within our organization. So, our next session will be on reflections of BBS safety culture. And our expert speakers are Dr. Anil Jain and Mr. Shankar Rajgopal, advisors BESAFE. Then we have Mr. K. Arya, BBS.
7 minutes each, sir. Yes.
सात क्या होता है? मैं समझता हूँ मतलब फिर सब क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं बार ठीक है बार कब आएगा कुम और आप 9 साल हम फिर आज चला So we got to the fantastic press and also to BBS leaders for my discussions. In the morning session, leadership talk में काफी हद तक बात की इमोशनल स्ट्रेस मेंटल वेलनेस और उसके who the key people are talking about किसकी बात कर रहे थे largely the white collar people right employees stress mental stress की बात who has mental stress who goes for it कौन जाता है वो दादा स्ट्रेस हां राजी भी आते हैं ना बड़े लोग हां What people get enjoyed? Statistics वगैरह कुछ birds and ideas who get enjoyed? Yeah, people, the workers. They are the people there. So friends, this is another big challenge for all of us. Let's come to right. What is the BBS process? All of us spoke about क्या कर रहे हैं. What is the BBS process? The 6 steps of BBS, 8 steps होते हैं. All of us are aware of the BBS safety interaction बात right? Safety interaction, interventions and recognition. A lot of it also about conversation. बात करते हैं about conversation. What are the 6 steps of BBS friends? First, परिक्रमा. Go for a walk, observations. और second step क्या है? प्रश्न. Questions, interactions, किस प्रकार का question? Open-ended question, one discussions. और last step क्या है? Also start what? Start negative or start with the हमारा. And towards the end also परिचर्चा बात करो and then end with the objective. So it's also about expressing. In one of the last companies I worked with, a lot of turnaround. Employees का attachment करता था. Surprisingly not employees but contractors. तो हमने दिखाया the BBS process is something that you use to actually engage with the employees. Right. Let's just be interactive and try to engage with lunch के बाद behavior से लोगों को नींद आती है. Post का सवाल एक सवाल post right एक सवाल हाँ it's all about the theory कल्चर वो हम गिव रहे हैं. I think all like it एक सवाल What is the percentage of people? अब कुछ लोग बड़े लोग these days हमारे से बिल्कुल ही चॉप डाउन कर रहे हैं. जो लोग सीखने लेके आए थे कितने प्रतिशत लोगों ने इसका इस्तेमाल किया परसेंटेज 1% you are a good percentage is enough all I did percentage of people the hand is 0% is one तालियां it's also zero तो नहीं होता point 0.01 के हाँ any other percentage like full day students हमारे BBS experts जिन लोगों को award देते हैं one what is the percentage of that question number 1 कितने लोग हैं percentage okay 10% ठीक है 25 fair enough after 9 years हम यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं हाँ अभी तो रेगुलर हो रहा है okay one more yes go ahead the door of safety है ना प्रोफेशनल तो अच्छे से आ रहे हैं दरवाजे से अगर कोई बंदा हमारे IIM डायरेक्टर अगर दरवाजे से खड़ा हो कितने लोग हमको देखेंगे कितने लोग देखा करेंगे और बड़े लोग आगे इनॉग्रेशन बड़ा प्रोग्राम आगे वो actually go over and tell him boss ये दरवाजा शायद खुल रहा है शायद आपको जो धीरे से कोई पार्टिसिपेंट आफ्टर द स्मॉल टी ब्रेक करके चाय चर्चा की बात की आज जो गेट स्टेज पे हाई बढ़िया चाय कराओ काफी कुछ चर्चा कराओ अपना शुरू होगा हाउ डू यू स्टॉप अ बिग मैन हियर आज कौन कौन है कौन है आज एक बड़ी कंट्रोल रोल ऑफ मुंबई ऑफ इंडिया मुकेश अंबानी इधर है तो मुकेश अंबानी लोग खड़े होते who will stop him who will guide away कौन करेंगे percentage of people who will stop मुकेश अंबानी and जा रहे हैं कितने percentage 0% Pawan ji तो खैर अभी Pawan ji he is today now a free bird कुछ भी कह सकते हैं सरकार स्टेज पे है सेफ्टी लोग हमेशा आते हैं बात करते हैं एसेंस सब उसको अच्छी बंदा अच्छा है सब अच्छे हैं गेट बात बंदा बहुत अच्छा है लेकिन once you finish it 5% okay 5% will do this go ahead and how many of us actually use the handles door to use that thing the push and pull how many times we actually push the door that was pulled how many of us this practice is here how many कोई दरवाजा खोलने के पहले the risk somebody get hit चाहे शॉप बात नहीं लगा रिच और how many of us watch one there is doing glass one and one simple exercise the last one here is क्या कर रहा है last बंदा the last right here not for you how many of us have ever knocked on the door open your door 0 okay this is no go ahead next चलो 5% चलो good okay go ahead कैसे go ahead next it's my okay next let me you are your performance review कितने लोग को बोनस ये साल का नहीं अभी तक इंतजार है चलो ठीक है during the performance appraisal performance review of a project your monitor identifies safe gaps in operations okay including non-compliance safety protocols and inadequate hazard controls ये बहुत scenario I want to participate next बार I want to suggest that मिट्टी के अंदर कभी ये अवॉइड कैसे बनवा we need to ensure gaps are addressed very well here options क्या है आपके पास which of the following options would you what action would you take on the responsibility okay all of you CEOs चले गए right option 1 assess the safety best of some export लगा दो investigate do the correct option 1 option 2 instruct operations team to take ownership integrate safety implement into the workflow option 3 set up joints cross functioning answer हर चीज जो है assess करके cross function लगा उसको फॉरवर्ड last one escalate बड़े लोगों को सारा बड़े लोग क्वेश्चन how problem solve करो raise your hands who will give this who will take action on safety hands up यार करो है ना how do they actually decide the persons actually some लोग आए white shirts how they actually go safety professionals quite a lot safety gaps है safety का क्या है जी safety के बंदे आपसे काम करेगा अब बाकी क्या प्रेशर्स है मैं ऑफिसर सेफ्टी करते हो ना अभी तो है ना दैट्स वन सेकंड ऑपरेशनल टीम और तीसरा जॉइंट distribute everyone and thoughts so there's no right answer or wrong answer friends so understand what's going on yeah see good let's see so safety provides guidance here in terms of Rasi is responsibility accountability is responsibility is normally used to change actually it's different who is accountable the person also what power the person also decide the person also control you can say नहीं कर रहे हो the person also giving resources available equal to doing that the people who are on the things find accountability right so people are large areas the operations they are accountability they are accountable but yes especially management would be one idea looking get what can they do here so largely what task force see right answers one more managing risks yeah then what are you managing risks आप construction आप लोग when it comes to a lot of people various companies projects right एक ऑपरेशन टीम है मेरा कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट में आ रहा है और अचानक उसके पहले एक टूल यूज होने वाला उसको फेसबुक आता है। उसको रिप्लेस करने में टाइम लगेगा, प्रोजेक्ट डेडलाइन फेल होगा। क्या करेंगे आप? The team has you are the person who decide कि what is the final decision. आप क्या करेंगे? ऑप्शन दे देते हैं, चार ऑप्शंस। ऑप्शन 1 थोड़ा सा समझ के करो भैया, बेटा थोड़ा सा समझ के करो, गुड सेफ्टी करना है, समझ के गुड सेफ्टी। या नंबर 2 पॉज काम को रिप्लेस करो, कम्युनिकेट करके बॉस ये प्रोजेक्ट ठप हो जाएगा, ये हो जाएगा। एक नहीं होगा, चूज होगा, मुमकिन है, पॉसिबल है। नंबर 3 लुक फॉर एट टेरिटरी बैकग्राउंड। हमारा जो जुगाड़ निकलता है, कुछ कैसे करके सांप मेरे और लाठी को करेगा। नंबर 4 सी पीपल की बैलेंसिंग इंसिडेंट एंड कैसे बैलेंस करें। हमेशा देखिए बैलेंस हेड हार्ट ऐसे रास्ता चलते हैं। हाउ डू मैनेज दिस? लेकिन फॉर सर्टेन थिंग्स चलो काम पे चलना चाहिए। वर्क शो मस्ट गो ऑन। अवेली नो all work come on bro, all always there fine some more years. Number 3 C look for कोई तरीका होता है यार, लॉक किया जाए, प्रोजेक्ट किया जाए। और दादाजी एंड फाइनली देखो आप क्या कैसे करें। Second what was your doesn't C what was the year? It says here that the question is how we manage decisions in our life, right? Somebody spoke, Mr. Lalil spoke about profits. Profits is the ultimate order, right? What is the goal of all organizations? We done PG or what the organization सबसे चार what the four all companies? M. What is it? Vitamin M. What is this? The ultimate goal. Make more and more money, right? Am I right? But the question is simple. What is the goal? Making more money is the mantra. But when you say safety and sustainability, if you add that to the mantra, so we all about making money. The qualifiers very nice work. You have to do it. Make more money. Same. So that is the entire thing. Obviously, there are decisions. But how you do importantly, that is the question. And sometimes we are rush, challenge, all of us. There was some point in time, I was in Mumbai, taking a long time. With the overweight, what you do. It's a situation. Sometimes we are all ridden by the government, ridden we would ensure that the church is coming through. And one more question. We all know this great curve here, right? We can get various ways, curve of maturity. From reactive safety बताया होगा, but supervision. That is the stage for independent. Independent is where employees regarded the core value proposition. Number 4, हम सब हमारे लिए दूसरे हमारे बंधु and also really contribution. चलिए one video presentation. आप सवाल पूछने के बारे में पूछिए। वो कहाँ गए? It is gone. So also taking care of your system. You take care, but taking care of others is very important. So just company you have your hand on the heart. Heart is the left side, which means left side. Put it on the left. And where are we going to go? After all this, कहाँ है? Where are we? Yeah. Put it on the heart. Where are we? You're on the right. You all right on the right. But where are we? Left out. Yeah, that was one last point. Let us this. एक बड़ा big bullet big project, right? Okay. Bidding for high project client is very same thing first, right? And the competition stuff and requires a strong commitment to safety. तो commitment में आया है किस प्रकार का commitment? सम्मान का commitment. ऐसा commitment करो कि किसी को लगे नहीं करेंगे. ये pitch कौन करेगा? Who did you choose to pitch to the client? What the question? Okay. Hold on. One head of safety. Number two, operational director. Number three, senior executive. Number four, joint implementation by safety and operations. Good on. I don't know if I right answer to बढ़िया है I want to take a smart किसी के पास स्मार्टफोन है क्या please take a smartphone take this QR code one more thing yeah other option is अगर स्कैन करो यूज ब्राउज़र में मेंटेन करो and type this QR code 3997765 is it working anyone working Option star, head of safety, critical executive के पास है. Number two, operational director, he is the best because he oversees project execution. And third, CEO president, we talk about management. Number four, joint administration, both safety head and the team of here. Dr. Anil, Arya, with also coming with inputs here on this. But any thoughts? Any thoughts? We see over right here. D. A joint administration framework. Okay. Anyone say A? Yes. No. In one of the work we had to make a pitch to the business in the Middle East. We fully contributed words for the biggest global companies. We had to shift from your Middle East to make a pitch to in the most of the area में बड़ा सा So there's a time जब कोई pitch कर रही हम सब गए थे पूरा business सेटअप ऑफिस सेटअप सब किया था और आखिरकार बड़े रिलेशनशिप किया काफी करके और आखिरकार the question asked by the project team of this company ये सवाल नहीं. The question was who drives safety at your company? 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 ऑप्शन के दो पार्ट थे एक शिव शंकर पार्ट थे तो प्रोजेक्ट जाने थे और दूसरे एक स्ट्रांग लोग देते थे अजीत शंकर पार्ट एक्स के लिए नाउ सेंसर Guess कौन से पंडित की तरफ सेफ्टी की तरफ सेफ्टी पंडित लगा दिया हमने so that's also special. So friends, we have a lot of discussion on safe culture and this session is about reflections to safe culture. Reflections about perceptions. I don't want you to become the right answer or the wrong answer. Percentage takes for the ball, right? All of you will be the right answer situation. But actually the feel that is very important to do the right thing here. What I want to ask, and these projects, you will raise operation projects. I would like to talk about reflections on BBS culture. Across the year, across the journeys, क्या हम progress कर रहे हैं और we project construction more complex than anything else. You've been in various industries. You've been in a lot of industries there. Would like to talk about your journey and your reflections on safety culture and the role BBS has taken. Actually, if we see, nobody wants incidental injury, but still it happens. So, what to do? Where is that? We are talking about safety culture. So, what is the safety culture? In my opinion, safety culture is we are following all the safety rules and regulations and whatever PPE we are using. If nobody is watching, जब हमको कोई नहीं देख रहा है, उस समय अगर हम सेफ्टी के सारे रूल्स रेगुलेशंस या जो भी सेफ्टी हेलमेट सेफ्टी शूज हैंड ग्लव्स PPE यूज करके हम काम कर रहे हैं, इट मींस कि हमारा सेफ्टी कल्चर डेवलप हो चुका है. But it's not the easy job.
In our earlier session, we were discussing about mental health. So, and Mr. Sankar Rajwalan ji also told these big persons are generally more in mental health problems. But accident happens at the bottom line. In our manufacturing industry, most of the accidents happens with the contract laborers because they are doing most hazardous work and they are happy. They don't have mental health problem in my opinion. At least that bottom line. What to do? We have connected them. We have to conduct TBT so that they will be in present mode. Whatever they are working, they should think about that work. They are coming to the workplace from home or some other place. They may be in another mood or they may be thinking something else and doing something else. That will be really hazard. So we have to connect. We have to encourage the persons and our leaders to organize activity during the work and they should talk with the persons at the workplace. That's why we can have that persons at the work and we can control our workplace safety. Unsafe and unsafe conditions. As per DuPont safety, 96% incidents happens due to unsafe act. Only 4% due to unsafe condition. So in my opinion, infrastructure we have to develop and we should develop in the industry. But if infrastructure is not up to the mark, even though we can control all incidents by BBS, by workplace safety, and we have to conduct more and more safety trainings, on-job trainings, and so-called BBS. As Dr. Kella told that we have to follow 6 times if it is not correcting and it is not working. But I am telling, if required, we have to tell 12 times. And it's not easy. We prepare the SOP and rules and regulations and all these things on paper and everything will be correct. No. We have to be with the persons and follow up. So जैसा कि डॉक्टर ने हम लोग को बताया 6 बार बताना पड़ता है 6 बार उस चीज को बताइए तो इसको अगर पालते हैं तो डेफिनेटली वी विल इंप्रूव आवर वर्कप्लेस सेफ्टी एंड बीबीएस कल्चर and to improve our safety is difficult job but Dr. Kella told us in a very simple manner spot correction. And if the people understand immediately that spot correction will be done. It's spot correction and discussion with the persons, understanding, खुद समझाना that is more verbal rather than जैसा कि Mr. Kumar told that stop hard. Stop hard is not an easy job. It's I have also done these type of things, but people react. For data is okay, but by
if I stop controlling, I organize my company all the company employees, either officers or staff, all are authorized to stop the work if it is in unsafe manner. But nobody is stopping. This is the practical thing. Only 60% is stopping, and they are facing serious sanction. So, no, I'm not criticizing anybody. I'm myself. मुझे डर दिया आया. Not some. मैंने अपनी बात किया कि मैंने इसको चाहा करना वो नहीं हो पाया. मैंने सबसे ऑथराइज किया है. लेकिन अनसेफ होते हुए भी somebody maybe 5% coming to the safety department telling that this work is doing in an unsafe manner. But they are not telling that person. Very few persons are telling. So we have connected the person, and this is the only way, and follow. So we have to correct our person, our workplace safety and people. So उसमें लगना पड़ेगा. एक बार कहीं ज्वाइन किया, my boss told me that यहाँ हेलमेट नहीं लगाते हैं और आपको थोड़ा फॉलो करना पड़ेगा. One month after 1 month he asked me, अभी कितने लोग हेलमेट लगाते हैं? अभी मैंने देखा है कि हेलमेट इम्प्रूव हुआ है. हमका यस सर. तो 95% हो गया. I told it is not achievement, it is journey. We have to be. अगर हम छोड़ देंगे तो 95% हो जाएगा. तो हमको एक अच्छा करना पड़ेगा और सेफ्टी ऑफिसर कोर्स, सेफ्टी ऑफिसर has developed top level and bottom level both. Safety drive from top, it's okay because the success will be there. But I have to convince our top management also and bottom persons also. That is the best way we can implement our safety culture. Thank you.
अच्छा सवाल है कि वन थिंग फॉलो अप पीछा पड़ो लगे रहो ना भाई. I think that's also a challenge most countries there where it doesn't happen. Something called Godfather of safety of BBS. Godfather movie देखिए मारियो का डायलॉग डॉक्टर हरीश का डायलॉग है. तो Godfather का डायलॉग है making an offer that you can't refuse. So it's also about the way you round to give that है. So also other thing is the job of safety professional that consultant. He is certified expert. He represents the executive authority. And उसको आप executive authority दे रहे हो काम stop करने के लिए. काम stop the entire deal with just from. This is something that requires. So it's also important like the right person to right engineers. One person with us who's got fantastic experience in operations statistics and stop a big guy for his back, his reflections on what work well on BBS in safety culture in the country.
Good evening everyone. I place on record at the outset. I place on record Dr. Avaslal Kera and Professor Murthy, an entire BBS Forum directors and advisors for providing us a very great opportunity to discuss and deliberate on a very important and pertinent aspect for this not only for particular and distinguished organization for an entire country. That slogan itself reflects the Bharat Bhale Surakshit. And my previous speakers have said from various, and since morning we are discussing on various deliberations of behavior-based safety. So friends, and I would like to present a lot of ways. Dr. Rajgovan was asking me that do you have worked in the projects, construction and all round where I have worked. And as for as questions you will ask after finishing my deliberations, it will be a very very enlightening session for all of us. So friends, it reminds me because my Hindalco, I work in Hindalco, and it's a great company, and it reminds me. They were asking how you are implementing behavior-based safety. So they said a lot of things, but one thing has left. In Hindalco, when I joined, then this prompted us everybody. There was a Gallup study by the Human Resource Department at entire Aditya Birla group, and safety score of Hindalco was 64%. And after 3 years, it went to 94%. It was the highest amongst all the manufacturing sector in India. And how we achieved that? It was at that time it was that somebody was that how you define the behavior-based safety. So at that time the definition was not there, but I call it Dr. Kela is father of the BBS in India. So he introduced the BBS concept, though it was running since 1972 in the US and European country. But in India he is the pioneer, and we call it as a father of the. Sir, please listen your compliments. Father of behavior-based safety. So we, in a very informal way, it's not coming out that if you organize the formal processes for the implementing behavior-based safety, but lot of informal tools are there to inculcate the real behavior-based safety culture in your organization. So as rightly said in Hindalco, there was a 1 month safety function. Safety month we were celebrating, and in that, in Ramlila ground, whether it is Renu Sagar or Renu Kut, and only 2 plants were there at that time of Hindalco. So around 15 to 20,000 personnel in that full week safety week celebration were participating. 10 to 15,000 India organization can able to afford that. And there were series of 1 hour safety play was there, and they were so enthusiastically and very keenly watching their family members. So that reflection of the safety culture, how you reflect the safety culture. So that was the reflection in the mind that family is waiting at house, and he is asking his husband or brother or sister that how you going to place in your plant. So that was a lot of, apart from the lot of Mahila Mandal ways, that formal ways, lot of informal ways is there to inculcate the safety. I would like to ask, because Mr. Rajgopal asked a lot of questions to you. Do you want safety by choice or safety by chance? Safety by choice. And why BBS? Since morning, why do you want to adopt implement the behavior-based safety? Is it a moral responsibility of your organization? It is a social responsibility of your organization? Or is it a legal responsibility? Or is it a business responsibility? So how do you define, and Dr. Kela morning said, I will take one by one statement from every previous speaker. How do you define, say, BBS? So what your responsibility are? Why we all are after behavior-based safety, implement behavior-based safety? So is it business, moral, social, or legal responsibility? No. If you want to make your plant safe, sustainable, this is the way. Is a predictive behavior in nutshell. If you say behavior-based safety is a predictive analytics to anticipate where next injury may occur. Behavior-based safety is if you Professor Kela, Dr. Kela has written a lot of books on behavior-based safety. So in one statement, what I draw after working 34 years in very largest plant of the country, I have headed the safety department and environment department in the whosoever in the company I am there or I am not gone. I may be selected but not joined. But largest of the plant, I got a very rough phase where I joined. 20 fatalities. 10 fatalities, and I made it a zero fatality plant for where hardly 1 or 2 LTIs were there, and we declared the safest aluminum plant or safest 60 plant in the entire globe. And morning that the NSC Director General was saying Alcoa example. So we called Porus Munsi. If you want to go through this Alcoa example, Porus Munsi has published a book, 10 Breakthrough. 9 or 10 years back, he has published that book. And in that, he has captured that out of 10 breakthroughs around the world, this ALCO I studied. And through implementation of behavior-based safety or safety culture, is nothing but a safety culture, and they transform that CEO he was narrating, transform the entire, not only safety culture, but the culture of the entire organization. So that is a role model, ALCO. And similarly, in Hindalco we did it from 60 to 94. And when I was in SRST, words 3 times consecutively got the word safest. Our CEO, our Mr. Ruia, proudly was saying that our is the safest plant. India was having the safest plant in the world, steel plant. How such a aluminum steel? Very crude affairs are there, very crude technologies are there. Because since 1952, Pandit Nehru's inauguration, since that aluminum plant is there, so very crude. Out of that we come out and we did it marvelous job there. So accuracy rate, I will touch on the very glimpse of that. Accuracy of implementing behavior-based safety is 90%. Even I would say it is 94, 96%. Only to leave aside the natural calamities, earthquake, floods, and all tsunamis, whatever. Otherwise, you can achieve a 96% accuracy by implementing behavior-based safety. It is your leadership, it is your management decisions and your actions, not anything. And I did it, not only one organization in Raymond, I was there, 18,000 employees, Hindalco 27,000 employees, SR Steel 23,000 employees. What you did? I was from atomic energy beginning, joined the plant from Department of Atomic Energy. How many? 56,000 employees. So is the marvelous atomic energy can't say is the highest standard of safety is there in the world. Our atomic energy, all installation, highest standard of the safety, they safety integrity level, for they work at that level. So in the other plants, if you see, we have turned on the entire company safety culture, and it is the role. It is not only it depends, and I sacrifice my job also for the safety cause. I don't want to work in an organization where you see you last 2 months you might have gone through newspapers. Last 2 months, how many fatalities have been in so-called prestigious plant? People are being killed. And Dr. Sethi is not here. He was talking about the mental health. I would like to ask him. Few days back, there was an fatality or death in a hospital, and that hospital in charge by arrested by the police and criminal offense was filed. And there is a huge multiple fatalities are there in the company. How lackluster approach, Rajgopalan sir. In our country, in factory, you see, you have tears in your eyes actually, and 5 fatality, 4 fatality, 8 fatality. Outright people are being killed, and there is no action by the government on those officers or those chairmen. And this is how pathetic our rules and regulations in this country. And it's surprising. I wanted to ask Dr. Sethi, in hospital, see person arrested and behind the bars and there no action on any officers of the company. It is just how bending those people are there. So you can, it's a huge challenge for whosoever handling safety at the plant. It's a huge challenge for them. And safety, this BBS is not only is एक डंडे से चलेगा, एक जैसे BBS है डॉक्टर कैलाश साहब इंट्रोड्यूस करने के लिए, तो आप एक सिमिलर प्रोग्राम नहीं है. It's a 3-4 years approach for behavior-based safety for top executives, for middle executives, for workmen. It's a separate capsule, separate tools, separate modules are there. Otherwise, you similar way you want to implement behavior safety, you will not achieve the results. So it is for the every level rather, and generally it is a very confused affair. And I will not buy any of these. Say I work companies working for profits and all. I will not buy those. I will not buy those examples also. You just say maybe 99 I joined Hindalco. Then at that time, production was safety first. It's a very first time alarming slogan was written on the Hindalco as soon as you enter the gate of the Hindalco raincoat. So really, it is definitely safety first. And Alco has changed the entire culture. Why not? Where have been I changed the culture. I was fought with the chairman of the company, CEO of the company, and I sacrificed job also for the safety. I will not compromise. When God has given me that ability, talent, I will not compromise my job. But one lot of cases, one fellow running came to me, Rajgopal sir, sir, मेरे को pneumocnosis, doctor local doc, one of the factory I will not name, तो मेरे को pneumocnosis हो गया, अभी डॉक्टर ने रेफर कर दिया कि with only 5-6 years your life is there. Maybe I am a safety officer of this company as per legal provisions, and you want what help you want from me? I will write to that. It is because of your operations it has happened. Oh, डर गया उसको एचआर ने डरा दिया वो आया नहीं फिर मेरे पास मेरी मैं अपना जॉब सेक्रीफाइस because I will fulfill my duty. The other guy, you may not. So if that guy, if you want to run your or CEO, there is a account apart from the behavior safety will run only when there is a consequence management system is available in the organization. But in Hindalco, accountability metrics is there. CEO top accountable. CEO से marking होती है वहाँ पर और accountability start from the top. So I was saying that is a top to bottom approach, not bottom to top approach. So please mind it as business process re-engineering is a top to, it is not a quality circle, bottom to top approach, but if you want to at all, after all my experience 34, is a top to bottom approach. And first the behavior-based safety given to the CEO of the organization, because lot of when you taking the factory license, when you are in environmental clearance, it starts from that day. How gap is there? Even penetration of safety in this country, behavior-based safety, hardly even 10% is not there. Even 10% is not there. How in Gujarat more than 5,000 factories are there. A major accident hazard control, those design the hazardous factories. So many Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, the top states are there. How many companies are there? Only hardly 10. So huge scope is there, and Dr. Kela and Professor Murthy are providing that platform to you. So it is really, we should take an advantage, we should all take an advantage of that. And you all talk about the culture of the safety is a reactive, proactive, and generative culture or dependent, interdependent culture. If you want to, even 70% of the organization is still on the first pillar, reactive culture. Isn't it, Rajgopal sir? First way only, even we not reach to the proactive stage also. So how big scope is there? And really I will request because you go and share with your senior executives there, and it is not that companies for profit, companies for the well-being, because in sustainable goals of UNO, if decent working, somebody was morning talking tea and all these things, decent working, if you don't have a decent working or work-life balance at your organization, though we can work, Professor Murthy has said that, so is there, we have to work hard, and we will work there. But it has to be a decent working. It has to be a decent work. Okay. So it's a lot of things has to be shared. You may ask the questions to me and I will satisfy you. Thank you.
Anil Kumar Arya and Anil Kumar Jain, a big hand. I think one of the things that we have created is the passion and also the answer to a lot of questions. So which is percentages you have come here. It's also important for us to reflect. If you reflect rather than deflect, we are good, but also the gap that is there. If you reflect, a big chance of improving. If you reflect, we will be where we are. A big hand to both of them and to all of you, audience, for doing wonderful work. So you will now chin down, straight under, my brother. Now we pose for the famous photograph. Better. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anil. Thank you very much. And now the most important session, the heart of the sessions, so the man with the vision of 55 years is going to come and steer the next session over to Pawan Putra Man. Pawan Garu.
Thank you, speakers, for those valuable reflections. I'm Saurabh and I will be taking the event further. It's time for the fourth session of the day on BBS and safety culture framework. This session will explore the framework of safety and culture in organization. Our esteemed speakers are Mr. V. Pawan Rao, Head EHS State Energy India, Dr. R. Parekh, GM IOCL, Mr. Govindaswamy Ashukraj, GM ONGC Kaveri Asset.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I have your attention, please? We will be very brief and we will be very specific. Yeah. So today we are going to talk about safety culture framework. So as you know that framework is a set of values, attitudes and behaviors to manage safety. Now the tenets of the safety culture are the context of the industry because it is very industry specific and the values and attitude and next is awareness, fourth is adaptability, fifth is safety communication. Then you have to keep on evaluating as you progress in the safety culture. You have to record, manage, and also analyze the data. And next is to establish clear KPIs, safety KPIs for everyone. And lastly, set small measurable targets. So this is about the safety culture. I will take a moment to take you through our journey. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we own and operate two large power stations at Nellore. Yeah. So these are the two large power stations. Yeah. So we have started in 2018 and last year 2024. So you can see our safety index. Safety index has steadily gone up and first aid. No, I'm not talking about LTI. I'll talk about first aid because we monitor first aid also. So our first aid cases start dropping and it came to 1 in 21. So in the entire year we had only one first aid. Now what happened after that, it again started going up. So it went to 4 the next year and next year it was 10. And I want to tell you that out of these 10 first aid cases, 8 of them were pinch injury cases. Now when you analyze pinch injury cases, see either it could be a case of loss of situational awareness, it could be loss of mindfulness, or the third thing is it could be about something which is called as team lifting. Now this we never analyzed that, we never faced before. Team lifting is when more than one people is lifting something, then there are certain requirements. One requirement is all the people who are doing lifting must be of the same body structure. Okay, this I got from the US Army. Because if somebody is heavily built and somebody is lean, obviously the entire load will go on the lean person. Or somebody is tall and one is short, the entire load will go on him. So second most important thing is, if there has to be only one leader. Only one leader must be there who will decide when to lift, where to take, and this all has to be communicated before the lift. So we could analyze that, and now you see that the first aid cases have started to come back. So what I mean to say here is that behavioral based safety is one aspect. The most important aspect is how good is your safety management system and how dynamic is your behavioral based safety as well as safety management system, because with every gap you observe on the field has to immediately go and correct in the safety management system. Because unless you do that, this won't happen, right? So, yeah, next. Another important
thing I would like to talk is, see, the commitment of the management. So, everybody talks about safety, but how many of the senior management is ready to commit? So we framed this zero harm vision and all of us, including the CEO, signed on it. So I'm not saying that just by signing zero harm vision, everything will be okay. No. But they will have their mental backing to your vision of zero. Next. So, for about BBS, I just like to share one quick point is that ABC model. Can I operate this, please? Yeah. So the ABC model is every behavior has three points to it. One is the antecedent. The antecedent is the stimulus which happens before the behavior. Okay. And the antecedent is the policies, it's the training, it's the competence, and then the behavior happens, and the consequence is what follows the behavior. Now, if you see, the consequence is the feedback. If you see our BBS, we give a prashansa. That means we are giving him feedback that you are doing good. That is what feedback is. It is the reward that you honor the good BBS performance. Next. Yeah. So then there are two types of reinforcement. One is the negative reinforcement, and what is most important is the positive reinforcement. Now previous slide. The negative reinforcement is if you don't wear PP, you will be fined. This is a negative reinforcement. Next slide. But if you want positive reinforcement, that is because when a person feels that he is contributing to the safety of the company, then this thing that somebody was talking about 6 repetitions, seven times correction. This you would not have to do if you positively reinforce this BBS. And for that, for positive reinforcement, the feedback has to be has to be certain, it has to be immediate, and it has to be significant. So when you give positive feedback in all cases, not 99% cases, 100% cases, and if it is immediately following a good behavior, and also if you are able to make him significantly rewarding, then the BBS percentage will increase. So just quickly, one second. Yeah. So if you see that we are almost like 95, 96 constantly. After you reach 90%, even 0.5 to 1% improvement in safety index will be not easy. It will take a lot of effort. So first of all, let me take a moment to thank each one of you for your contribution in making India safe. And to me, I am 100% confident that if we keep on working towards the journey of zero harm, there will be no first aid case in our times to come. Thank you very much. Yeah, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm from ONGC, that is upstream oil and gas. I work almost for 30 years in offshore, that is Mumbai, and 5 years in specialist in well services platform and MOPU and onshore rigs. So this is a special industry type. Offshore installation, we never follow any L1 procurements. L1 commitment is not possible in offshore because we follow always multinational and all leaders, their materials and infrastructure will use. The accident rate even then it is there, 0.5 to 0.6, even after doing all this infrastructure. Another thing we have problem, especially in H2S fields, we produce around 700 million per day, or sour gas installations like B125 or satellite fields. We follow robust safety infrastructure like refresher courses, first aid trainings, then power plant trainings, then 11 kV trainings, oil and gas and rig trainings. And we do all critical jobs like especially job like wildcat exploration. Wildcat means we don't have any geological parameters and we go for spudding. Those kind of operations are very special and it's very dangerous. And those kind of operations, we select people and a battery of geologists and chemists for doing special jobs. Like spudding is a very special job. Without knowing parameters and your data, going for a wildcat well is very dangerous. You must have seen that wonderful note some years back that designed some sort of mission that is called as Saga Samrat. It is the first India's rig. It has done more than 150 wells, that is wildcat wells. Wildcat well, I again say that there is no exploratory or geological parameters directly to a volcano, those kind of operation. And Saga Samrat has done almost 150 wells without any untoward incident. That is such a great achievement. That's why Indira Gandhi dedicated that plan to India and is called as wonderful. And it is built by Kawasaki, number one exploring well, self-supported and self-moving it is. And now it has come after refurbishment, it has come to OEC again as MOPU. And now it's going to be used as a processing unit. So that is the robust condition of materials which are used there. And again it is built with Japanese. And again I can say QC is very important factor in the safety. Like the procurement of material. It is not that you buy like L1 or maybe the separate one. L1 means I mean you are restricting the specification. You are restricting the de-rating the condition of what are the uses in the safety places. De-rating means you are away from safety, it is cheap. That is not possible in oil and gas. So that leads to catastrophic equipments, catastrophic area. What happened recently, sometime back in one of the plants in North Sea. North Sea, the safety was as a problem. And it was bought from L1 or from the cheaper material. So that cost is equal to more than 21,000 crores lost to the company. A company like, what do you call Red you must have heard Red that was split. And same thing happened with one company in the Gulf of Mexico. There we use some high pressure pipes. There again they didn't read the spec properly. Or maybe the Rockwell hardness of the pipe is less or comparatively less. That cost is around 17 or 18,000 crores lost to its depreciation. So that kind of intensity on the oil and gas. So safety means it is a time bomb for oil and gas field. So each and everything is very costly affairs there. There we cannot compromise on safety or the class. So we have to procure L1 and always L1 and Q1 and QC have to be maintained. So there we never go for L1s. Recently we bought from L&T, the procurements are there, new plants are we have procured, or maybe the construction is going on. Even then we maintain international standards. Like the DGMS or OSD standard we follow as per Indian legal point of view, or Marcode guidelines we follow in offshores. So that is the state of safety we follow. And again, even then there is sort of minor injuries, accidents are there due to some legal problems or maybe minor communication also. Communication also is the important one. Recently there was a partner, he's from Malaysia. He was operating a barge. There was a outage recently. All the barges went away from the place, but that guy didn't forecast the weather properly. Only one engineer made problem, and over barge, which is around 7,000 tons, it got tilted, around 300 people died. Just come in national newspaper. So that kind of safety is there in oil and gas field. And safety means it is not L1, it is QC and QC and QC again. Thank you.
Yes, sir, please.
Good afternoon. I am delighted to be here. I am thankful Dr. Kaila sir inviting me and giving the opportunity. This conference is BBS, Behavioral Safety, and from the morning we have been discussing through various speakers, deliberating and taking various questions also. I would just emphasize a few things. I am also deeply connected with this BBS forum also. I am the live member also. And with the blessing of Dr. Kaila also, I have acquired the PhD also in the management and the doctorate in management and relevant to the behavioral science, and in which I have did research in the analysis of near-miss incident, and which gives the result for implementing behavioral safety management of any organization. And my research was under Dr. Kaila, and I completed this research within time. Earlier it was 2 years time. With his blessings, I completed my research also, and that is in time. And I would also appreciate Dr. Kaila also rendering his valuable guidance and blessings. And my plagiarism that time was only 3%, and that was a university record that year. So I thank you, sir. Also, with his blessings also, after PhD also, I have written a book, Behavioral Based Safety Management also. And that is very simple book, because what was my limited knowledge was that time during my PhD, I was not thorough in behavioral aspects. So that is very simple book, very small book, and in my own language I have written, and any layman can read and understand the basics of the BBS. And so far as the safety culture is concerned, safety culture is a very vast subject. Since morning we have been discussing, and BBS is a part of this safety culture. And if you will convince our management, why BBS? Why BBS? I was just seeing the presentation also. That is Henry's formula. 88%, 10%, 2%, something. The various causes of the accident we are discussing. And I am confirming this. I am confirming the Henry's formula, because I applied Henry's formula during my research. That was the application of the Henry's formula. And I studied 10,000 near-miss incidents, and I proved Henry's formula is correct. I proved, under the guidance of Dr. Kaila, I proved that Henry's formula is correct, and industry should adopt this and implement BBS, because if 80% cause of the incident is due to the human behavior, and 10% is the other factor, and 2 factor is the act of God. And I proved that 10% is indirectly due to the human behavior also. So now I can challenge 98% of the incidents are caused directly or indirectly due to the human behavior. Hence, I am advocating and advising and recommending BBS is must in the the industry to reduce the accident, to have a zero culture and improve the safety culture of the organization. As a safety professionals, you have to convince your management, though there are now the YSD standard, I am from the oil sector, now the YSD standard also saying implementation of BBS at the workplace. And other industry also will adapt this because learning from the others. Also, I have written 4 numbers of YSD standard. That is YSD 105, which is also statutory standard. Not only oil industry it is implementing, as per Factory Act is statutory. This 105 is applicable for all industries coming under Factory Act. Also, safety management, YSD standard 206 is written by me, and 142, YSD standard 142 is the inspection and maintenance of firefighting equipments. So this 142 standard also useful for other industry because this is the small fire safety equipments maintenance and inspection. That is derived from the IS code. Another standard is YSD 117. So that is requirement of firefighting equipments and implements for the oil industries. So 4 standards. So I have contributed. That is during the COVID period. Again, I emphasize in the safety culture. I will emphasizing in the safety communication and feedback plays very important role. Toolbox talks. There is an advanced version of the reverse toolbox talk. By giving only the toolbox talk, you are not achieving the 100% communication. There is a reverse toolbox talk. That means whatever communication you have given to the worker at the site during the work, before the work execution, just ask somebody to repeat whether they understood or not. That is a reverse toolbox talk. So communication plays very important role. How to communication? So now I recently, my friend is here, Jadhav Oza is here. He implemented that is IVR telephone communication system because we are having our logistics system. It is very difficult en route to communicate our drivers in case of any bad weather, bad road condition, evening driving, all the things, road accident is there, to communicate to them. So we are finding, driver also finding very difficult to communicate also. So we have introduced the IVR telecommunication system in which we will record our message, we will deliver them, we will also monitor here whether they acknowledge, they read or some feedback is there. So that is one example communication system, how you have to build your communication system to improve the safety culture of your unit. And it is very difficult to change the mindset of the people in the industry to accept safety in a right. It is very difficult for the safety personnel. So you have to struggle. So whatever from the morning we are discussing various tools, various ideas, various methods. So that is a very useful tool. You go back to your unity and implement. So this will be helpful. Another aspect I am talking about my experience in my industry. That is improving the safety system by adopting the digitization. So in Indian Oil Corporation, so we are 100% digitization in our HSC system. Everything, paperless work, communication, data capturing. So digitization is starting from the incident monitoring, incident investigation, training, various types of audit, meetings, all the things, compliance monitoring, database reporting, everything is digitization. We are having HSC dashboard where all our HSC parameters are measured and it is visible and everybody, it is a transparent system. Our system is very transparent. So in this way, so we are, because in the public sector it is very difficult to change the mindset because it is a very egoistic in nature. Our work culture, public sector work culture, our surrounding, our stakeholders, very egoistic in nature. To bridge the gap of this ego, it is very difficult in the public sector to implement the safety area. So due to various methods, various technology and commitment of our top management, so now we have achieved a very good safety culture and slowly we are marching ahead. I am concluding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wishing you a very safe.
So,
So, thank you, Dr. Barik and Shubhra sir. Thank you very much for your enlightening session. Any questions we have? We will take only one or two questions. After that, we will go to the final session.
One or two questions maximum. You don't fast on time. Well done.
The next session is on mental health policy for psychological safety for corporates. And I invite Mr. Vipin Upadhyay and Dr. Sunil Acharya. Thank you.
I think it is appreciated. I think let's appreciate the ONGC, IOCL and SEIL valuable inputs. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. लेकिन बरेक सर को एक तो हम लोग को सैंपल में देनी चाहिए.
Yes, you'll get. Okay, together. Book and go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
ज़्यादा सिंपल लिखिए.
दो प्रेजेंटेशन हैं इनके कैन बी वाजिब.
ललित सर का है. दो प्रेजेंटेशन हैं उसमें. कैसे जाएगा?
दो हैं, दो अलग अलग.
पहले साहब की
आईएस
सर ये है ना.
You can reflect on what morning session is there.
Yeah, and I'll be telling edX person. Journey briefly.
Briefly, you can reflect on.
एक्चुअली हम इसको करते क्या हैं या कैसे कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा सा वही बात करना चाहता हूँ. मेरे पास एक दो स्लाइड्स, दो नहीं तीन है, मतलब वही बोलिए.
5 minutes.
rather than concept wise कि करना क्या चाहिए, करते क्या हैं, that we are.
Mental health is an essential part of workplace safety. This session is led by Mr. Vipin Upadhyay, Corporate EHS Head for Max, Dr. Sunil Acharya, HR Manager.
Whether you can pull that, whether I should take help of this. That's good, na? I will come there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, in first half, we have a discussion in great details on mental health. So, I think context is set. I will not put efforts in setting up those concepts again. But what we will do is, we will directly go in seeing what industries do. So, for me, it's I work in MNC. I work in big Indian MNCs as well. One is MNCs from Europe or MNCs from India. I have
on how these two types of company deal this particular aspect. And let me be very true. Every company now is serious. They have their ways and means and methods to work around it. No corporate nowadays is someone I can say is we can say that unaware of this risk which is coming. It's just to understand what the fine difference and what the current practices are. So let's directly go there. These slides are just to introduce hermits. I think I will just go ahead. This was to brief you on what exactly is meant or something on a context setting when we are talking about mental health policy. I believe everyone is clear. This slide was talking about what psychological safety means. We have not spoken to that extent here. Psychological safety is a belief that it's safe to take interpersonal risks such as asking questions, raising concerns, or admitting mistakes. So whether organization give you this independence, whether there is a open culture. So with this as a backdrop, with this as a context, let me directly move to exactly what generally organizations do. Three main elements when it comes to what I will say is mental health. Any organization does. Now, thing is, some organizations will be taking them very seriously. Some may have just started this as a program. Maybe they want to really take it to the next level when there is an opportune time. But every organization has something around it. First element is awareness and education. And morning Kailash Saab himself was telling. Now Kailash Saab, first I would like to thank him that he helped us to the large extent to implement BBS in thermals. And without his help, I don't see the thermals how we have elevated our culture would have been possible. Now coming to BBS, the base becomes that psychological safety or mental health. But now let's focus on this element. Current organization where I am working, we have ways and means to do. You have TPAs in every company, and then there is a way you impanel some hospitals. There are experts who can come and they can talk around mental health. But in previous organization, which I can say is in European MNC, we generally struggle that when it comes to occupational health or these elements, what we should take as target. In safety, you take a lot of targets, right? But occupational health में corporate target क्या होना चाहिए? Three main actions. Again, I am telling you. Awareness. Next is some actions to improve mental health or physical health. Again, we will say that physical health is very closely related to mental health. And third is, which we spoke, is that employee EAPs and then that Santulan type of program. So three basically elements are there. That previous organization, when I am talking the main action, the KPI what we have taken on occupational health was doing a resilience training. We will never say this is a mental health program, but this was a mental health program. It was a 2-hour program. I just got some slips and all. First one is how the tree is resilient, that small one, and we start with this. Then we will talk about psychosynthetic and those type of things, some hormonal things, and basically the message what is coming is what stress can do, how it can turn up to depression. Then is what basically an organization should do, walking, micro pauses, relaxation, and then there are a lot of roles of leaders, which you are seeing the last 3 pictures. Gratitude, don't treat others with something like they cannot take challenges, treat everybody with respect, and go on. Mental health is not that a difficult thing. And the message here was, we are giving this training to you, we will give this training to your boss, and we will give this training to the first and the top person, so that entire organization understands this context, they treat each other with respect, and lot of things around it. KPI was total employee versus how many people got trained, and we wanted 100% training on resilience. So one is the program what you have, other is the intensity how you want to drive this program. Next, what I am talking is this. I think everybody is aware of. It's not much differentiated. Annual health checkup, 1,000 steps a day. Now, 1,000 steps a day. Again, I would like to mention intensity of the program. Many companies have this. They follow. They may have something. We roll out some consultant and he will
roll out some program. But when I'm talking 10,000 employee, 8,500 employee participated, then you can understand the intensity the companies are driving. Yes, there are companies, there are corporates who take it very seriously and drive it very seriously. BMI challenge, desk yoga, and lot other elements. Team sports, marathon, this also helps. Overall, some may say that this is directly a physical health, but physical health, of course, helps your mental health element as well. And then employee assistance program, I need not to go in detail, but because a lot of organization nowadays is having. And then Santulan. The only difference with employee assistance program is there any employee 24/7 can call to that phone service. Their family members have an access. Here, it is somebody coming to your office. You have to book that session. Maybe it's not that anonymous, maybe how much you really want to go ahead with that. So a mix of both is really a help. Now with this as a backdrop, where company has a good mental health program, let's now move towards psychological safety, which we understand that it's enablement or empowerment for employee to speak up. Because unless employee speaks up, I don't think BBS is successful. So what generally corporates have? The picture you are seeing is our owner in Thermix, and she is driving very visibly speak up program. So unless a company has a culture to speak up, so how you are going to talk about BBS and all sorts of things. So a lot of open forums we have. The key here is how much leaders communicates to their subordinates. Rather than a slide, it's leaders how much you communicate with your subordinates. Town hall meetings, maybe annual appraisals. There are other things. What we do is employee net promoter surveys. The feedback which comes, whether there is a visible action, we have a very clear monitoring around it. Whatever feedbacks come, how managers are taking action. So when these type of environment is there, where employee understand that feedback what they are getting is heard, and it's okay to speak. Like in all hands meet, it's 2,000, 3,000 employees just log online, and the CEO, CFO, CXOs, what you can say, everybody is there, and everybody is encouraged to just ask questions. Maybe initially there was some reluctance, but now everybody understands okay to ask, and they post all sort of questions. So it takes time. There is no on or off answer, but with all meticulous planning and a confidence building, organization can foster a culture where employees feel safe speaking up, and that's what we are doing. Workload management, we have a policy now. A lot of our companies have policy now where it's a flexi shift, work from home, and then other ways to make sure that how the stress of employees can be reduced. Recognition and employee engagement. Lot can be talked, but I will just close with two words. When we have done survey internally in Thermix, 80% employees express satisfaction with the current mental health situation. And that also helped us to win a Safe Place to Work or Best Place to Work award. Last employee survey where safety got a special question. It was not a safety survey, it was like holistic survey and not many elements. Where safety got a best rating, 86%, where employees felt that the company gives the highest priority to safety. And we were not happy. Why it is 86? We wanted more than 90. So, not many efforts where you can make, organization a culture where they can speak up. This is closely linked to BBS, I said, because if there's not a culture where employee can speak up, BBS cannot happen. And that's what you can say, and Bonnie Kirti was also talking, 100% employees and 80% of worker. Of course, 100% worker we have not reached, but 80% workers. And my problem is, we have, as a Thermix organization understand, I have 360 locations, very small sites, very big sites, EPC sites, O&M sites and plants as well. So when I'm talking holistic rather than one plant or one closed boundary area. So that's what extent I have reached as of now. Other programs, Stop Work Authority, lot spoken about how CARD can stop the work, how what we can do. But we too have this program and this is working effectively. It's all about building that confidence in that person, the last worker, that he has that ability. And we have examples where workers have stopped the work. One day safety officer. Now this is one program where execution people, we give them green cap and we tell them to monitor safety. Some may ask, all execution people are safety engineer, what is so special in that? Because they have to see safety every day. But that day they don't see any other work, that day they only see safety work.
So that way we want them to realize exactly what the safety function is. This is working very successfully, and this is helping the BBS culture, how other institutional engineers also understand what the nitty-gritty in safety is and exactly how they need to behave. Digital intervention, many companies may be having it. We do have it. Our only effort last year also I spoke is Mahakumbh mein, I mean, that's what the word used, that unsafe act and at-risk behavior, sometime in organization this becomes confusing. So we have closed that gap. We don't say anything unsafe act in our organization. Unsafe condition, at-risk behavior, near miss, or statement, that is the way. So if that confusion exists, you will have problem. It really helped us to scale the implementation of BBS. It really helped to make sure that line accountability is to the last section. I'm sorry why it's going on that side, but okay. It really helped us to make sure that the last person is responsible for safety. Additionally, what we build here with BBS observation, which other organizations may not have built, is the observer also has to make comment that this observation or the deviation what he is finding, is it situational? Like human errors, 3 elements, right? It is like exceptional. So he has to write there while making observation. And then other 5 categories. If it is situational, then what he feels, why it has happened. So it helps us to analyze later that which type of problems really are coming. And why I took 1 or 2 minutes of yours to explain this. This is helping my decision makers, managers, because now they all see these live, dashboards. Everybody got this habit. And then when they see the 2 lakhs points, but then 7 or 8 points coming where permits have been violated, or maybe there is Lotto kit is not available, because if you say it's situational or exceptional, why exceptional? Lotto kit was not available as a remark. So it drives action as well. So coming from BBS, but it drives action. So that is helping us to go deeper. This slide, I'm very confident every company is doing it, but purposely, we really have put it here purposely to showcase that how we are taking BBS outside our boundaries. We are engaging with schools, communities, going to, especially focusing where our employee kids are, the nearby schools, where our factories are. MSME per se was initially in our radar zone, but then what we have done is vendors. Those vendors who are MSMEs who works with us, we are taking BBS to them as just helping them to raise their safety awareness. So that is the way we are taking it to the next level. So that's it from my side, that how mental health and psychological safety is helping me.
That gives a good perspective.
Today we're declaring as mental health day. Today we're declaring this February 1st as mental health day, especially after budget also.
There is already a mental health.
That
is on
Post
day of 10th of
Yeah. Post lunch is very difficult. And somebody has declared that IT is fantastic.
IT is coming.
So I don't think I should come in the way now. But I'll just briefly tell whatever I had talked with Dr. Kayasa that what I have to speak. And based on that, I prepared this. However, I'll not take much of your time. Mental health, we had a lot of discussion today. I appreciate himself was there. There have been sufficient discussion. I made my point that we can look at it when we talk of the policy, that there are 3 things. One is normal mental health needs of everybody who is working. Second, everybody is in the stress, so there could be the actions related to that, that how to handle that stress. And third is really those who are having the mental illnesses. So apart from that, I really don't want to write or talk anything additional. On the BBS, we implemented BBS at a company, namely IDEX, Baroda, and they are present here. So more than me, I think I will see if they say something, how there had been their experience. So that I request Mr. Anand, who is the director at operations director, and share his thoughts quickly.
Wonderful. Unprepared. This is off.
Yeah.
Surprising.
Please. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
And thank you all the dignitaries here. Thank you, Acharya sir, for calling me here and giving me an opportunity to share our thoughts about BBS and what we have achieved. So, actually, IDEX is a US MNC. Globally, we are around 3.5 billion. In India, we just touched 1,000 crores this year, nearly 1,950 crores. Our journey started in 2010 with a small turnover of around 25 crores. From 2010 to 2024, we reached around 1,000 crores, nearly 1,000. And while doing this, we had a very good visionary CEO or president who always used to tell us that safety is utmost priority for us. And we have a concept of daily management in our organization, where we start with safety, quality, delivery, and cost. So we start our talk with safety always. So even after that, we were having some incidents of safety, and we used to monitor the near misses, first aids, TCIR, and LWCIR. Generally, these are all lagging indicators. So going forward, we started monitoring the leading indicators, which is the safety, unsafe practices and unsafe conditions. So while doing this, we actually moved from one premises, we come up with a new factory altogether. We are operating in Baroda, and we started a new facility in 2023 in Sanand. So it is altogether a new plant, and we had a lot of new employees, and we started getting more number of near misses, first aid cases. That's how we came in contact with Mr. Acharya, and he helped us in introducing what is BBS. So we had 2-3 sessions of training on BBS. We had a huge team of observers, the training for the observers on BBS. Along with that, he introduced a very new concept for us, that is about EA, transactional analysis. And that helped us in our observers to identify the unsafe acts, and also to talk to the people or to the employees who were behaving unsafe. So it was like in our language we call it as OIS, observation and impact. What is the impact of that observation, and what is the solution for that? We are not just making the observations, but we are also telling the person who is doing those behavioral problems about what is the impact of that to the company, to his co-workers, and to the property. So that is helping us in reducing our unsafe acts and unsafe behaviors. In this year, we hardly had, we just had 2 first aid cases, but our observations was tremendously going very high. We have around 1,500 observations. Out of that, around 750 were safe observations, and around 900 were unsafe observations. So we also launched the BBS card. We call it as the Suraksha Setu card in our plan. So we have a practice of getting at least one Suraksha Setu card from our observers on daily basis. So this is helping us in building a good culture of safety, and the credit goes to Mr. Acharya. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
But you said 270 versus 900 unsafe acts.
Yeah.
That's not correct, na?
It shows Yes.
Still a lot of things to be done.
Lot of
Yes. We are having a lot of unsafe observations. So getting unsafe observations is good, so that it is going to prevent the near misses or the first aid. So as per the Henry's triangle.
Corrective action you have taken. 900 corrective action you should have already taken.
Yes. So we do generally the spot corrections. Most of them are getting solved there itself.
Right.
But in case they are not solved, then we take them as projects, or we do the root cause countermeasures for that and find out the solutions.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Initially, I remember him telling that our CEO is very happy because the unsafe acts are now being reported. That was his major concern. So, thank you, Mr. Anand. But basically, I wanted you to see the first-hand experience, how they are feeling. Recently, in the review also, they had expressed that there is a very good cultural change. What I wanted to talk today, I don't know whether there is time, but I will not talk in detail. But what is that? He mentioned about transactional analysis, which also helps you in mental health. So it's helpful in terms of in different areas of life, in your personality development, communication, and other things. In terms of. But as far as BBS is concerned, I did this research project basically on relationship between the BBS and TA, and it was very positive result. The reason being that the basic things like the philosophy of TA is people are okay. So irrespective of whatever your interaction, and somebody mentioned during the session that most important part is the feedback, how that goes. If it really goes effectively. So there, if the observer and observee both treat each other with that mindset of being okay to each other, that's something which is inculcated. Each one has capacity to think. Lot of things, like he said, 900 observations. So they have come because lot many workers level, associates as they call, they are involved in that process. So they also think and give suggestions. Once they started giving suggestions, more unsafe things came up. And now, as we know that it will start declining also.
Safety thought process.
Yeah. Then life is decisional. So once you decide that you want to change the culture, you can definitely culture with the help of BPS. And the model we have used is what Dr. Kailasab has given. That is what same we are following. Though I first had worked on the stock model of the DuPont, but I think this is working very well. All of them are finding it very well. Positive approach totally. Then this TIA helps you to understand the attitude of the people, why people behave the way they behave. Somebody had that question in mind. So it exactly helps you to understand. There are many excellent concepts in that. I'm not going to talk on that. I'm just telling you about two concepts. One is called PAC model, that is the ego state model, very effective in understanding human behavior. Parent, adult, and child, ego state, from which all of us are operating. And if we know that how we relate to the other person, from which ego state and what kind of response is coming, then that helps tremendous in terms of transaction, that is interaction. So that in that feedback mechanism, it is very useful. So if the person who is an observer, he is coming from nurturing parent, which is the one who is caring for his employee. Somebody said very nicely that you care like the way you care for your child at home. So that's the nurturing parent attitude. So if you develop that among all the employees, then they care for each other. And that is the catch. That is where we are actually lacking, because of which the unsafe act remain unnoticed and the accidents happen. So same way, adult has to be in command. Always, you can't say that I'm driving 100 kilometers and for a moment can't I be not focusing on the road. No, you can't. So that is the adult in command who is in which we should be there when we are working. If these concepts are because these are the two ego states. Same way, adopted child, you have rules and regulations you need to follow. So all these concepts people come to know through this training. and it was found useful. Some of the people have got the higher dominant ego states, so that also you can know. And these are some of the qualities. There are managerial styles related to different ego states. All these are the byproducts which can help you in terms of the good teamwork, transactions. And there is a wonderful concept called strokes also in TA, which is very useful in the motivational aspects. So with that, I hope you have also have healthy transactions in all your BBS projects, and you have a wonderful year ahead. All safe year 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunilji. Any questions? Maybe one or two. Otherwise, already
Given enough airtime.
done. He wants to ask.
Yeah, please explain about the egogram.
Egogram, you want me to explain? Yeah. Egogram is a very powerful tool to understand the structure of the personality. Structure of the personality, how you are made up. So when you are giving that test, it's not a psychometric basically assessment. What happens is that you can come to know which is the ego state which is more dominant. So suppose you are having dominant critical parent, controlling parent, and you go for the feedback mechanism, you're going to be dominating, authoritative, and that's where the communication will collapse.
Is it a measurable?
Yeah, it's a measurable. So you will get the scores, which is your dominant ego state. We all had done. They can like next people. So they know that which is. And what is the best out of it is that you should be able to how you work there. Suppose somebody has a high CP, he has to focus on becoming NP, nurturing parent, rather than controlling CP. Okay, so instead of reducing, you see what you need to do. So that means I need to care. How do I do that? All that part. So I can. Let's say thank you.
Oh, I think we should say thank you. We can move. Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vipin sir and Sunil sir, for such insightful session. Now I'd like to offer a glad welcome for Dr. Manoj Tiwari, a distinguished academic leader, visionary, and our beloved director at our 99th Annual National BBS event. Under his exemplary leadership, NITI was transformed into IIM Mumbai, making an historical milestone in India's management education landscape. His relentless efforts has propelled IIM Mumbai to achieve an impressive NIRF ranking of 6th, further cementing a position amongst nation's top B schools. I'd like to call upon Kaila sir as well as Pawan sir to come on stage and welcome Dr. Manoj Tiwari.
बढ़िया सर गलत यस है हम दोनों देते हैं
आइए दोनों
I'd like to call upon Manoj Tiwari sir to please come and say a few words and guide us. Thank you, sir.
Kelari and other dignitaries who are attached with the very famous Forum of Behavioural Safety. Dignitaries sitting here, my friend Murthy and Rav Sir and other faculty members and students present here. It's a very interesting topic actually, and area for deep research actually, because the loss of human life, if you see, and the loss of property that can be gauged because of the behavioral safety is having a huge, toll on the economy as well as the beloved human life. A normal conservative estimate suggests that road accident itself leads to somewhere around 1,54,000 deaths every year. Almost 50 to 60,000 people are dying because of so many poor behavioral approach adopted in the construction industry. And many other persons' life is lost due to, bad habits of people during the workplace, which compromise the safety of the standards. So, if you count how these habits are built up, it has many dimensions and connotations, which a lot of study has been done. I'm not going to talk about because all of you are expert in that dimension. But some of the popular terms which lead to some of the safety compromises, they are primarily negligence, which is defined as failure to observe the basic safety rules, then anger and temper. जैसे अभी कुछ दिन पहले एक लोग आया था कि दिल्ली में ठंडक बहुत पड़ रही है, तो आप अपने घर में अपने बेटर हाथ से बातें करते रहिए, क्योंकि बातों में कुछ ऐसा हो जाएगा कि अपने आप गर्मी आ जाएगी. So idea is that temper is one thing which is again creating some sort of anxiety, and that leads to some sort of problems. And many hasty decisions which are not well planned, they are also leading to compromise in the safety rules and procedures. And I remember when we were child, then during the birth of kids, there is some specific community they used to call to sing some songs. We call them heart in our language. In Eastern UP, they are called heart. So when they come, in order to complete their time, say by 11 or by 10, many times they sing means quickly. So we used to call कि कुछ लहजा भाट जल्दी जल्दी गीत गाओ, मतलब जो हाल में है वो फटाफट सब काम जल्दी जल्दी करना चाहता है. So the result is many of the lines he is mixing from one song into another song, correct? And sometimes he is that meaning entirely changed. But उसको क्या है, तो बस सुनाना है कुछ जो अपने कान में. So idea is this: in haste, many things we do, so it does not match with the standard set for doing that work. Then there is another very interesting work we call indifference. That happens normally when your attention is somewhere else and you are doing somewhere else. Look, London, talk Tokyo type of situation. That actually lead to this kind of situation which emerge into the safety compromise. Then distractions. These are others caused by some family troubles, झगड़ा बगड़ा तमाशा, boss ने कुछ हड़का दिया, correct? And अपने partner से कुछ हो गया, during time something happens which is difficult to grasp, digest. So that lead to some sort of problems. And curiosity means we don't know if something unexpected it comes. So lack of curiosity also we sometimes help us to avoid this kind of things. So inadequate instructions. Many times for doing something proper instructions are not given. And that lead to poor knowledge and then leading to compromise in the safety standards. And work habits तो है ही है, जैसे कुछ तो traditional habit होती है. Say for example, I used to read Ramcharitmanas and there was a couplet which is talking about the habit. Let's see. Say for example, Lord was telling that I have to respect my mother, father and their instructions. When he was talking to Kaikeyi, भगवान राम ने talking to Kaikeyi से देखिए जो भी अच्छा बच्चा होता है अपने माता पिता की आज्ञा का पालन करता है. So I am bound to follow my father's instructions. So, but Kaikeyi was very curious. कहीं पलट न जाए, कहीं कुछ न कर जाए, कहीं दूसरा चाल न चल. Always he was thinking in very complex way. Negative. And a complex way, correct? So then Tulsidas thought that how to give proper word which can reflect proper behavior which he was showing at that time. So he mentioned, Sahaj Saral Raghubar Bachan. Means the point of Lord Ram was very simple and pure, correct? Sahaj Saral Raghubar Bachan Kumati Kutili Karijan. Well, because of her bad mindset, she was thinking in a very complex way. Correct? Kumati Kutil Karijan. Well, he was talking simple way, but she was understanding in a very complex way. जैसे जैसे चला ही जो पितल पक कर गया जद्यप शरीर समान लीच जो होता है when it moves in the water ना वो हमेशा टेढ़ा हो चलता है जबकि water level 100 same correct. So it happened because लीच का habit ऐसी है टेढ़ा होकर चल रहा है हमेशा. बस वो टेढ़ा होकर चलने से अगर गाड़ी टेढ़ा होकर चलेगा क्या होगा ना लगाइए. So like this there are many habits that creates a lot of problems actually. So it is attached with some behavior, some nature, something like this that need to be corrected. And this overconfidence is under a big disease actually. हाँ सब करते हैं. Right? 500 बुला लेंगे. 800 बुला लेंगे. कंफ्रेंस हो रही है कितना 1000 लोग बुला लेंगे. Unknowing, no, without knowing 1000 आदमी इकट्ठा करना कितना मुश्किल होता है. Correct? हाँ? So जो overconfidence होता है, this is another एक reason for this कुंभ है. बिल्कुल चिंता मत करिए, 50,000 जवान sufficient, सब मैनेज कर लेंगे. एक आदमी इधर उधर नहीं होने पाएगा. Correct? So it is what I was actually giving training to some of the police people actually through this, not from the IIM through this. So I mean, क्या होता है training winning का, no need, you know how to handle people. क्या डंडा नहीं पकड़ा सही हो जाएगा. And then forgetting that at that time there were more than 20 lakh, 50 lakh people are there. If you disturb 1 to 2 minutes, then what will happen? This I tell you, habit क्या होता है उसका नुकसान देखिए. छोटी सी बात बताऊँ. Now it is called Prayagraj, earlier it was known as Allahabad. So we used to come to cash train or going north east or going to Ranchi or Kharagpur or Mumbai from Allahabad. The nearest bigger railway station was that. So there are platform number 4 and platform number 6. So most of the vehicles coming from train coming from Delhi, either they alight at platform number 4 or 6. So invariably, those who are managing the stations, they announce दिल्ली से पटना की तरफ जाने वाली गाड़ी प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 4 पे आ रही है. After 10 minutes they say, now अब प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 6 पे आ रही है. So 10 मिनट टाइम बचा है, अब आप 4 से 6 पे जाइए. So when there are 1,000 persons, it is very easy. But suppose on the platform there are 50,000 people are standing, then what will happen? So that happened in the previous Kumbh, right? It was 2012. And more than 50 persons died because of this stampede, which occurred because of this announcement 4 से 6 वाला, right? Get my point? Yeah. Because उनकी तो आदत रोज बनी हुई है, रोज वही 4 से 6 में जाओ, 6 से 4 में आओ, रोज announce करते हैं. And because of this announcement, this was the thing that happened, such kind of situation. And then lack of planning is another thing that without proper planning, without giving due considerations to the different steps which are complex, simple, and then how it can be better managed. These are all some of the things which are happened to the event production or things that were happening in normal way. But one bigger problem has come up, which is also going to hit your economy and finance, everything, that is pertaining to the behavior aspect in cyber security. How your behavior, not bothering about updating your what you call operating system, not bothering about how to choose the correctly your password, not what you call changing the things regularly after 70 days or 80 days, and also overlooking the instructions which are coming many times. Please change this or go for update, go for all these things. When we ignore those things, then that lead to so many cookies, so many other things that come and disturb your system. Right? So how the malware, how the cyber attacks, how the Pura Chamtara gang actually, correct, come and destroy you, because most of the payments of things are happening through mobile and through internet. So you should also have a very, better behavior to look into this new security system, which is called cyber security, and how to create more digital trust with your system, so that bigger fraud or bigger, threats to your financial assets can be saved. So I think this forum, which is very popular and well known in the circle of behavior safety experts, they might have delivered a lot of things. I'm not the person active from field, but I have keen interest in this, and thanks to Murthy and his team, Kala Sahab and everybody who takes into account the IIM Mumbai as a venue for organizing this event, and all of you came in such a big number. So my deep compliments to all of you for coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such insightful words.
Thank you, sir.
Enlightening us.
Giving us all the support. Thank you, sir.
We have another important pillar with us, Professor Rauf Iqbal, sir, which is on which IIM Mumbai is standing now. So I'd like to call him on stage and like Kailash sir to please felicitate him with a bouquet.
We know each other a long time.
So please guide us with your plea.
He was man for safety. Ekdam बढ़िया.
Very good afternoon. This topic, behavior-based safety. So, one or two words, sir has mentioned the overconfidence. Nothing has happened so far. Nothing will happen. Let us take one or two examples. 1984 Bhopal disaster. Very simple. What has happened? Methyl isocyanate, and there was a MIC tank and water tank, and actually water should not go into the MIC tank, but nothing has happened. Nothing will happen. Water landed into MIC, and what has happened everyone knows. So this is an example of the behavior-based safety, and this issue was raised in the parliament. There is a book called What Went Wrong. There are many books. There is a book, What Went Wrong. It describes what went wrong for various accidents. Normally what happens, such kind of, whenever industry is there is a buffer zone, so that in the buffer zone, the residents and other things should not be there. But at the same time, the tendency of the employees are there that they stay very close to their workplace. So they settle around the plant very closely. And then municipal commissioner during that time, Mr. Buch, he raised a concern that there is a problem, it might happen. So I have two options. Either you shift the plant or shift the people around to different place. And it was going to the parliament. At the same time, whatever written in the book, whatever I've studied, I'm telling, the local sitting MPs, they said that no, everything is fine. It is properly safety audit has been done, so nothing could be done. And as a result, this gentleman, the municipal commissioner was transferred. And it happened. It happened. Bhopal disaster. Similarly, again, the MBLAL committee report. 2009, Jaipur incident happened. So I'm not going to whose fault is that? Over there, a proper committee given report. Thing is that the hammer blind valve. Those who know about the Jaipur what happened, the hammer blind valve. When they reverse the hammer blind valve, this person did notice that there is a body valve. Immediately after the tank, that valve is open. That is not closed. During the routine maintenance of the tank, that valve should have been closed. That is open. And 11 lakh liters of petrol, there is huge pressure. The moment hammer blind valve was opened, then there is huge leakage of motor spirit, MS, petrol, 30 feet high. This person fell unconscious. The manpower for this operation was that 2 operator and 1 supervisor would be there for this operation. This is what written. And the supervisor was on the tank, he was taking the dip. And the report says that 2 operator, 1 operator says that, okay, I am going for some other work, you manage. Because only 3 valve has to be opened. Nothing has happened so far. I have worked last 15 years here. Overconfidence. So right even overconfidence. Nothing has happened, nothing will happen. And it happened. Jaipur incident. Okay. So many people died. 280 crores of loss. It's a loss to the Indian economy. It's not a loss to the company. So again, behavior-based safety. Take a very simple example. All of us either drive a vehicle or we as a commuter use a vehicle. So normally what happens when there is a green light, and I am driving the vehicle, you see the green light is showing 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The moment it becomes 0, the red light will be there. So normally what happens, if the green light is showing 25, 24, 23, time is there, go comfortably. If it is 5, 4, 3, 2, automatically vehicle speed increases, so that before it becomes 0, red, you need to cross that. Now the point is that when it is 1, very crucial point, when it is showing 1, I have to cross, and the other person, he might have very urgency, so he will think that I am the first person to go there. So there is a accident happened. It happened. Not only that, if there is a red light, there is no other car around, we very conveniently we cross, jump. That is behavioral safety. This is normally we should not do that. And even we are using auto rickshaw or Ola Uber, we should say no, please stop, because it's now red light. So behavioral safety starts all of us should concentrate on behavioral safety and take care that accident doesn't happen, because accident means why happen. Very simple example of accident means someone has not done something what he or she is supposed to do. This is what the definition of accident. No book exam definition. Someone has not done something what he or she is supposed to do. So we should do something what we are supposed to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights and enlightening us. We will have our concluding remarks by Mr. M.K. Rao and Mr. Avnish Hadre, the Director of BESAFE.
Hade sir. Five minutes, briefly. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. 25 pages.
Sir, good evening. First of all, congratulations to all the award winners. Your efforts would inspire the rest so that we will have more and more awards. So theme was safety as a core value, but it's all about safety culture. Okay. So we have so many speakers and they have given us a lot of inputs. and it was really, it's not easy for me to note down, it's really tough job. But still I try to make as many good points as possible. But when you have so many concepts and opinions coming out, the best thing is to anchor to the established principles and add to them any kind of points you learn. So for example, here I have taken the 10 principles of process safety culture, which are defined, very well defined by Center for Chemical Process Safety, that is CCPS. Okay, those, particularly those in chemical industry, they are aware of this. Number one is the top management roles, recognizing safety as a core value. Here, establishing an imperative for safety is important. That means no operations or maintenance activity without safety measures in place. This directive has to come from the top management, and even in difficult times. For example, we had a recession in 2008, 2009. We had a recession in 2008, 2009. I don't know how many of you are aware. There was a very good case study of Lindell Basel. You heard of it? There is a company called Lindell Basel, European and American multinational company, a petrochemical company. It filed for Chapter 11, means bankruptcy. At that time, when new CEO joined, if I remember correctly, his name was Jim Golagli, I think. So first thing he addressed was, it was facing bankruptcy. The first thing he addressed was the safety. There was an interview by McKinsey in sometime in 2010 or so. I went to that interview report by McKinsey. It's really eye-opener that whenever he goes on a field walk, the first thing he talks to the operators is about the safety, any difficulties on safety matters. Whether the BBS are of good quality, or whether the working conditions are good or not. So that is how it started. So that is number one. Number two is providing strong leadership, walking the talk. Means not just declaring the policy. Resources. See, without providing resources and timely response to safety issues, you can't make things visible to the employees. And number three is maintaining a sense of vulnerability. Process safety, people talk about it, but it is applicable to any safety, whether it's BBS or process safety. Maintaining a sense of vulnerability is very important. So one example is, like, what are the three important attributes to that is avoiding complacency. The IIM professors, including the director, they just spelled it out. Abhi tak kuch nahi hua. Nothing is going to happen. Okay. So avoiding complacency can set in for two reasons. Nothing has happened so far. That is one thing. Another is a good past performance. For so many years you have been getting awards. Whether it is British Flora or any award. That can set in complacency. One has to be very careful about it. Second thing is having a high level of awareness of hazards. High level of awareness of hazards among all employees. And constantly, third thing is constantly vigilant to warning signals. Every disaster gives some warning signals before that incident. So if you are vigilant to that, that major event can be stopped. And the fourth thing is timely hazard and risk assessment and related action. It should not stop at only assessment stage. Action should follow promptly. Fifth one is employee engagement. Yes, empowering individuals to fulfill their safety responsibilities is important. So, it should not be centralized. It should not be all the authority should not be centralized. People have to be empowered. And stop work policy also works, but practically, as some of you said, it's not very easy. Some companies have very successfully implemented it. Others, it's very difficult. When I go for responsible care audits, many companies have that policy, stop work. But when we ask for some evidences, some instances where it happened, only few companies do examples. Otherwise, it remains on paper. And then rewarding. Rewarding employee, for safe performance is a positive, reinforcement, which it works. Sixth one is seeking experts' advice. There are many new subjects which are, we talk about now psychological safety, for example, and second is the mental health. We leave it to the experts. Even process safety and BBS also. When you are starting, first take the help of the experts and then develop your own trainers. Seventh one is ensuring open and honest communications. This is related to the psychological safety, and psychological safety, some briefly good presentation was given, but those who are interested in having more details about it, there is a good book written by Clark on 4 stages of psychological safety. It's a very good book. So it talks about all those 4 stages. One is the included. See, one should feel included. Any person in the company should feel included in the system. Second is safe to learn. It should be safe to learn, safe to contribute, and safe to challenge the status quo, and without having the fear of being humiliated. So that's what about psychological safety and the mental health. They all go together. Now, eighth one is fostering mutual trust among employees. That is very important. Ninth is Mr. Pawan Rao's favorite subject, being intolerant to normalization of deviations. Okay, this I heard him talking about this topic many times and his posts also from established practices. Okay, that is very important. And finally, reviewing and learning from for continual improvement in our safety culture. Okay. Here the leading and lagging metrics definitely help, but it should not remain as numbers. One should act on them. Now the AI and we can make use of this artificial intelligence, machine language to analyze and reach the right conclusions. And this review has to take place at the highest level. And another idea given was in this connection, robotics. When it comes to advances in very high risk areas like painting or measuring the painting at heights, even firefighting at heights. Nowadays, you can use drones or robotics. Now, above all, one good principles of responsible care is don't keep the best practices within yourself. Share them with all your stakeholders, maybe suppliers, your customers, your neighboring industries, the public, society, all. So with this, I think safety will progress. And thank you all for your
Thank you. And last vote of thanks. I'm Avinash Sharde. I'm really very happy. 10 years back, we have started this small movement in my company so that what Dr. Kaila was teaching to many people, let it get institutionalized, and we should have some forum where we can able to really have some event every year, and we have started that time, and now it's a 9th year. We have started that time at very small level with very few companies, and then really every year it is happening, and every year new people are coming forward. So I thank all the people who have attended and who are present. Very important thanks to needy team or IIM Mumbai team, particularly sir and all the team, because they have done since morning. I am seeing these boys, girls from sitting at the reception to managing all that. It's a really lot of it. Earlier we used to do everything. So it's a good thing these people have taken their load from us. So a lot of thanks to this team. Really, earlier we used to sweat when you are doing very confidently. Yeah. and the team, what I will say, the YouTuber team, media person, Mr. Samir Joshi, as they are a good applaud to them. Then National Safety Council, Mr. Lalit Gavane and his team, he has also helped. I thank to them also, and all the people who has presented here, speakers, because those also very important resource, and those people came forward to share their knowledge. So I thank all the speakers particularly, and lastly all award winners and all who have supported directly or indirectly. Thanks to all, and I request this moment we have started 9 years back. Let continue every time you also come for these awards and you involve your contractors, suppliers, and who are the people connected to you, because like what you said, many government companies now put in the tender you should have ISO certification, like you can put in your contract to whom you are giving, your subcontractor, your vendor, BBS should be implemented. Unless and otherwise, now why many companies have taken ISO 45,000 or ISO 9,000? Because government started pushing in tender conditions. Similarly, when you are giving order to your people and you help it, that way only we can able to do. And we are propagating this, that at least all your second level subcontractor vendor also can be a part of this event in future. Thank you once again. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like everyone to please be seated for a minute. Thank you so much, sir.
Your team first.
Yeah. Please join for high period.
So can we take a photo first?
Photo, one photo we will take.
Yeah.
Here, one here, one down, one.
Yes.
From the stand बैठ जाते इधर भी बैठ नीचे
आप पता कैसे बैठना है? खड़े रहिए ना, एक